After the breakup, I rescued a girl from the streets and brought her home, and now she wants to marry me. Part 5 Sweet moments between Jiang Long and Susan. Cousin appears. Jiang Long frowned slightly, looking at Su Shanshan with a serious expression. Su Shanshan glanced at him, but she was very happy in her heart. This stinky Jiang Long, could it be that he misunderstood something? She whispered to Jiang Long. He is my cousin. At the same time, Lin Yuxuan, who was sitting on the sofa, also explained. Jiang Long, I'm the little girl's cousin. Jiang Long was stunned, and his brain short-circuited instantly. This reversal made him a little confused. Lin Yuxuan was actually Shanshan's cousin? This world is really small. After reacting, Jiang Long immediately put on a smile on his face and nodded in a friendly manner. Lin Yuxuan crossed his legs leisurely and added, In that case, you should follow her and call me cousin. Jiang Long was delighted by this. Being recognized by his cousin was a big step forward. He hurriedly called out, Cousin! Susan was trying to hold back her laughter. Jiang Long glanced at her smugly and said, Ning Ning, you continue chatting with your cousin. I'll go to the kitchen. She smiled and nodded. In the living room, Susan and Lin Yuxuan were chatting and laughing. Lin Yuxuan asked tentatively, Little girl, you look very happy with Jiang Long? Susan blinked, lowered her head and tapped on her phone a few times, then held the screen in front of him. Cousin, I am happiest when I am with Jiang Long. He was very satisfied with the sweetness between the little girl and Jiang Long. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Did Susan's father really accept Jiang Long? Fortunately, he did not stop them from returning to Qing City. Perhaps his attitude was quietly changing. At this time, Jiang Long came back with a fruit plate and water and greeted with a smile. Cousin, eat some fruit and drink some water. Lin Yuxuan nodded. This kid is quite sensible. The three of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Not long after, Lin Yuxuan got up and left. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Long suddenly came forward, raised Susan's hands above her head, pressed her gently against the door, looked down at her, and smiled evilly. Little liar, you still dare to hide it from me? Susan looked at him with round eyes and tried to defend herself. I didn't mean it, can you forgive me? Baby is the best. As she spoke, she leaned forward and kissed Jiang Long, S. Adam's apple. Jiang Long's throat tightened, and he swallowed unconsciously. This Shan really took advantage of him. Susan pecked him on the chin again and smiled sweetly at him. Jiang Long was so fascinated by her that he reluctantly let go of her hand. Shan took the opportunity to throw herself into his arms, holding his waist tightly with both hands, her soft body pressed tightly against his, her big, watery eyes full of coquettishness. Jiang Long could no longer hold back and lowered his head to kiss her fiercely. After the kiss, Susan's cheeks flushed, and she gasped and hid in his arms. Jiang Long smiled and touched her head, his eyes full of pampering. In the evening, the two of them went to the beach for a walk and found their electric donkey. Jiang Long asked, Ning Ning, what do you want to eat tonight? Su Shanshan's eyes turned and a smile appeared on her lips. Qingdao Food Street, how about that? Jiang Long smiled and said, Sure. They soon arrived at the Qingdao University Food Street. The dazzling array of food stalls made Susan's eyes sparkle. She suddenly stopped in front of a fried tripe stall, pointed at the stall, and smiled and raised a finger to Jiang Long. Jiang Long smiled and nodded, and skillfully bought her a portion of fried tripe. Soon, his hands were full of snacks, and Susan held a cup of milk tea and smiled as she handed it to Jiang Long. Jiang Long also took a sip, and the two smiled at each other with a sweet atmosphere in the air. As they walked out of the food court, they unexpectedly bumped into an acquaintance. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan held hands, as if the world belonged only to them. Suddenly, the sound of high heels came from the front, and Qin Xiao and Wang Xinyao walked over side by side. Long time no see, Jiang Long. Who is this? Wang Xinyao said with a smile, looking at Su Shanshan. She's my girlfriend. Jiang Long responded expressionlessly, without any emotion in his tone. Susan and Qin Xiao's eyes briefly met in the air. Sparks flew, but they quickly moved away. Qin Xiao took a step forward, but her eyes fell directly on Jiang Long's face. Jiang Long, how have you been recently? Jiang Long frowned, looking a little impatient. I'm fine. He subconsciously held Susan's hand tightly. Sorry, my girlfriend is hungry. We have to go. Jiang Long said coldly, turning around and pulling Su Shanshan away. Su Shanshan followed Jiang Long away, laughing secretly in her heart. as if she had won a silent battle. Qin Xiao looked at Jiang Long's receding back, feeling mixed emotions. Wang Xinya shook her head helplessly. Yao Yao, you didn't cherish Jiang Long when he liked you. Now he has a girlfriend. It's useless for you to regret it. At the same time, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan had found a bench and sat down. Jiang Long smiled and took a piece of fried tripe and handed it to Su Shanshan's mouth. Open your mouth, Ning Ning. Su Shanshan glared at him, but still opened her mouth and ate it obediently. She pouted, but her heart had already relaxed. After all, Jiang Long belonged to her now. So what if Jiang Long liked Qin Xiao before? That was a thing of the past. Ning Ning, I only have you in my eyes now, Jiang Long said gently, as if he could see through her thoughts. Susan picked up a piece of strawberry unwillingly, chewed it twice, then suddenly kissed Jiang Long and put the chewed strawberry into his mouth. She thought it would disgust him, but Jiang Long ate it with gusto and even smiled and said, well, it tastes good. Susan was hit hard instantly. She thought she could play a trick on Jiang Long, but he didn't care at all and even became more presumptuous. Jiang Long smiled casually and said, I can eat anything you chewed. It's really convenient. This sentence completely defeated Susan. She glared at Jiang Long angrily, but couldn't help wanting to laugh. In the end, she could only admit defeat and lean on Jiang Long's shoulder, muttering softly, You are such a shameless guy. The two held hands and walked around the campus of Qingdao University. Before he knew it, Jiang Long brought Shan Shan to the downstairs of his former dormitory. Ning Ning, this building is the dormitory where I lived when I was in college, Jiang Long introduced to Shan Shan. Susan looked at the entrance of the boys' dormitory and nodded slowly. It turns out that Jiang Long University spent all 4 years in this building. Susan reached into Jiang Long's trouser pocket and took out his cell phone, turning on the camera function. She came to Jiang Long, and Jiang Long hugged her from behind. The background behind them is this dormitory building. This photo perfectly captures this moment. On the way back, Susan sat on the electric donkey, facing the wind. Jiang Long hugged her from behind, and the two laughed all the way, as if the whole world had become brighter. After returning home, Susan played with the cat Hua Hua for a while, and then went to take a milk bath. After the bath, she exuded a strong, milky fragrance. When she walked to Jiang Long immediately felt her fragrance and couldn't help but put down his phone and hugged her tightly in his arms. Smells so good, Jiang Long whispered, his nose gently wandering around her neck. Susan felt itchy and couldn't help shrinking her neck, but she also blushed and her heart beat fast due to Jiang Long's gentle kiss. Susan's body gradually weakened, and she was about to collapse in his arms. She knew that if she didn't run away, things might get out of control. She quickly broke free and ran to the side, smiling mischievously. I don't want to make you feel bad. Jiang Long smiled helplessly, suppressing the heat in his heart. I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, he quickly rushed into the bathroom. When Jiang Long came out of the shower, his face had regained its composure. When he was holding his underwear and preparing to hang the clothes, he saw Susan's white lace underwear forgotten on the side, so he washed hers as well. Back in the living room, he casually said, Ning Ning, I washed your underwear for you too. Su Shanshan blushed instantly and wanted to say something but couldn't. But she was secretly happy in her heart. She thought, how about asking Jiang Long to wash my underwear from now on? But isn't that a bit of bullying? After a while, Susan blinked her big eyes and leaned into Jiang Long's arms and asked softly, Can you help me wash my underwear in the future? Jiang Long smiled and reached out to rub her head. Of course, little silly. At the same time, in a luxurious bar far away in the imperial capital, Xiao Nuanyuan faced Xiao Mingjie, with whom she had entangled one night and felt complicated. She wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but she couldn't let go of the memories of that night. She shouldn't have come, but she met him. As she drank more and more, her emotions became more and more difficult to control. When Xiao Mingjie suddenly appeared, snatched her wine glass, drank it all, and forcibly pulled her out of the box, Xiao Nuanyuan felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She shook off Xiao Mingjie's hand and asked, What does it have to do with you how much I drink? Xiao Mingjie was speechless, with mixed feelings in his heart, but he couldn't find a suitable reason to explain his actions. Looking at Xiao Nuanyuan's leaving back, he couldn't help but chase after her, and some kind of emotion was quietly growing in his heart. 3 days later, as night fell, Susan and Jiang Long sat quietly on the top of the mountain, with only the sound of the wind and the stars around them. Since she lost her voice, Jiang Long has been silently accompanying her, with the faint worry in his heart unable to dissipate. Tonight, the two finally completed the unfinished camping plan, set up the tent together, and accompanied by the afterglow of the sunset. Although Susan could not speak, she was in a good mood. While the two were enjoying this moment of tranquility, another young couple suddenly came to the top of the mountain and offered to play together. The girl, Ma Hui Hui, was cheerful and straightforward, while her boyfriend, Wang Ilyang, was quiet and taciturn. The four of them sat together, drinking and chatting, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Ningning, who pursued whom first between you and Jiang Long? Hui Hui suddenly asked. Jiang Long smiled and answered first. Of course, I was the one pursuing Ningning. My Shan Shan is so beautiful. Who can resist her? Susan laughed to herself after hearing this. It was obviously she who confessed first, but Jiang Long turned the story upside down. She picked up her phone and typed silently to Hui Hui to explain. In fact, no matter who pursues who first, the important thing is that the result is good. The four chatted enthusiastically, and Hui Hui also shared her love story with Wang Iliang from high school to college, which Susan was full of envy. However, with the effect of alcohol, Susan's emotions suddenly became complicated. She looked at the night sky and began to feel lost. She couldn't make a sound, and all the affectionate words in her heart for Jiang Long were locked in her throat. Susan ran back to the tent, unable to hold back her tears. Jiang Long followed her in, and seeing her tears, he was overwhelmed with heartache. He hugged her gently and comforted her. Ningning, whether you speak or not, you are always the best. Don't cry, okay? Susan's grievances gradually melted away. She wiped away her tears, smiled, and gently lip-synced. Do I look good now? Jiang Long looked at her lovingly and replied in a low voice. You are the most beautiful at all times. The two hugged each other, and the twinkling stars in the night sky seemed to witness their deepest understanding and love. Chapter 2:01 Flirting with Him. Susan and Jiang Long hugged each other tightly in the tent, leaning against each other, their bodies pressed together, feeling warm. The night on the top of the mountain was cold, but they leaned against each other, making each other feel warm. Jiang Long gently touched Susan's little head and asked, Ningning, aren't you sleepy yet? Susan shook her head and playfully told him with her lips, I'm not sleepy. Jiang Long smiled and pretended to be helpless. Then let's just stare at each other. Su Shanshan was amused and started to giggle. Jiang Long looked at her sweet smile and couldn't help asking again, What are you laughing at? Susan deliberately kept silent and shook her head to keep the secret. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and threatened, You won't tell me, right? After that, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched her little butt. Susan was not willing to be outdone, and she fought back by tickling Jiang Long with her hand, and the two of them immediately got into a fight. The space in the tent was limited, and Jiang Long had nowhere to escape. He smiled and begged for mercy. Ningning, stop! But Susan was not going to let him go easily. She pressed on Jiang Long and subdued him completely. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became ambiguous, and Jiang Long's eyes became deep and hot. Ningning, do you like being on top? Su Shanshan blushed instantly. This stinky Jiang Long actually dared to say such a thing. She was about to refute, but Jiang Long suddenly exerted force, turned over and switched their positions, and pressed himself on Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan's breathing became rapid, and her eyes were blurred. Jiang Long also felt that he could no longer control himself, and his breathing became heavy. At this moment, Su Shanshan stretched out her hand and gently drew circles on Jiang Long's chest, as if to fight back against his previous teasing. Jiang Long's body suddenly tensed up, and he quickly lay down beside her, unable to help but smile bitterly. Sooner or later, I will be tortured to death by you. Su Shanshan pouted, glared at Jiang Long fiercely, and deliberately bit the back of his hand. Jiang Long hissed in pain and quickly smiled. Okay, I was wrong. I can't blame you. Seeing Jiang Long's sincere attitude, Su Shanshan finally softened her heart, leaned over and kissed the back of his hand, and kissed his cheek by the way. Just as they reconciled, Susan suddenly had an idea. She picked up her phone and typed on the screen, showing it to Jiang Long. Baby, let's not sleep tonight. Let's watch the sunrise together in the morning, okay? Jiang Long looked at her expectant eyes and nodded. Okay. He knew that as long as she wanted to do something, he would accompany her. The two of them sat outside the tent wrapped in blankets, with the cold wind blowing gently. Suddenly, there was a sound of the tent shaking in the distance. Susan hugged Jiang Long cautiously, and Jiang Long also became alert, thinking, is there a wild animal on the top of the mountain? But soon, they found the source of the sound. It was the tent of Ma Huihui and Wang Ilyang that was shaking violently. Jiang Long reluctantly pulled Su Shanshan and said, let's go, don't disturb them. Su Shanshan couldn't help laughing, but she still scratched Jiang Long's palm with a little curiosity and asked a question that almost made Jiang Long burst out laughing. Who of them is on top? Chapter 202 Meteor Shower. Hearing Shanshan's words, Jiang Long raised his hand and tapped Shanshan's forehead. What are you thinking about in your little head every day? Susan pouted and looked at Jiang Long innocently, thinking that what she was asking was just a normal curiosity. The two sat on folding chairs, leaning against each other. Susan typed quickly on her phone and held it in front of Jiang Long. I'm not a minor. What's wrong with talking to you about adult topics? Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, it seems that Ningning wants to know a lot. Su Shanshan stuck out her tongue mischievously and tapped the screen quickly with her fingers. Why? Is it not possible? Okay. Jiang Long shrugged and smiled helplessly. Susan's face flashed a trace of shyness, but she still plucked up the courage to continue typing. Send me some of the study materials in your computer. She was afraid that when that step came in the future, she would not know anything. After all, Nguyen told her that men were very interested in these things. Jiang Long was stunned for a moment, then reacted and looked at her with a slightly teasing look. Are you so curious about those things? Susan nodded without hesitation, looking at the tent not far away. The faint movement inside made her even more curious. She quickly tapped on her phone. Look, they haven't stopped yet. Jiang Long sighed, took Susan's hand, and led her back to the tent. Let's wait until it's quiet outside before going out. He thought to himself that Buddy's fighting ability is really good, and he has lasted for such a long time. After returning to the tent, Su Shanshan still refused to give in and sent a message threatening. If you don't show it to me, I will ask Nguyen for it. Jiang Long reluctantly compromised. Okay, I'll give it to you when we get back. Su Shanshan nodded with satisfaction, but she still felt that Jiang Long agreed a little too easily, which was abnormal. After a while, it was finally quiet outside. The two walked out of the tent again and sat on the folding chairs. Jiang Long hugged her and played soothing music on his phone. The cool breeze at night blew slightly, but the hearts of the two were warmed by each other's company. Suddenly, Susan got up from Jiang Long's arms, took his hand, and danced to the music under the night sky on the top of the mountain. Jiang Long didn't know how to dance, but with Susan's encouragement, he slowly followed the rhythm. The two stared at each other, with smiles on their faces, and only each other's reflection in their eyes. After the dance, Susan happily threw herself into Jiang Long's arms, smiling sweetly. At this moment, a meteor streaked across the night sky. Jiang Long pointed to the sky excitedly. Ningning, look, it's a meteor. Su Shanshan looked up, and then several meteors slid across the night sky one after another, and the whole night sky became gorgeous, like a dream. Susan was so excited that she almost jumped up. Just as she was immersed in the beautiful scenery, a clear voice rang out. It's so beautiful. Jiang Long turned his head suddenly and looked at Su Shanshan in shock. He couldn't believe it. The voice just now was Su Shanshan. He shook his head quickly, not sure if he heard it wrong. Su Shanshan also turned to look at him, with a puzzled look on her face, not understanding why Jiang Long looked at her like that. Jiang Long, his heart beat faster. Shanshan, his voice finally came back. Chapter 203 is Shanshan can finally speak again. Jiang Long held Shanshan's shoulders with both hands and stared at her face. After a pause, he slowly spoke. Ningning, you just spoke, right? Say, did she just speak? Susan couldn't believe it. Could it be Jiang Long's illusion? She knew that Jiang Long had been hoping that she could speak. That's why Jiang Long had the illusion that the person who heard her was. It must be like this. If she still can't speak, Jiang Long would be very sad. Unconsciously, Susan felt a little uncomfortable. She even didn't dare to look into Jiang Long's eyes. She was really scared. She still couldn't speak when she saw Jiang Long's disappointed look. Jiang Long unconsciously tightened his grip on Shanshan's shoulders and said nervously, Ningning, look at me. Try to speak and call my name. Su Shanshan lowered her eyes and looked at Jiang Long again. Susan clenched her fists, moved her lips, opened her mouth, and tried to call Jiang Long's name. Jiang Long. After hearing the sound coming from her mouth, Susan jumped up excitedly. She just called Jiang Long's name. She actually called Jiang Long's name just now. So, she can speak now. Is that so? Jiang Long's heart was about to jump out of his chest with excitement. He held Shan Shan tightly in his arms. This time, Jiang Long heard it clearly. His Shan Shan really spoke. His Shan Shan could finally speak again. That's really great. Unconsciously, two hot tears fell from Jiang Long's eyes. Susan was very happy. She could speak now. So happy. She moved her lips and called out again, Jiang Long. Shan Shan's sweet voice, calling his name, slowly floated into Jiang Long's ears. Nothing could make Jiang Long happier than this moment. Jiang Long, I can speak again. Su Shan Shan laughed. She could call Jiang Long's name again. Very nice. She could say many, many things to Jiang Long again. Very nice. She could act coquettishly towards Jiang Long and call him baby without restraint. Very nice. So happy. So happy. At this moment, Susan realized that something was wrong with Jiang Long. She quickly pushed Jiang Long away and stepped out of his arms. When I saw Jiang Long's face with tears on it, Susan's heart was in a knot. How could Susan not know why Jiang Long was crying? She knows. She knows everything. Susan stood on tiptoe and wiped Jiang Long's tears gently with her little hands. Jiang Long, don't cry. They say men don't shed tears easily, but they do so when they are sad. When she was lying unconscious on her princess bed in the Su family manor, Jiang Long was crying for her. When she woke up, she couldn't speak. Jiang Long cried for her. Now, she has recovered and can speak. Jiang Long is crying for her again. Her Jiang Long. It's always so good. Always be so good to her. For a moment, Susan's eyes were red with emotion, and tears filled her eyes instantly. Jiang Long quickly reached out to wipe the tears from Shan Shan's face. Ning Ning, don't cry. You can speak now. This is a good thing. Neither of us will cry. Susan held back her tears and nodded heavily. The two returned to the tent. Lying in a sleeping bag, Susan rested her head on Jiang Long's arm, her small hands tightly around Jiang Long's waist. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Long's face. Jiang Long's eyes were also fixed on Shan Shan's face without blinking. The two looked at each other affectionately. Susan couldn't understand why she could speak all of a sudden. It was like she suddenly couldn't speak. These are all magical things. But it's okay. She didn't make Jiang Long wait too long, and she was able to speak again. Susan felt that God must be blessing her. God knows that she desperately wants Jiang Long to hear her voice. Fortunately, God heard her call and fulfilled her wish. Jiang Long's big hand stroked Shan Shan's little head again and again. Su Shan Shan smiled at Jiang Long and called out, Jiang Long. Jiang Long smiled and said, Susan called out again, Jiang Long. Jiang Long. Jiang Long. Susan called Jiang Long's name over and over again. She didn't know how many times she called Jiang Long's name. She just wanted to keep calling Jiang Long's name. She hasn't called out the word Jiang Long for a long time. Tonight, of course, she will scream many, many times. In the days when I couldn't speak before, I couldn't call Jiang Long's name or made up for. No matter how many times Shan Shan called his name, Jiang Long would always respond, because he knew that his girl wanted to call his name so much. Susan called Jiang Long's name n times, and Jiang Long responded n times. Susan finally stopped. Susan's eyebrows were curved, and she smiled brightly. Jiang Long, I called your name so many times. Don't you find it annoying? Su Shan Shan asked. Jiang Long quickly shook his head. Little fool, how could I be annoyed? I'm just worried that you've called me too many times, and your throat is uncomfortable. After hearing what Jiang Long said, Susan really felt her throat dry. Su Shan Shan stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long and said coquettishly, Good Jiang Long, my throat is really a little uncomfortable. I want to drink some water. Okay, little lazy cat. Jiang Long pinched Shan Shan on the cheek, then stood up and got a bottle of water for Shan Shan. Jiang Long unscrewed the bottle cap, then held Shan Shan's back and lifted her up to lean against him. Jiang Long held up the water bottle and fed Shan Shan a few sips of water. Seeing that Shan Shan had drunk enough, Jiang Long put Shan Shan down and laid her down. Jiang Long held the water bottle, gulped down a few gulps, screwed the cap on, threw it aside, and lay back down. As soon as Jiang Long lay down, Su Shan Shan automatically put Jiang Long's arm under his little head. Jiang Long gently scratched Shan Shan's little nose with his finger. I just provided good service, didn't I? Susan chuckled, thoughtful. Who said I have a lazy wife? Jiang Long said with a smile. Damn, Jiang Long, I'm not a lazy wife. Susan pouted to express her dissatisfaction. You are just a lazy wife. You even have to feed me water. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and teased her intentionally. Chapter 204. Everything is soft. I just want you to feed me. What's wrong? Do you have any objection? Susan said. No, no. Jiang Long said quickly. So are you going to tell me that I'm a lazy wife? No more, no more. That's right. Susan said and laughed. Shan Shan can chat with him nonstop again. This feeling is really great. Shan Shan couldn't speak before. I saw Shan Shan wanted to say something, but couldn't make a sound. At that moment, Jiang Long felt particularly distressed. Fine. His Shan Shan was finally able to speak. This is the greatest gift from God to him. Jiang Long stared at Shan Shan's little mouth, then leaned over and kissed her hard on the mouth. When he let go again, Jiang Long couldn't stop smiling. Susan was so angry that she was hurt by the kiss. Stinky Jiang Long, why are you kissing so hard? Jiang Long rested his forehead against Shan Shan's and said happily. Ning Ning, I'm so happy. Your voice is so beautiful. I can finally hear it again. Susan looked at Jiang Long with eyes as bright as if they were filled with stars. She smiled and said to Jiang Long, I know you're happy, but you shouldn't kiss me so hard. Sorry, I'll be gentle next time. Jiang Long said. Susan smiled and nodded, then reached out and touched Jiang Long's face. Well, baby is really good. Jiang Long also smiled and said, I don't mind how hard you push me. Oh, you said it so I won't be polite in the future. Well, with a little guy like you, how strong can you be? Jiang Long said. Su Shan Shan pouted. Tisk, stinky Jiang Long. Who are you looking down on? Jiang Long pointed his finger at his own lips and said, Why don't you try giving it a hard kiss? Okay, let's give it a try. After that, Susan kissed Jiang Long hard on the lips. No matter how hard Susan kissed Jiang Long seemed to feel no pain at all and kept responding to Shan Shan's kiss. Susan felt her lips hurt. She quickly separated from Jiang Long's lips. Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan's red lips and chuckled. You little fool, you hurt your mouth. Stinky Jiang Long, I find that not only are you thick-skinned, but your lips are also very thick. No matter how I kiss you, it doesn't hurt. Jiang Long blew gently on Shan Shan's red lips, and then said, Do you think I'm you, soft everywhere? That little mouth, if you kiss it hard, it will turn red. As a result, he didn't dare to use too much force every time he kissed Shan Shan. Unless sometimes you forget the intensity. He made Shan Shan's lips red. I'm a girl, so of course my body is soft. I won't be as hard as you. After Susan finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong with her words. Her face flushed subconsciously, and she quickly lowered her eyes. Because she thought of Jiang Long. It's just very erotic. Suddenly, Susan felt that she was moving closer and closer to Nguyen. How did she become so lewd? However, Susan thought about it. Jiang Long is his man. What does it matter if she is being lustful towards him? Just like Jiang Long likes her white rabbit very much. Every time I indulge him, he can't let it go. Many books have also said that. Intimacy between couples. In addition to spiritual connection, the most important thing is physical contact. Sometimes a hug, sometimes a kiss. One deep touch. It surpasses everything. Susan raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Long again. The two looked at each other, seeing Shan Shan's blushing cheeks and her big watery eyes staring at him. Jiang Long knew what Shan Shan was thinking. Jiang Long licked the corner of his mouth. He reached out and rubbed Shan Shan's little head, raised his eyebrows and said, This little head is polluted tonight, isn't it? Hearing Jiang Long say this, Susan immediately burst into laughter. Stinky Jiang Long actually said her brain was polluted. That's not the case. You have such weird thoughts, but you are still polluted. Jiang Long said, What's weird about that? I just think your chest muscles are hard and feel good. Just the pectorals? Otherwise, what do you think I'm talking about? Jiang Long narrowed his eyes as he looked at Shan Shan. Susan rolled her eyes slowly and said with a smile, Oh, and abdominal muscles. Oh. Jiang Long responded indifferently. Su Shan Shan moved closer to Jiang Long again. The little hand went straight into Jiang Long's clothes. The palm of his hand was pressed against Jiang Long's abdomen. My fingers scratched it from time to time. One of her legs was also placed on Jiang Long's leg. Jiang Long's forehead was instantly covered with sweat. Why is Shan Shan so close to him today? It seems like something is going to happen. Susan felt that Jiang Long's body was a little tense. Her little head rubbed against Jiang Long's chin, and her soft and sticky voice slowly floated into Jiang Long's ears. We stay warm this way. The two hugged each other for a while, and Jiang Long was sweating profusely. Susan then took Jiang Long's hand and placed it on the button of her clothes. Jiang Long's eyes became hot. Susan blushed, bit her lips, and spoke shyly. Help me take it off. Oh. Jiang Long's hands were shaking with nervousness. Soon, Susan's clothes were thrown aside. Then, the pink lace underwear also flew out. After a while, Susan panted and collapsed in Jiang Long's arms. My body seemed to have turned into a pool of water. Jiang Long's breathing was heavy. Shan Shan tightly in my arms. Susan originally wanted to help Jiang Long, but she has no strength now. Next time, she will definitely help him. After a while, after Jiang Long helped Shan Shan put on her clothes, he said, Ning Ning, take a good bath when you get home. Susan nodded shyly. Yeah. Jiang Long licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. It seems to be savoring the fragrance between lips and teeth. Susan looked at Jiang Long and said softly, When we get home, you should take a good bath too. Jiang Long nodded and responded, Yeah. Susan looked at Jiang Long again and spoke slowly. Next time, I will definitely help you. Hearing this, Jiang Long's eyebrows moved. The big hand held Shan Shan's white and tender little hand and looked at it. Then, Jiang Long lowered his head and kissed Shan Shan's white and tender little hand. After all this trouble, a lot of time has passed. Jiang Long checked the time and then unzipped the tent. It was already dawn outside. The two of them put on their clothes. Shan Shan was covered with a blanket. Jiang Long was still wearing a coat and walked out of the tent. Two people sat on folding chairs, quietly waiting for the sunrise. Chapter 205, I still have the strength to carry you home. Suddenly, Susan looked at Jiang Long, put her lips close to Jiang Long's ear, and whispered, Jiang Long, I love you. I love you too, Ning Ning. The two people looked at each other with smiles on their lips. Love him? Of course, I have to tell him I love. Love her? Of course you have to give her a loving response. Susan's shoulder rested on Jiang Long's shoulder. The little hand was placed in Jiang Long's palm. The two chatted while waiting for the sunrise. Susan said to Jiang Long again, Jiang Long, I am really happy tonight. Jiang Long nodded and held Shan Shan's small hand tighter. I am extremely happy. Because her Shan Shan can speak now. What could make him happier than this? Jiang Long, we saw the meteor shower tonight. We are so lucky. Susan said, Well, because my girl is the luckiest girl in the world, we can see the meteor shower. Jiang Long said. Susan laughed and said, It is because of meeting you that I have become the luckiest girl in the world. Jiang Long also smiled. The two chatted while waiting for the sunrise. As long as they were together, they seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Unconsciously, the sun finally broke free from the clouds and gradually emerged. The morning veil gradually broke apart, lingering around like wisps of smoke rising up. Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan snuggled up to each other and watched the sun rise slowly. Jiang Long, I'm so happy to watch the sunrise with you. We should watch the sunrise together often in the future, okay? Susan said to Jiang Long as she looked at the slowly rising sun. Okay, Jiang Long nodded with a smile. Susan picked up her phone and captured the beautiful moment of sunrise. She took another photo with Jiang Long. This was the first time Jiang Long and she watched the sunrise, so such a day was certainly worth remembering. Susan thought of the meteor shower she saw last night. It was so beautiful and fleeting, and she felt a little sorry that she didn't take photos of it. However, she believed that she would be able to witness the beautiful and stunning meteor shower with Jiang Long again next time. Susan wanted to take photos of every experience she had with Jiang Long. She would keep it until she and Jiang Long were old and had nothing to do, and look back on these memories. It's also a very beautiful thing. It wasn't long before the sun rose completely. Jiang Long and Susan also completed their first sunrise watching trip. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan got up and started packing their things to go home. Susan glanced at the tent not far away and said to Jiang Long while packing her things, Jiang Long, Hui and the others haven't gotten up yet. Jiang Long was dismantling the tent and looked at the tent not far away. He casually said, I guess these two people exercised too much last night and can't get up. Susan smiled secretly. That kind of thing must be very physically demanding. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan packed up their things. Then I saw Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang walking out of their tent. At this time, Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang were looking at Jiang Long and the others. Ma Huihui pulled Wang Iliang over quickly. Ma Huihui said to Jiang Long and Su Shanshan, "Are you going back?" "Yes." Jiang Long responded. "Did you and Ningning see the sunrise?" Ma Huihui asked again. "I saw it." Jiang Long replied again. When they were drinking last night, Jiang Long remembered that Ma Huihui said she wanted to watch the sunrise with her brother Liang. Now that he and Ningning were going home, the two of them came out of the tent. These two guys really made a lot of trouble last night. Hearing this, Ma Huihui glared at Wang Iliang, who was standing beside her, and said, "It's all your fault. We missed the sunrise." Wang Iliang, "It's all because of you." Ma Huihui, "What's wrong with me?" Wang Iliang, "Always pestering me." Jiang Long and Su Shanshan, who were standing by, couldn't help but laugh when they heard their conversation. Ma Huihui looked embarrassed and stretched out her hand to pinch Wang Yiliang's ear. "I blame you, but you still blame me." Wang Yiliang grimaced in pain. "Huihui, let go quickly, blame me, blame me." Only then did Ma Huihui let go of Wang Yiliang's ear. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan awkwardly and said to them, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you too." "It's okay," Susan laughed. "Every couple has their own way of getting along with each other. Maybe this is how Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang get along with each other." It's quite interesting, too. At this moment, Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang both stared at Su Shanshan with wide eyes. Jiang Long saw the shocked expressions on Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang's faces and quickly explained to them. "Last night, when Ningning and I were watching the meteor shower, Ningning suddenly became able to speak." Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang took a few seconds to digest this matter. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Last night, Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang were still feeling sorry for the fact that Susan, a beautiful and lovely girl, could not speak. Unexpectedly, after one night, this beautiful girl could speak. This incident was so unexpected. Ma Huihui quickly sent her congratulations to Susan. "I'm so happy for you, Ningning." Although Wang Iliang didn't say anything, he was genuinely happy for Susan. Susan smiled and looked at Ma Huihui and Wang Iliang. "Thank you." Then, Ma Huihui thought of what Jiang Long had just said. "Jiang Long, you said there was a meteor shower last night?" Jiang Long nodded. "Yes." Ma Huihui, "Really?" Jiang Long, "It couldn't be more true." Ma Huihui suddenly looked depressed. She felt like she missed out on 100 million last night. Meteor showers are so rare, and she and Brother Liang could have seen them last night. As a result, she and Brother Liang kept doing that kind of thing in the tent. "Oh, I'm so pissed off. When can't you do that kind of thing? We had to do it in the tent last night. I'm so mad. I'm really pissed off. I didn't see the meteor shower, nor did I see the sunrise." So, she and Liang Ge came to the top of the mountain to camp. That's enough. Jiang Long and his friends chatted briefly with Ma Huihui and her friends. The two couples then separated. On the way home, Jiang Long drove slowly. He was really sleepy after not sleeping all night. Susan's upper and lower eyelids have been fighting. She didn't dare to sleep and kept chatting with Jiang Long. Finally, Jiang Long's car drove to the entrance of the small gate, and Shan Shan in the passenger seat also closed her eyes. Jiang Long opened the passenger door and leaned over to unbuckle Shan Shan's seatbelt. Just as I was about to pick up Shan Shan, she opened her eyes dazedly and a soft and sticky voice rang out. "Are we home yet?" "Well, I'll carry you back." "No, you're so tired too," Susan said as she was about to get up from her seat. Jiang Long put one hand through Shan Shan's armpit and the other hand through Shan Shan's knee and picked her up. "I still have the strength to carry you home." Chapter 206, I also like sweet talk. "Put me down. I can walk on my own." Jiang Long hadn't slept all night, and he was very tired from driving all the way. Now he was holding her in his arms. Jiang Long must have been very tired. Su Shanshan struggled to get off Jiang Long. Jiang Long held Shanshan tightly. "Be good, listen to me, and don't move." "Jiang Long, you will be very tired if you hold me in your arms." "I feel sorry for you." Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long with a distressed face. "Little fool, such a short distance won't tire me out," Jiang Long said as he walked forward holding Shanshan in his arms. Seeing that Jiang Long had no intention of letting her go, Su Shanshan also gave up the idea of getting off Jiang Long. She muttered softly, "You said I was a little fool, but you are the big fool. You were obviously very tired, but you still wanted to hold me." Jiang Long lowered his eyes and glanced at Shan Shan, then moved his lips and said, "I do." Su Shan Shan hooked her hands around Jiang Long's arms, tilted her head slightly to look at him, and couldn't help but smile. "Why is my big fool so cute? There's also a feeling of being strong and domineering." Susan's little feet swayed slightly. Jiang Long also smiled and continued walking with Shan Shan in his arms. Along the way, two women saw Jiang Long holding Su Shan Shan. The two women envied Susan in Jiang Long's arms. The girl in this boy's arms is so happy. Which girl doesn't want blatant favoritism? A middle-aged couple passed by Jiang Long holding Shan Shan. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but complain. "When we were young, we were like this too. After we got married, you changed." The middle-aged man said, "We are an old couple. How can we compare with those young people? We just need to live a good life after marriage." Middle-aged woman, "Oh, if I had known, I would have stayed in a relationship instead of getting married." Middle-aged man, "Stop dreaming, let's go." Susan pouted her lips and looked at Jiang Long eagerly. "When we reach middle age, will you become like that middle-aged man? I will treat my Ning Ning as a little girl all my life." Jiang Long said seriously, "I know it's just your sweet talk, but I'm very happy he." Susan laughed. "Are you so sure that what I said just now was just sweet talk?" Jiang Long asked again. "Oh, if you don't want me to think that what you said just now was just empty talk, then you have to prove it to me with practical actions for the rest of your life," Susan said with a smile. Jiang Long nodded. "Well, I will prove it. I have stored your words in my mind." Clear. Susan was very happy, even if Jiang Long couldn't do exactly what he said in the future. He wanted to say those sweet words to her and coax her. She was also very happy. Soon, Jiang Long carried Shan Shan into the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a couple walked in. After the girl saw Jiang Long holding Susan in his arms, an envious look immediately appeared on the girl's face. The girl whispered to the boy beside her, "Look at other people's boyfriends, how considerate they are. They even know how to hug their girlfriends. Look at yourself. Have you ever hugged me once?" The boy immediately retorted, "Fei Fei, why haven't I hugged you before? Do you remember that time when I hugged you but I couldn't hold you and we both fell down?" Shan Shan, curled up in Jiang Long's arms, couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she reached out and covered her mouth in time. Jiang Long was also trying hard to suppress his laughter at this time. The girl continued, "How dare you mention that you threw me down? You can't even hold your girlfriend. What kind of man are you?" The boy scratched the back of his head and said in a wrong voice, "You don't know how big you are. How can I hold you? Why? Do you dislike my fatness?" The girl immediately became anxious. "No, how could I dislike you?" The boy explained quickly. "I think you just dislike me." The girl said angrily, "Fei Fei, don't let your imagination run wild. It's not that I don't want to hold you. It's that I really can't." At this moment, the elevator dinged, and Jiang Long and Shan Shan arrived at the 10th floor. Jiang Long held Shan Shan and slowly squeezed out from beside the girl. They walked towards the door of their house. Su Shan Shan said softly, "Jiang Long, I don't think we should blame that boy just now." Jiang Long nodded. "Yeah. That girl should weigh more than 200 pounds, and the boy is so thin. I guess he really can't hold her." Susan said again, "Really? Luckily, I'm not that heavy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hold me. Even if you were 50 pounds heavier, I would still be able to carry you. I don't want to be that fat." Huh? If she gained another 50 pounds, Susan felt she would collapse. "No matter how fat you are, I like you. Then I don't want to be so fat either." Jiang Long held Shan Shan in his arms, opened the door, and walked into the house. Put her on the bed in the bedroom. "You must be sleepy. Go to sleep quickly," Jiang Long said. Susan nodded at Jiang Long. "Yeah." Suddenly, Jiang Long thought of something and then said, "Take a shower and go to bed." "But I don't want to move." After saying that, Susan yawned loudly. "Don't you mind being dirty?" Susan quickly shook her head. It was Jiang Long who did it. Of course she doesn't mind the dirt. "Then take a shower after sleeping," Jiang Long said. "Good." After saying that, Susan closed her eyes. She was indeed very sleepy. Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan wearing the same clothes she wore last night. He shook his head helplessly. "Ning Ning, change into pajamas before going to bed. It's uncomfortable to sleep like this." "No, I'm so sleepy." Susan closed her eyes and moved her lips slightly. Then he moved his lips again. How about you help me change it? Jiang Long quietly looked at Shan Shan, lying motionless on the bed, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll change it for you. A moment. After all the restraints on Shan Shan's upper body were taken off, Jiang Long saw the white snow, the red marks dotted with stars. Jiang Long was a little embarrassed. He remembered that he didn't try that hard. Or the flesh of Shan Shan. Too tender. As long as you don't pay attention, a red mark will appear. Jiang Long changed Shan Shan into pajamas. Then he took off Shan Shan's pants. Jiang Long saw the pink lace panties. There was a faint hint of the scenery. Jiang Long stared at it and forgot to look away for a moment. Jiang Long's breath was a little unstable. He took a deep breath. I quickly helped Shan Shan put on her pajamas and covered her with a blanket. Jiang Long came to the living room again and released Hua Hua and Hua Hua from the cage. I also gave them some kitten food and water. After settling the two little guys, Jiang Long returned to the bedroom, took off his clothes, and changed. He lifted the quilt, held the soft Shan Shan in his arms, and quickly fell asleep. I only wrote one chapter. I was too tired and had a cold. I felt uncomfortable. Chapter 207, There is a problem, definitely a problem. Xiao Family Manor. A warm room in summer. Xiao Nuanyuan was sitting on the sofa with a lollipop in her mouth and a cell phone in her hand, her eyes fixed on it. She sent 2 messages to Ning Ning in succession. It had been a while, but why had Ning Ning not replied yet? Jiang Long directly. On the big bed in the bedroom, when Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan were half asleep, a cell phone rang. Shan Shan in Jiang Long's arms moved her body in dissatisfaction. Jiang Long fumbled to find his phone. I wanted to press the answer button, but I pressed the hang-up button instead. Jiang Long put the phone to his ear, but he didn't hear anything on the phone, so he threw the phone aside. I continued to fall asleep while holding Shan Shan. Jiang Long hung up her phone. She was a little puzzled. Why did Jiang Long hang up her phone? She just sent a message to Ning Ning, but Ning Ning didn't reply. Now she called Jiang Long, but Jiang Long hung up again. Xiao Nuanyuan turned her head and looked out the window. The sun is shining brightly. In broad daylight, various signs indicate that. There's a problem. Definitely there is a problem. Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly laughed. Could it be that these 2 people are doing something shameful in broad daylight? It seems that her phone call just now disturbed them. That's why Jiang Long hung up on me. Yes, that must be the case. Xiao Nuanyuan smacked her lips. These 2 people are exercising in broad daylight. Well, it seems that he likes sports very much. Xiao Nuanyuan was eating the lollipop in her mouth while thinking about something. When she thought about it, she had sex with Xiao Mingjie again. But this time, her memory was particularly clear. Pain and happiness. This feeling is wonderful. As expected, everyone is very enthusiastic about this kind of thing, including her. I don't know if I thought of a certain scene from that night. Xiao Nuanyuan's face turned red, subconsciously tightening my legs. After a while, Xiao Nuanyuan went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into a new pair of underwear. Finished. Why is it that kind of thing is always on my mind? Could it be that she needs a man too much? At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Long woke up slowly. Jiang Long wasn't hungry. He would probably have slept a little longer. Jiang Long sat up from the bed, his eyes fixed on Shan Shan. Shan Shan's little face was red as she slept. With her mouth slightly open, a few strands of hair were messily stuck to her face. Jiang Long chuckled and tucked the hair on Shan Shan's face behind her ears. Shan Shan on the forehead again. Only then did he get out of bed carefully. Jiang Long came to the kitchen and soon finished cooking. When he returned to the bedroom, he saw Shan Shan was still sleeping. He reached out and touched his flat stomach. Shan Shan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Jiang Long decided that he should fill his stomach first. After finishing his meal, Jiang Long took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and went downstairs. The things for camping on the top of the mountain are still in the car, and Jiang Long needs to sort them out again. After finishing his preparations, Jiang Long got on the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Jiang Long saw a girl with a mask on her face walking in, supporting a gray-haired old man. Jiang Long quickly moved aside. Qin Zian saw Jiang Long. She immediately called out to him, "Brother Jiang Long, it's me." Hearing the noise, Jiang Long's eyes fell on the girl wearing a mask on her face again. Only then did I recognize that the girl wearing a mask was Qin Zian. Jiang Long smiled and said, "I recognize it this time." At the same time, Jiang Long and the white-haired old man next to Qin Zian made eye contact. After seeing Jiang Long, the white-haired old man had a complicated expression on his face and kept looking at Jiang Long. Qin Zian introduced Jiang Long. Brother Jiang Long, this is my grandfather. Jiang Long nodded to the white-haired old man and said hello. Hello, Grandpa. The white-haired old man nodded at Jiang Long and responded, yeah. Jiang Long said to Qin Zian again, come to my house to play with your sister Ningning when you have time. Qin Zian nodded. Soon, we arrived at the floor where Jiang Long was. After Jiang Long said goodbye to Qin Zian and her grandfather, he walked out of the elevator. Jiang Long opened the door and entered the room. Shanshan threw herself into Jiang Long's arms. You're awake. Jiang Long held Shanshan's slender waist with one hand and rubbed her little head with the other. Susan rubbed her little head against Jiang Long's chest, pouting and acting coquettishly in Jiang Long's arms. I woke up and didn't see you. I was unhappy. I'm going to the car to pack my things. Jiang Long said. Oh. Susan nodded. Are you hungry? Jiang Long asked. I'm hungry. I'll carry you to eat. After saying that, Jiang Long lifted Shanshan up by her buttocks. Susan then wrapped her legs around Jiang Long's waist and hooked her hands around his neck. Susan looked at Jiang Long with her beautiful eyes, a smile on her lips. I need to wash my hands before I eat. Okay, I'll carry you to wash your hands first. Jiang Long said with a smile. Susan suddenly came closer and kissed Jiang Long on the mouth. Baby, you are so nice. Soon Jiang Long carried Shanshan to the bathroom and sat her on the sink. Susan stretched out her hands to Jiang Long. Baby, help me wash. Okay. Jiang Long held Shanshan's hands and rinsed them under the faucet. Then, Jiang Long squeezed toothpaste on Shanshan's toothbrush, looked at Shanshan, and asked, do you want to brush it yourself, or should I help you? Susan took the toothbrush with a smile. I can just brush my teeth myself. It's better to brush your teeth yourself. Otherwise, she would really become the lazy wife that Jiang Long mentioned. Susan sat on the washstand brushing her teeth, her little feet swaying from time to time. Sometimes, the little feet would playfully kick Jiang Long's legs. Jiang Long looked at Shanshan's naughty little feet and licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. This Shanshan always teases him intentionally or unintentionally. After a while, Jiang Long carried Shanshan to the dining table again. He put Shanshan on a chair, stood up, and brought the prepared food to her. Ningning, I was so hungry just now. I've already eaten. You can eat it yourself. Oh, then don't leave. Just watch me eat, okay? Susan picked up the chopsticks and looked at Jiang Long, blinking her big eyes. Okay, I'll watch you eat. Jiang Long smiled, sat on the chair next to Shanshan, and watched her eat quietly. Susan drank some porridge and ate some vegetables. Then, Susan picked up another piece of cucumber and passed it to Jiang Long. Baby, you worked so hard to cook, and you also carried me to wash up. This is a reward for you. Jiang Long opened his mouth and ate the cucumber. Chapter 208 Pure Sleep. Ningning, I just ran into Qin Zian in the elevator. Jiang Long said to Shanshan while watching her eat. Is she in good condition now? Susan asked worriedly. Jiang Long nodded slowly. It feels good. That's good. After all, Qin Zian was in a really bad state at the beach. Fortunately, she is in good condition now. I told Qin Zian to ask her to come and play with you when she has time. Jiang Long said again. Okay. Susan laughed. Susan took a short break and went to the bathtub to take a hot bath. After all the restraints on her body were removed, Susan lay in the bathtub. She looked at the red marks on her snow-white skin, thinking of some scenes in the tent last night. Susan's face turned red with shyness. Susan finished her bath and stood in front of the mirror. In the mirror, the marks on her body were even more obvious. She picked up the towel and wiped her body gently. She has a nice figure. Jiang Long should like it very much. If you take a bath with Jiang Long will be very happy. One day I might consider taking a bath with Jiang Long. Susan became even more shy thinking about this, and her whole face turned red. Susan picked up the towel, dried her body, changed her clothes, blew dry her hair, and slowly walked out of the bathroom. Su Shanshan looked for Jiang Long and found him typing in front of the computer desk in the study. Seeing Jiang Long typing seriously, Su Shanshan was infatuated with him for 2 seconds and did not disturb Jiang Long. Susan returned to her bedroom, picked up her cell phone, and saw 2 messages from Nuanyuan. Susan quickly clicked on the message. 1-1, Ning Ning, Xiao Mingjie and I had sex again. 1-1. Ning Ning, I found that the relationship between Xiao, Mingjie, and I is a bit messy now. Susan stared at the two messages sent by Xiao Nuanyuan with her eyes wide open. Nuanyuan is actually having sex with Xiao Mingjie again? The first time, Nuan said that he and Xiao Mingjie made a mistake. What about the second time? What happened to them? Susan's eyes rolled around. She had to analyze the relationship between Nuanyuan and Xiao Mingjie carefully. Also, she hadn't had time to tell Nuan the good news that she had recovered and could speak again. Nuanyuan will definitely be very happy when she knows this. Susan tapped her fingers on the screen of her phone and typed something and sent it over. Ning Ning. Nuan, are you in love with Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Nuanyuan, who was shopping at the time, looked a little unnatural when she saw the message sent by Ning Ning. Is she really in love with Xiao Mingjie? Her own mind is also very confused now. Xiao Nuanyuan lost the mood to go shopping, so she called her housekeeper. After a while, the housekeeper drove over to pick her up. After Xiao Nuanyuan got in the car, she replied to Su Shanshan. Nuanyuan, Ning Ning, to be honest, my mind is very confused right now, and I can't figure out what my feelings are toward Xiao Mingjie. Anyway, I like to communicate with his body. Susan looked at the message Xiao Nuanyuan sent and frowned. If you like physical contact, does it mean you really like her or him as a person? Susan couldn't figure out what was going on between Nuanyuan and Xiao Mingjie. She and Jiang Long like each other and love each other, but they haven't reached the stage of physical contact yet. Therefore, her love with Jiang Long is not suitable for analyzing Nuanyuan and Xiao Mingjie. Ning Ning, Nuan, the problem between you and Xiao Mingjie is too complicated. I don't understand it either. Xiao Nuanyuan seemed to have thought of something, and she quickly typed on her phone. Nuan, Ning Ning, what were you and Jiang Long doing during the day? Ning Ning, Jiang Long, and I have been sleeping the whole time. Nuan sleeping? Why are you sleeping in broad daylight? Was followed by a sly, grinning expression. Ning Ning, I didn't sleep last night, so I slept during the day. Xiao Nuanyuan saw the message from Susan. Her eyes lit up. Didn't sleep all night? Jiang Long and Ning Ning's fighting ability is really good? Xiao Nuanyuan then sent Su Shanshan a thumbs-up emoticon. Then Xiao Nuanyuan sent another message. Nuan, your Jiang Long is quite powerful. After playing all night, after sleeping all day. Ox. Susan immediately realized what Xiao Nuanyuan was thinking. Susan tapped the screen of her phone and sent it quickly. Ning Ning. Chun Wan, you're just imagining things again. Jiang Long and I have been sleeping all the time. Jiang Long and I went camping on the top of the mountain last night. We didn't sleep all night, so we slept during the day. Xiao Nuanyuan grasped the two key points in Susan's message, pure sleep and camping. Xiao Nuanyuan curled her lips and shook her head helplessly. These two have been through so much, yet they are still just sleeping. Xiao Nuanyuan really didn't know what to say to these two people. Do we have to wait until marriage to take the final step? Then she really admired these two people. Nuan, is it fun to camp with Jiang Long? Ning Ning, it was fun. Jiang Long and I saw the meteor shower last night and watched the sunrise this morning. Nuan, wow. You guys actually saw the meteor shower. You're so lucky, and you two watched the sunrise together. How romantic. Ning Ning. Nuan, there's actually something even more fortunate. Nuan, what? Susan put her finger on the speaking button and said, Nuanyuan, I can speak now, and sent it to Nuanyuan. Xiao Nuanyuan watched Ning Ning send a voice message of a few seconds. She clicked on it with some confusion. After hearing Ning Ning's voice again, Xiao Nuanyuan was so excited that she almost jumped out of the bed. Her Ning Ning can speak again. Yeah? Is this really the case? Xiao Nuanyuan immediately sent a video call to Su Shanshan, and Su Shanshan quickly clicked the answer. Xiao Nuanyuan looked at Susan on the phone screen and said excitedly, Ning Ning, call my name quickly. Susan looked at Xiao Nuanyuan and laughed, then called out to the phone screen, Nuanyuan. Warm. Susan called Nuan several times in a row. Xiao Nuanyuan finally believed that her Ning Ning could speak. She said excitedly, Ning Ning, that's great. You can speak again. Well, I can call your name again. Susan smiled happily at Xiao Nuanyuan on the phone screen. I'm really happy. I've decided to go to Qing City to find you tomorrow. Xiao Nuanyuan said excitedly. Okay. Chapter 209 I'll teach you. After Susan and Nuanyuan hung up the video call, she played with Hua and Hua for a while. Susan discovered that since she found a girlfriend for Hua is more interested in playing with his girlfriend Hua. I didn't expect that this little guy would value women over his mommy. After a while, Susan came to the study with a fruit plate. At this time, Jiang Long had just finished coding a chapter and was sitting in a chair, stretching his body. Shanshan coming in with a fruit plate. Su Shanshan smiled at Jiang Long and said, Jiang Long, have you finished writing? No, I'll write 2 more chapters later. When he has free time, Jiang Long thinks about preparing more manuscripts in case of emergency. Then you take a rest for a while, Susan said as she carried the fruit plate and put it on the table. Susan forked a grape and brought it to Jiang Long's mouth, saying softly, Baby, open your mouth. Jiang Long opened his mouth and ate the grapes that Shanshan handed to him. You eat too, Jiang Long said. Susan nodded and responded, Well, you've been typing for so long. Do you want to get up and move around? After Susan finished speaking, she also forked a grape and put it in her mouth. Jiang Long nodded and stood up from his chair. Well, it's time to move around. Jiang Long stood on the ground and shook his waist. Baby, do you want me to give you a massage? Susan asked, blinking her big eyes. Ning Ning, please give me a massage before going to bed. Jiang Long said. Okay. Susan forked another piece of banana and put it to Jiang Long's mouth. Jiang Long obediently took the banana that Shanshan handed to him and ate it. Jiang Long, can I tell you something? What's the matter? Jiang Long asked Shanshan while chewing. Nuanyuan knows that I can speak now. She is very happy and will come to see me tomorrow. Jiang Long nodded. Okay. At this moment, Jiang Long thought that Su Mingcheng would soon know that Shanshan could speak. If Su Mingcheng had not followed the doctor's advice and wanted to make Shanshan feel more comfortable and happy, which would be beneficial to her recovery, he would not have allowed him and Shanshan to return to Qing City. Jiang Long frowned subconsciously, feeling a little upset. Imperial capital, in a high-end apartment. Xiao Mingjie was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. That night at the bar, Xiao Mingjie followed Xiao Nuanyuan and saw that Xiao Nuanyuan was chatting and laughing with a boy. He took Xiao Nuanyuan away uncontrollably. At that time, Xiao Mingjie was really afraid that Xiao Nuanyuan would get drunk and have something happen with other boys. In fact, in Xiao Mingjie's subconscious mind, Xiao Nuanyuan can only have this kind of intimate relationship with him. Later, Xiao Mingjie and Xiao Nuanyuan had that kind of thing again. However, after the two of them finished, Xiao Nuanyuan said to Xiao Mingjie, It's a good experience being with you. After saying this, Xiao Nuanyuan put on her clothes and left. Xiao Mingjie suddenly sat up from the bed. He has been feeling uneasy these past 2 days, and Xiao Nuanyuan's figure appears in his mind from time to time. In their crazy scenes, Xiao Mingjie grabbed a handful of hair, picking up a towel and heading towards the bathroom. At night, on the bed in the bedroom, Jiang Long was shirtless, wearing pajamas, lying on the bed with his hands folded. Susan, wearing a nightgown, rode on Jiang Long's body. Jiang Long's shoulders again and again. Baby, are you satisfied with my service? Satisfied, Jiang Long said with a smile. Not only did Shanshan give him a comfortable massage, Shanshan has smooth thighs pressed against his waist. As Shanshan massages, one move, a moving one, this feeling is pretty good too. After pressing for a while, Susan's little hands are getting naughty. Her little hands touched and pressed Jiang Long's back. It seems that the essence of massage has been lost. Jiang Long had no choice but to let Shanshan do whatever she wanted. Dare not resist. Of course, he enjoyed it too. Later, Su Shanshan lay directly on Jiang Long's back. Her round chest pressed against Jiang Long's back. She kissed Jiang Long's ear with her little mouth. Feeling the hot and wet touch on his ears, Jiang Long tilted his head and met Shanshan's eyes. I think you were just trying to take advantage of me under the guise of giving me a massage. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Susan laughed and said, I just want to take advantage of you. What's wrong? After that, Susan gave Jiang Long another hard kiss on the neck. Jiang Long. Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed unconsciously. Ning Ning, get up first, I'll turn around. This is not very convenient for communication. Okay. After Susan got up from Jiang Long immediately turned over. Now he was lying flat on his back. Jiang Long looked at Shan, who was sitting on the bed, raised his eyebrows, and said, You can continue to take advantage of me. Now Susan felt a little embarrassed. Just now, Jiang Long had his back to her. She rode on Jiang Long to give him a massage and took the opportunity to do something to Jiang Long without him feeling anything. Now facing Jiang Long. If you sit on Jiang Long like this, Would you be shy? But no matter what, Su Shanshan sat directly on Jiang Long's body. Jiang Long looked at Shanshan's nightgown which had piled up to her thighs. The white and smooth thighs were now clamped around his waist. Somewhere unconsciously began to revive. Susan's small hands touched Jiang Long's abdominal muscles and chest muscles twice. Then, he leaned over and lay on Jiang Long. Originally, Susan was planning to take advantage of Jiang Long. However, Jiang Long's eyes were fixed on her. She was so embarrassed. Fortunately, he fell on Jiang Long's body. Jiang Long took a deep breath. Am I too heavy and making you breathless? Then let me get off, said Susan. No. Jiang Long's big hand firmly grasped Shanshan's waist. It's so comfortable lying on you. Susan laughed. Then, Susan kissed Jiang Long on the chin. Jiang Long was in great torment. At this moment, Susan felt something strange in her thigh. She rubbed it unconsciously. Jiang Long's breath was a little unstable. Don't move, Ningning. At this moment, Susan also knew what was going on. Her little face turned red, and she looked a little embarrassed. After a while, Susan looked at Jiang Long with her big watery eyes and whispered, Jiang Long, I want to help you. Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan steadily. Are you sure? Susan nodded seriously. I'm sure. Jiang Long licked his lips, took a breath, and said, Okay, I'll teach you. Chapter 210, Strange Questions. In the bathroom, Jiang Long stood behind Shan Shan, who was in front. The two stood with their backs hugged. Jiang Long held Shan Shan's hands and applied soap to these soft and flexible hands. Then, I held these little hands and rinsed them under the tap. In the mirror, Susan's little face was flushed, and she was biting her lips unconsciously. Jiang Long whispered in Shan Shan's ear, Ningning, you've worked hard just now. Hearing this, Susan's face turned even redder. When I think of it, the scene just now, Susan's little heart was a little unstable. First, see for yourself. Touch it with your own hands. That feeling, it's amazing. Susan shook her head gently. It's not hard. My wrist is a little sore. Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan's red face in the mirror. Why is it so rare? Then, Jiang Long kissed it. Jiang Long wiped Shan Shan's hands, and Shan Shan slipped out. Jiang Long took a shower in the bathroom. Thinking of the scene in the bedroom, he was a little nervous at first. After all, except himself, no one is touched. Fine. The process was wonderful. Shan Shan's hands are bigger than his. Much more comfortable. After taking a shower, Jiang Long returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, and held Shan Shan in his arms. The two faced each other, their eyes locked. Jiang Long reached out and rubbed Shan Shan's furry little head. Susan's small hands rested on Jiang Long's chest, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Long's face. She had something to say, but was too embarrassed to speak. Jiang Long noticed that Shan Shan was hesitant to speak and asked quickly, Ningning, what do you want to say? Susan bit her lip and fluttered her eyelashes, a little embarrassed. Want to ask you a private question? Private question? What questions could Shan Shan ask? Jiang Long was curious. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and said, Don't be so nagging when talking to me. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Susan nodded slowly and said, Oh, softly. Then he added, Then I'll ask. Jiang Long nodded. Shan Shan looked hesitant. What kind of private issue is this? Why is she asking such a difficult question? Pause for 2 seconds. Susan was a little shy and asked Jiang Long, You, how long is that? A big question mark immediately popped up in Jiang Long's mind. Then, Jiang Long reacted immediately. What did Shan Shan ask? Jiang Long narrowed his eyes. He reached out and rubbed Shan Shan's little head. He said in a deep voice, So, you've been thinking about this? Susan bit her lips gently and nodded her head. She is a little curious. Jiang Long, why is it usually? In that time, the gap is so huge. Jiang Long cast a deep gaze on Shan Shan. This Shan Shan. Why are there always weird things in my mind? That? He didn't measure it. How does he know? Besides, who would measure that for no reason? Do you have any other questions? Ask them all at once. Jiang Long wanted to know what more bizarre questions Shan Shan could ask. Oh, then I'll ask. Susan said, Are all of you guys the same? Susan said this. Jiang Long's forehead was throbbing. He raised his hand and tapped Shan Shan on the forehead. Little fool. How can it be the same? You don't need to be curious about other boys. Just be curious about me. After the words fell, Susan was a little embarrassed. She rubbed her little head against Jiang Long's neck and acted coquettishly. Baby, I don't want to know other boys. I just want to know you. I'm just a little curious. After all, our girls' body structures are different from your boys' body structures. Zhang Long took a long breath and said, we humans are tall, short, fat, and thin. So that, you know? After listening to Zhang Long's words, Susan nodded thoughtfully. So, Zhang Long asks, it is high. Fat again? But how long is it? She really wants to know. You haven't answered my first question yet? Susan muttered softly. I haven't measured it, so how would I know? Ning Ning, be good and go to sleep quickly. Zhang Long felt that if he didn't coax Shan Shan to sleep, I'm afraid she will keep thinking about those strange questions. Zhang Long patted Shan Shan's body gently with his big hands. Susan closed her eyes obediently. The next morning, Xiao Yuan came to Zhang Long and Su Shan Shan's apartment and brought 2 large suitcases. Susan able to speak again, and the 2 sisters hugged each other happily. After Zhang Long had a brief chat with Xiao Yuan, he went out to buy food. When he went to the imperial capital, it was Nuan who helped him all the time. Zhang Long said he would never forget this kindness. Since Xiao Yuan came to Qing City this time, Zhang Long naturally had to give her a warm hospitality. In the living room, on the sofa, Xiao Yuan held Hua Hua in one hand and Hua Hua in the other. Xiao Yuan touched Hua Hua's little head and said, Brother Hua Hua, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that you have found a girlfriend. You are really good. Susan laughed at the side and said, after Hua Hua found a girlfriend, he was very happy. Of course, how can it not be happy to find a wife for it? Xiao Yuan said with a smile, and then said, I didn't expect that among the 4 brothers in Taoyuan, Brother Hua Hua would be the first to get married. Susan nodded. It seems so. Xiao Yuan, when I come to Qing City this time, I will meet my eldest brother and second brother one day. Susan, well, but I can speak again, but Daong and Su Fei don't know yet. Xiao Yuan seemed to have thought of something and said, Ning Ning, have you told Uncle Su that you can speak? Hearing this, Susan immediately shook her head and said, I didn't say that. Even if she didn't say it, Susan knew clearly that whether she recovered or not, her father would definitely have his own ideas. Xiao Yuan nodded and responded, well, you and Zhang Long have been through so much. I hope Uncle Su will agree that you 2 can be together. I hope my father can change his mind and agree that Zhang Long and I can be together. However, even if my father disagrees, I will never change my mind. In this life, I only recognize Zhang Long, and I will only be with Zhang Long. Su Shan Shan vowed. Ning Ning, don't worry. I will always support you and Zhang Long. Xiao Yuan said, so Yuan, you are worthy of being my best sister. I will love you forever. After saying that, Susan moved closer to Xiao Yuan and kissed her on the face. Chapter 2:11. Maintaining this simple intimacy. At the intersection, waiting for the traffic light, Lin Tinga, who was sitting in a luxury car, accidentally glanced and saw a familiar figure not far away. Lin Tinga's eyes lit up for a moment, but soon dimmed again. She saw that the man not far away was Jiang Long. During the time when Susan was away from home, she fell in love with a poor boy, although she kept it a secret from others. But their close relatives have heard of it. But Lin Tinga never expected that the poor boy Su Shan Shan fell in love with after running away from home was actually Jiang Long. When she learned about this, she was shocked. So, at the beginning, she and her cousin Susan liked the same man at the same time. No matter how close she was to Jiang Long, he was indifferent to her. It turns out that Jiang Long has always liked Su Shan Shan. She also realized that Jiang Long really didn't like her, and she wasn't the kind of person who couldn't let go. In the vast sea of people, it is rare to meet someone who is attractive enough to you. So for Jiang Long, Lin Tinga could only say that he felt a little regretful. Lin Tinga tapped the steering wheel unconsciously a few times, and the green light came on. She stepped on the accelerator and drove out. In the apartment, Xiao Yuan and Su Shan Shan were chatting on the sofa in the living room. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan's cell phone rang. Xiao Yuan picked it up and saw 3 big words Xiao Mingjie on the screen. Susan saw Xiao Yuan's expression change slightly, and she said casually, Yuan, could it be that Xiao Mingjie called you? Xiao Yuan raised her phone in front of Su Shan Shan, and Su Shan Shan saw the 3 big words Xiao Mingjie on the screen of Xiao Yuan's phone. Susan pouted and nodded. She had guessed it right. Xiao Yuan pressed the answer button, and Xiao Mingjie's voice soon came from the other end of the line. Yuan, are you free? I want to talk to you in person. If you have anything to say, just say it on the phone. Xiao Yuan said. Xiao Mingjie on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. What did you mean by your last words when you left last time? Which sentence? I don't remember. Xiao Mingjie tightened his grip on the phone. It's about the good experience. Xiao Nuanyuan thought about it in her mind and then said, It means literally, don't you understand? Xiao Mingjie pressed his hand between his eyebrows, holding the phone, and did not speak for a long time. Xiao Nuanyuan didn't want to embarrass Xiao Mingjie. Maybe Xiao Mingjie likes her a little bit, just thinking about what Xiao Mingjie had said to her. He has his concerns. He has his own way. Then it is enough for him and her to just enjoy the physical pleasure and not think about anything else. Xiao Nuanyuan said slowly, I like physical contact with you. If you want, we can maintain this simple intimacy. This is Xiao Nuanyuan's most real thought at the moment. The thing she had seen before gave her enough fantasies. But fantasy and practice are different. The first time, she was so drunk that she didn't remember anything. The second time, she remembered everything. That kind of drunken dream. A dream-like feeling, it's really hard to describe. No matter how much she had seen before, she had never felt as deeply as she had in practice. Practice makes perfect. This saying is indeed true. When Xiao Nuanyuan said this, Xiao Mingjie on the other end of the phone gnashed his teeth in anger. Even Susan, who was sitting next to him, heard what Xiao Nuanyuan said to Xiao Mingjie. Her eyes were wide open. Her Nuanyuan is so fierce. He could actually say such words to Xiao Mingjie. If you have nothing else to do, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Xiao Nuanyuan hung up the phone. Seeing Xiao Nuanyuan's cool attitude, Susan asked, Nuanyuan, did you really think so just now? Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Of course, vegetarians will never know the joy of eating meat. You haven't had that experience with Jianglong, so you don't know that feeling at all. So, what does that taste like? Susan couldn't help but feel curious. Suddenly, Susan thought of the scene she saw last night when she saw Xiao Jianglong. Her little face turned red unconsciously, and she bit her lips unconsciously. Ningning, why is your face red? At this time, Xiao Nuanyuan noticed the change in Susan's expression. No, nothing, Susan said quickly. The more Susan acted like this, the more Xiao Nuanyuan felt strange. She raised her eyebrows. Ningning, you and Jianglong should. Before Xiao Nuanyuan finished her words, Su Shanshan interrupted her and said, Jianglong and I have never had that relationship. Oh, then what did you do? Xiao Nuanyuan chuckled. Seeing Susan's shy look, Xiao Nuanyuan said quickly, We are sisters, there is nothing we can't talk about. I will tell you whatever you want to know. Xiao Nuanyuan patiently persuaded, and then spoke again. Ningning, tell me quickly. Susan stared at Xiao Nuanyuan with her beautiful eyes, and then told her roughly what happened last night. After hearing this, Xiao Nuanyuan curled her lips in disdain. That's it? Did she think there was something exciting? Nothing else? Xiao Nuanyuan looked at Su Shanshan and asked. Susan blushed and whispered, What else do we need? Xiao Nuanyuan stretched out her index finger and tapped Susan's lips. Here. Hearing this, Susan's face turned red. Aw, what is Chon Wan Wan saying? How could that be possible? Susan couldn't imagine that scene. What it would be like? No. Susan shook her little head like a rattle. If there is no, then there is no. Why are you reacting so strongly? Xiao Nuanyuan said, paused, and then said, I heard that boys like that. You are Jianglong's girlfriend, don't you? Oh, Sticky Nuanyuan, stop talking. Susan quickly reached out and covered Xiao Nuanyuan's mouth. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. Xiao Nuanyuan's weak voice came out from between Susan's fingers. Susan finally let go. Xiao Nuanyuan took a deep breath and then said, Ningning, you just don't have enough exposure to those things. Xiao Nuanyuan thought about the things she had seen, all kinds of things. Her Ningning is still too naive. Hearing Xiao Nuanyuan say this, Su Shanshan was thinking that she had always wanted to see Jianglong's important study materials. She never saw it. Jianglong promised her, but did not show it to her. I guess he was just trying to please her. Susan blinked her big eyes and said, Nuanyuan, do you have that kind of thing? Can you send it to me? The stinky Jianglong then asked Nuanyuan. Yes, I'll find it and send it to you. Only one more update. I can't wait. Chapter 2:12 Husband? Soon the door opened. Susan was so frightened that she almost dropped the phone in her hand. She was just about to click on the thing Nuanyuan sent her just now to take a look. Susan quickly put away her phone and ran to the door to greet Jianglong. Su Shanshan looked at the two large shopping bags in Jianglong's hands and smiled sweetly at him. Baby, you've worked hard. It's okay. Jiang Long said with a smile. Jiang Long put two large shopping bags on the ground, changed his shoes, glanced into the living room, and asked, "Where's Nguyen?" "She's on the phone in the bedroom," said Susan. "Oh, I'll go to the kitchen and prepare these ingredients first." "I'll help you. I could do it on my own. You should stay with Nguyen more." Susan pouted her lips, blinked her big eyes, looked at Jiang Long and said, "How hard it must be for you to be alone. Your boyfriend is very strong. How can he tire me out?" Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. "Hee, then I'll trouble you to cook by yourself tonight. I love you." As she said that, Susan moved closer to Jiang Long and kissed him on the mouth. At the same time, I heard the bedroom door open. Su Shanshan was so scared that she quickly distanced herself from Jiang Long. Jiang Long smiled helplessly. "Ningning, we don't have a relationship that is shameful to others. Look how scared you are." Su Shanshan felt a little embarrassed and glared at Jiang Long fiercely. In the evening, after they finished their meal, Xiao Nuanyuan and Su Shanshan stayed in the bedroom, watching TV and chatting. Jiang Long returned to the study, turned on the computer, logged into QQ, and opened the back end of Tomato Novel. As soon as I logged into QQ, I heard the QQ notification sound. Jiang Long opened QQ and saw the message sent to him by Tomato's editor. After seeing the content of the QQ message, Jiang Long widened his eyes in disbelief. The editor said that his current novel could be adapted into a short play. Jiang Long immediately sent a message to the editor. Jiang Long miss such a great opportunity? Jiang Long was so excited that he never thought that his novel, a small online writer, would be adapted into a short play one day. This was really beyond his expectations. So, life is really full of surprises. Short dramas are very popular now. They are short in duration and concise in content, and are very popular. Among the group of authors that Jiang Long had joined before, there were several authors who specialized in writing short plays. But those authors are all very good. He never expected that his novel would be adapted into a short play. It was now time to get off work, but the editor still responded to Jiang Long's message as soon as possible. Jiang Long was even more motivated after seeing the editor's message. However, the editor also said that when it is adapted into a short play, we will have to listen to the suggestions of the film and television companies and make appropriate modifications. Jiang Long can totally accept the appropriate modification. After all, the copyright fee for this short play is quite high. He can make a lot of money at a time. More importantly, from then on, his reputation spread, and he was getting closer and closer to the level of a great god. Jiang Long wanted to share such great news with Shanshan first. Thinking that Shanshan and Nuanyuan were together, Jiang Long didn't want to disturb them. Jiang Long paced excitedly on the ground for about 10 minutes. Jiang Long finally picked up his phone and sent a message to Shanshan. Susan, who was discussing the plot with Xiao Nuanyuan on the bed, heard the notification tone on her phone. She quickly picked up her phone and saw a WeChat message from Jiang Long. Clicked on the message. "My boyfriend, Ningning, when are you free to come to the study room?" Susan laughed. "Stinky River Dragon. What does it mean?" At this time, Xiao Nuanyuan leaned over and looked at Susan's phone screen. After seeing the message from "my boyfriend," she curled her lips. "Oh my, it's only been a short while since we've been apart, and your Jiang Long already misses you? You two are so clingy. Xianwan, Jiang Long might have something to ask me. Don't think too much. Ningning, do you want to continue watching the show with me, or go find Jiang Long?" Xiao Nuanyuan asked. Su Shanshan was a little confused. Did Jiang Long really have something to talk to her about, or did he miss her? So he sent her a message asking her to go to the study? But Nuan finally came to see her. She still has to accompany Nuan first. Even if Jiang Long misses her, let Jiang Long wait for a while. Nuanyuan, let's continue watching the show, Susan said to Xiao Nuanyuan with a smile. My Ningning is really good. She doesn't put women before friendship at all. Xiao Nuanyuan raised her eyebrows. Of course. By the way, the note you gave to Jiang Long turned out to be my boyfriend. Susan nodded. Yes. What's the matter? Don't you couples usually label each other as husband and wife? Xiao Nuanyuan said calmly. Husband? Wife? Such a name? She and Jiang Long had never called each other. Susan quickly shook her head at Xiao Nuanyuan. Jiang Long and I have never called each other that. Jiang Long has never called you wife. Why don't you call him husband first? Aren't these also the interests between lovers? Xiao Nuanyuan said. Susan nodded slowly. Should I call Jiang Long husband once and see how he reacts? Thinking of this, Susan tried hard not to laugh. Susan then sent a message to Jiang Long. In the study, Jiang Long, who was standing on the ground, heard a ding-dong sound from his cell phone. Jiang Long quickly opened his phone. Ning Ning, Nuan and I will go there after we finish watching the show. Wait for me. Jiang Long typed a word in the dialogue box and sent it over. My boyfriend, okay? Jiang Long, who was excited for a while, finally sat back at the computer desk. Code words, code words, code words. You must code well. Jiang Long stared at the computer, his fingers on the keyboard, his mind working rapidly. Thinking of the copyright fees for the adaptation, Jiang Long was very motivated. After Jiang Long finished 2 chapters, he relaxed for a while. Maybe this amount of money is really nothing to Shan Shan, but it is a lot of money to him. In the past, Jiang Long had quietly planned his and Shan Shan's future in his mind. Buying a house, buying a car, starting a business. Wanting his Shan Shan to live a good life. He just didn't expect Shan Shan to be out of his reach. The future he planned was the future Shan Shan had since she was born. At one point, he fell into deep self-doubt. The gap between his and her status is too big. However, without Shan Shan, he was like a walking corpse. And his Shan Shan has been waiting for him. Thinking of the time when Shan Shan left, Jiang Long felt particularly heavy-hearted. Those days were really tormenting. Jiang Long didn't want to experience that kind of separation again. So, no matter what he and Shan Shan face in the future, Shan Shan's hand tightly and not let go. Chapter 213 Without You, all the wonders are in vain. Susan came to the door of the study. She gently opened the door a crack and saw Jiang Long sitting in front of the computer desk in a daze. Susan was a little puzzled. Jiang Long was not typing, but was in a daze. This was very strange. Susan looked at it quietly for a moment, seeing that Jiang Long was still in a daze, as if he was thinking about something. Susan slowly opened the door and walked in. When Su Shanshan walked to Jiang Long's side, Jiang Long came to his senses and noticed that it was Su Shanshan who came over. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long's stunned expression with many doubts in her mind. Jiang Long, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so absent-minded? Su Shanshan blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Jiang Long. Nothing. Jiang Long responded subconsciously. Susan obviously didn't believe Jiang Long's words. She pouted and said, Jiang Long, don't you want to tell me? Jiang Long must have been thinking about something just now. It's not what he said. Nothing. He just didn't want to tell her. Jiang Long stood up from his chair, moved his neck, shook his waist, and said lightly, I just typed 4,000 words in one breath. Su Shanshan's beautiful eyes turned, and she moved her steps. She came in front of Jiang Long, stretched out her 2 small hands, and directly wrapped them around Jiang Long's waist. With her chin on Jiang Long's chest, she tilted her head and looked at him eagerly. Her soft and sticky voice slowly floated into Jiang Long's ears. Hubby, you've worked hard. After saying this, Susan's face turned red. We called Jiang Long husband. I feel a little shy. Hearing this, Jiang Long's head buzzed, and his black eyes stared at Shan Shan's face. Jiang Long moved his lips and whispered, Ning Ning, what did you call me just now? Forget it if you didn't hear it. Susan's long eyelashes trembled, and she whispered. Jiang Long licked the corner of his mouth, exhaled deeply, and rubbed Shan Shan's furry head, coaxing her. Ning Ning, be good. Call me again. Seeing Jiang Long staring at her, as if he wanted to hear it again, then she had to call again. Of course, she would satisfy Jiang Long's desire. Susan's pink lips moved slightly, and she called out, Husband. Jiang Long's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he held Shan Shan's head with his big hand and kissed her directly. This Shan Shan. Does she know how much impact these 2 words husband have on him? The 2 are inseparable. The kiss was inseparable. After a while, the 2 breathlessly separated. Slowly, after the 2 of them calmed down, Jiang Long took Shan Shan to sit on the folding bed, and at the same time, a heavy creaking sound was heard. Jiang Long reached out and tucked the loose hair behind Shan Shan's ears and looked at Shan Shan in front of him quietly. Su Shan Shan also looked at Jiang Long, and her soft voice sounded. You seem to like me calling you that. Jiang Long nodded heavily. Yeah, I felt it. The kiss was so hard, and that thing has been restless. Jiang Long gently rubbed Shan Shan's earlobe with his fingertips. Ning Ning, this is the first time you call me hubby. I'm really flattered. Hearing this, Susan laughed and blinked her big eyes. The little mouth slowly started again. Husband. Jiang Long's face was almost blooming with smiles. Nice to hear. It was so sweet to his heart. Husband. Susan called out again. Jiang Long opened his mouth and said, Yes, wife. Hearing Jiang Long calling her his wife, Su Shanshan couldn't help but giggle. We. Hearing Jiang Long calling her his wife. Feeling good? It's like they are just a married couple. Seeing Shanshan giggling happily, Jiang Long called her again, wife. Husband. The two of them grinned foolishly for a long time and finally stopped. Jiang Long then told Shanshan that his novel was going to be adapted into a short play. Su Shanshan was very happy after hearing this. Jiang Long, you are really amazing. It seems that you will become a great god soon, he. Thank you for your good wishes. My novel is going to be adapted into a short play, which is beyond my expectation. Although there is a certain gap between it and the film and television drama, I'm already very satisfied. Jiang Long said, take your time. I believe your creative path will get better and better. Ningning also needs to write well. Susan nodded at Jiang Long. Yeah. Selling the copyright of this novel for the short play will bring a lot of money. It may not be much for you, but I am still very happy. Jiang Long said lightly. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long's eyes, which were slowly dimming, and she held Jiang Long's big hand tightly. Jiang Long, I'm really happy for you too. Jiang Long closed his eyes, then opened them again and looked at Shan Shan in front of him seriously. Ningning, you know, we grew up in different environments. You are like a fairy high up in the sky, and I am just an ordinary person on Earth. Take 100,000 yuan, for example. It is a lot of money for me, but in your eyes, it can only buy a piece of clothing. Jiang Long wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shan Shan, who covered her mouth with her hand. Su Shanshan shook her head at Jiang Long and said quickly, in this world, no amount of money can buy a true heart. Our previous living environments were indeed very different, but that doesn't mean anything at all. As long as you are by my side, and as long as our hearts are together, that is more important than anything else. So, don't let your imagination run wild. After saying that, Susan let go of Jiang Long's mouth. Jiang Long took a breath and looked at Shan Shan's serious expression. Jiang Long's mouth twitched, and he held Shan Shan's hand tightly. He spoke slowly. Silly girl, no matter what, I will not let go of your hand. I'm just afraid that you will suffer if you live this kind of life with me. It's not bitter at all. It's sweet with you, Susan retorted quickly. Jiang Long smiled helplessly. At Su Family Manor, Shan Shan can enjoy the cooking skills of a five-star chef every day. Here, every day, either he cooks or Shan Shan cooks or they cook together. How can their cooking skills be as good as those of a five-star chef? What they wear, use, and live in are very different. There are also various luxury cars in the garage of the Su Family Manor. There is simply no comparison between Shan Shan's current life with him in Qing City and Shan Shan's life in the Su Family Manor. I am only truly happy when I am with you. Without you, all the wonderful things would be in vain. Su Shanshan said to Jiang Long firmly. This chapter was full of twists and turns. Although some words were lost, I finally found them. Chapter 214. The die is cast? Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan with a smile, rubbed her little head with his hand, and then kissed her on the forehead. Silly girl, it's great to have you by my side. Su Shanshan smiled and looked at Jiang Long. Her eyes seemed to be full of stars. The two of them stayed together for a while, and then Susan returned to the bedroom. Xiao Nuanyuan had just finished sending the message and put down her phone, looking at Su Shanshan and said, Ningning, you're back so soon. Stinky Nuanyuan, why don't you welcome me back? Susan said with a smile. I just feel guilty and want you and Jiang Long to stay together for a while longer. When I come here with you and Jiang Long, you have to sleep with me and not with Jiang Long. Xiao Nuanyuan said, Of course I have to accompany you. Jiang Long, and I can spend 1 or 2 nights together, he. Oh, what if I stay with you too for 10 days or half a month? You have to sleep with me every night, and you can't sleep with Jiang Long. Are you willing? Xiao Nuanyuan raised an eyebrow. If it takes 10 days or half a month, sleep with Jiang Long. Jiang Long for such a long time. I can't touch Jiang Long's body anymore. It's a bit too torturous, isn't it? But for my good sister, as long as she grits her teeth. Susan felt that she could still bear it, but it's hard for Jiang Long. He couldn't hold her while sleeping. How much he must miss her. Susan nodded to Xiao Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan, I do. Oh, my Ning Ning, you are really nice. Of course. Susan raised her chin towards Xiao Nuanyuan. Ding dong. At this moment, Xiao Nuanyuan's WeChat notification sounded on her phone. Xiao Nuanyuan picked up her phone and tapped on the screen. She replied to Susan and said, Roashua sent me a message. She said she's going to an island in a few days. It's the same island we went to last year. Oh, by the way, Ruoshua asked me about you several times, and I said nothing. And brother, Sun Yi. Xiao Nuanyuan said. Brother Sun Yi? Su Shanshan was a little surprised. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, brother Sun Yi just returned to the capital from abroad a few days ago. Susan replied calmly. Oh. Ding dong. Ding dong sounded twice, and Xiao Nuanyuan received another message from Ning Ruoshua. Xiao Nuanyuan replied to the message and received a baby photo from Ning Ruoshua. Xiao Nuanyuan quickly showed the baby photo to Susan and asked, Ning Ning, don't you think this baby is cute? Susan couldn't help but smile as she looked at the cute baby in the photo and commented, The baby is so cute, I love him so much. This is the newborn baby of my cousin Ruoshua's wife. She sent it to me to see. Xiao Nuanyuan said, I hope the baby Zhonglong and I will be as cute as this in the future, Susan said with a smile. Don't worry, my Ningning is so pretty, and your Zhonglong is also very handsome. Your future baby will definitely be very pretty. Xiao Nuanyuan said. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she had a good idea. Ningning, I have a good idea. Xiao Nuanyuan was very excited. Good idea? Susan pouted, looking confused. Do you want Uncle Su to agree to you and Zhang Long being together as soon as possible? Xiao Nuanyuan asked. Susan nodded vigorously. Yes. She dreamed of making her father accept Zhang Long. Xiao Nuanyuan laughed evilly. If you and Zhang Long have already made a fait accompli, that may not necessarily change father's mind. Susan said quickly. Ningning, I haven't finished yet, please listen to me. Xiao Nuanyuan paused and continued. When you and Zhang Long did that, if you didn't take precautions, the chances of you getting pregnant should have been very high. Susan nodded. Yeah, if you were pregnant with Zhang Long's child, it's a done deal. Even if Uncle Su still opposes you and Zhang Long being together, he should reconsider it. Xiao Nuanyuan said. Hearing this, Susan's eyes lit up instantly. What Wan said makes sense. If the child in her arms was Zhang Long's, the child in her belly was her father's grandson. Her father would not be so cold-blooded and heartless as to not want his grandson. So, Susan thinks Nuanyuan's idea is feasible. However, Susan thought of the time when she was at the Su family manor. She wanted to give herself to Zhang Long. Zhang Long rejected her and said those words to her. Susan's eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed again. Ningning, what do you think? Xiao Nuanyuan asked immediately. Wan, I think the method you proposed is feasible, but Zhang Long won't touch me. Is it that Zhang Long has always not wanted to touch you? Xiao Nuanyuan asked again. Susan made a stern face and nodded at Xiao Nuanyuan. Ningning, have you ever taken the initiative? Yeah. Susan nodded again. Why doesn't Zhang Long want to touch you? Zhang Long said that he would wait until my family approves of him before he would do that with me. Susan answered in detail. Xiao Nuanyuan pursed her lips. Your Zhang Long is quite principled. Xiao Nuanyuan paused and continued. In fact, your Zhang Long is a bit stubborn. If a beauty like you, Ningning, takes the initiative towards any other man, those men will definitely surrender. I won't take the initiative towards other men. I will only take the initiative towards Zhang Long. Su Shanshan said quickly. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes. I was just making an analogy. Why are you so anxious? Generally, after a boy and a girl have confirmed their relationship, they will probably have in-depth conversations with their girlfriends and enjoy physical pleasure very soon. Like Zhang Long, his girlfriend took the initiative, but he still adhered to his principles. Such boys are rare. Suddenly, Xiao Nuanyuan felt that it was wrong to say that Zhang Long was a bit stubborn. Maybe it is because Zhang Long cherishes Ning Ning that he never touches Ning Ning. There are many people like her and Xiao Mingjie who are not even boyfriend and girlfriend but still have sex. So it seems that Zhang Long is a very respectable person, and she should look at him with new eyes. From this point of view, it is also Ningning's luck to find Zhang Long. Here, Xiao Nuanyuan unilaterally announced that Ningning and Zhang Long must be locked together for the rest of their lives. I'm not in a hurry, Susan said in a low voice. Ningning, just tell me whether you want to do what I want. I want it, but Zhang Long won't agree. Ningning, you little fool, if Zhang Long doesn't agree, you won't think of a solution. Think of a solution? What solution should I think of? Could it be that she got Zhang Long drunk and then took the initiative to do that to him? However, Zhang Long has a good alcohol tolerance, and I am afraid that like before, Zhang Long is not drunk, but she is drunk first. Chapter 215 decided to give it a try. Xiao Nuanyuan. Ning Ning, I said you were a little fool, and you really are a fool. Susan. Hey, Cho Nuanyuan, please help me think of a solution quickly. Drinking won't work. I can't get Jiang Long drunk at all. Hearing about drinking, Xiao Nuanyuan shook her head in disdain, looking at Su Shanshan as if she was hopeless. Ning Ning, drinking or confessing your feelings to Jiang Long. I help you think of it. Can't you think of other ways? The reason why she and Xiao Mingjie had that incident was because of drinking, but she and Xiao Mingjie had the same alcohol tolerance. But Ning Ning is just a rookie, and she is far inferior to Jiang Long. I really can't think of it. Dear Nuanyuan, you are the best. Please help me think about it. Susan said to Xiao Nuanyuan coquettishly. Xiao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes and slowly spoke. Ning Ning, aren't you writing novels on the Tomato Novel website now? What do most of the male and female protagonists in your novels do? It happened naturally. Some people forced themselves on him. Some were drunk. Some were drugged. Susan said slowly. These were roughly what she learned from the novel. Look, you know this very well, don't you? Then why didn't you think of it? Susan thought carefully. It was a natural thing. Jiang Long had no intention of doing anything to her. This method would not work. With her small body, how could she force herself on Jiang Long? Besides, she would be so shy, so this would not work. Being drunk is not okay either. There are also people who give drugs. Suddenly, Susan's eyes lit up. She thought this method was a good idea. Susan quickly said to Xianu Anyuan, Nuan, I think the drugging method is feasible. Xianu Anyuan chuckled and said, Ning Ning, isn't this very smart? Susan blinked her big eyes and thought about it carefully. Jiang Long and I do that. There's no guarantee that I'll get pregnant, right? If you two don't do that, you won't even have a chance of getting pregnant. Xianu Anyuan said. Susan nodded. Yes. If she really drugged Jiang Long, would Jiang Long blame her? After all, Jiang Long had said those words to her at the beginning. Susan is a little confused now. Also, Susan was a little worried. Jiang Long took that kind of medicine. Would it be as effective as described in the novel? Jiang Long will be out of control. This is her first time. She doesn't want to die of pain. Oops. What should I do? But when I think about it, maybe she's pregnant with Jiang Long's child. It is the most effective method so far. What's more, she really wanted to give birth to a baby for Jiang Long. Jiang Long should also be looking forward to having their baby. Susan decided to give it a try. Imperial Capital, Su Family Manor. After coming out of the Buddhist hall, Lin Huiying returned to her room. She sat on the chair in front of the table, opened the drawer, and took out a photo. This is an old photo. In the photo, two beautiful girls are standing together arm in arm. They are smiling happily at the camera. Lin Huiying's face was expressionless. She looked at the photo quietly. After looking at it for a while, Lin Huiying took out the photo of the little boy from the drawer again. The little boy in the photo is very cute, with a pair of particularly bright eyes. Slowly, Lin Huiying fell into memories. Lin Huiying's face was no longer expressionless. The expression on her face turned ugly. Suddenly, Lin Huiying covered her face in pain. Ruhuan, I'm sorry. Ruhuan, if you knew about this in the afterlife, you must bless Fanfan to be alive. Fanfan, you must still be alive. Fanfan, you are already 23 years old. Where will you be? Imperial Capital, Chu family. In the living room, Su Mingyu sat on the sofa. She was furious when she saw Chu Sinyu's outfit and makeup. Xiao Yu, can't you dress more like a lady? Look at what you look like now. Chu Sinyu spit the bubblegum in her mouth onto a tissue and then threw it into the trash can. She looked at Su Mingyu and said, Mom, I don't want to be a lady. I just like the way I am now. Alas, you can't be like your sister Ning Ning. Su Mingyu sighed heavily. Her daughter has always been very individualistic. No matter what she says, it's useless. A wealthy wife like Su Mingyu. Except for her daughter, who dressed in a very unique and individual way, the daughters of other wealthy families were all very ladylike. Mom, everyone has the freedom to dress the way they want. Why should I be like Sister Ning Ning? I think the way I am now is good. I like it very much. If I can't even control what kind of clothes I wear or how I look, then what's the point of living? I might as well die. Chu Sinyu said, You stupid girl. What else can you do besides talking back to me? Su Mingyu said angrily. Mom, calm down and don't bother with me. Su Mingyu knew her daughter's personality. Of course, she wouldn't really be angry with Chu Sinyu. She also doesn't know whose personality her daughter resembles. Su Mingyu also knew that Xiaoyu's personality was difficult to change. At this time, Chu Sinyu looked at Su Mingyu and asked, Mom, Uncle agreed to let Sister Ningning and Jiang Long go back to Qing City. Does this mean that Uncle agrees that Sister Ningning and Jiang Long can be together? Xiao Yu, you are too naive. How can that poor boy be worthy of your Sister Ningning? Your uncle will not agree. If I were your uncle, I would not agree either. Su Mingyu frowned when she thought that Ningning had fallen in love with a poor boy after running away from home. What qualifications does a poor boy like that have to be with Ningning? Big Brother is so stupid that he actually agreed to let Ningning and that poor boy go to Qing City. Even if Ningning couldn't speak, Big Brother shouldn't have let Ningning and that poor boy go back to Qing City. Humph, I really don't know what Big Brother is thinking. Mom, I've met Jiang Long. I think he's a nice person except that he's poor. Chu Xinyu said. What's the point of being a nice person? He's just a poor boy. Su Mingyu was very disgusted. Mom, if I fall in love with a poor boy in the future, will you agree? Chu Xinyu gave an analogy. Who can predict what will happen in this world? What if she falls in love with a poor boy like Sister Ningning in the future? Su Mingyu said quickly. Of course I don't agree. Mom, you and my uncle are indeed siblings. We both despise the poor and love the rich. Chu Xinyu said lightly. You silly girl. How can you say that about your mother and uncle? Chu Xinyu curled her lips. Wasn't what she said true? Mom, I'm going back to my room first. After saying that, Chu Xinyu got up from the sofa and walked upstairs. Chapter 216 Bath Reward. The next day morning, after Jiang Long got up, he washed up first, then prepared kitten food and water for Hua and Hua, and went to the kitchen to cook. After breakfast was ready, Jiang Long looked at the time, and it was already 8:30. Why haven't Shan and Nuanyuan come out of the bedroom yet? Did these two get up? Jiang Long walked to the bedroom door and put his ear close to it, trying to listen for any movement inside. If there was any noise, he would knock on the door and tell Shan and the others to come out for dinner. If there was no movement in the room, it meant that the two people were still sleeping, and he would eat by himself first. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened from the inside. Jiang Long suddenly appeared at the door. She took a step back, and her eyes widened. Asked, Jiang Long, what are you doing at the door? Jiang Long scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and quickly explained, I want to see if you and Ningning are awake. I want to ask if you two want to have breakfast. Susan, who was lying on the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked towards the bedroom door. A soft and sticky voice came towards the door. He called out, Jiang Long. Susan, who was lying on the bed, and then said to Jiang Long at the door, I'm going to the bathroom. You are free to do as you please. After saying that, Xiao Nuanyuan crossed the river and walked out. After Xiao Nuanyuan left, Jiang Long walked in, came to Shanshan's bed, and leaned over to look at Shanshan lying on the bed. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long blankly and spoke softly. Jiang Long, why are you at the door? Jiang Long pulled the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, see if my lazy cat has gotten up yet. I want to wake him up for breakfast. Hearing this, Susan put on a sweet smile and smiled at Jiang Long. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes again. I chatted with Nuanyuan until very late last night before going to bed. Watching Shanshan rubbing her eyes and listening to her soft voice, Jiang Long felt that Shanshan was so adorable that she melted his heart. Jiang Long leaned over and kissed Shanshan on the eyes. After the kiss, Jiang Long stood up and looked at Shanshan again. Susan covered her mouth and smiled. Jiang Long, I haven't washed my face yet. I don't dislike you, Jiang Long said. As he spoke, Jiang Long knelt on one knee beside Shanshan's bed, staring at Shanshan with his black eyes. He didn't hold his Shanshan to sleep all night. Not to mention, I still miss her a little. Humph, do you dare to look down on me and try? Susan pouted at Jiang Long. She wanted to sit up, but when she saw Jiang Long squatting beside her, Su Shanshan turned sideways and looked at Jiang Long. Jiang Long looked at Shanshan pouting and chuckled. He reached out and rubbed Shanshan's furry little head and said, How dare I? You wouldn't dare. Su Shanshan stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long. Little lazy cat, do you want to get up and have breakfast or continue sleeping? Jiang Long asked Shanshan. I want to sleep for a while and not eat yet. Susan said with a smile. Okay, then you two can sleep for a while. I'm going to eat first and then write later. Jiang Long was about to get up after saying that. Susan was quick to move and held down Jiang Long's head. Jiang Long, don't leave yet, Susan said, looking towards the door. Wan comes back before you leave, okay? Jiang Long nodded and said with a smile, Okay. Shanshan's hands are quite strong. He almost fell down just now. Jiang Long, Did you sleep well last night? Su Shanshan asked Jiang Long with eager eyes. It's pretty good, Jiang Long responded. Susan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Oh, so it doesn't matter whether you sleep with me in your arms or by yourself? Jiang Long rubbed his chin with his fingers, pretending to be thoughtful. Let me think about this question. If you stinky Jiang Long, you need to think about what you mean. Susan was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, like a little squirrel with its mouth full of food. You're asking me a question, so of course I have to think about it carefully. Jiang Long said, that's annoying. Why would Jiang Long even think about this kind of question? Susan paused, then continued. Stinky Jiang Long, if you dare to answer that they are all the same, then you should sleep alone from now on, and never hold me to sleep again. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows when listening to Shan Shan's threatening speech. You've already threatened me, so I can only answer that it's better to hold you while sleeping. Hearing this, Susan stretched out her two small hands and rubbed Jiang Long's hair vigorously for a few times. Stinky Jiang Long, you make me feel like you're torturing me. Jiang Long laughed, raised his hand to stroke Shan Shan's messed up hair, and looked at Shan Shan's serious expression. Ning Ning, you know, I didn't hold you in my arms to sleep last night. I lay on the folding bed, tossing and turning, and couldn't fall asleep. I answered like that just now, because I was afraid you would worry. Hearing this, Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long's expression and immediately felt distressed. When she spoke again, her voice became softer. I feel so sorry for the baby. Just hold on a little longer. Once Nuanyuan leaves, I can sleep with you again. Susan comforted. Jiang Long nodded. Yeah. I'll give you a reward then, okay? Jiang Long heard about the reward. His eyes lit up instantly. He quickly asked, Ning Ning, what's the reward? Susan was a little shy. She whispered, when the time comes, we'll take a bath together, and I'll rub your body. Last night, Susan thought about it carefully again. Instead of giving Jiang Long that kind of medicine, it would be better to let Jiang Long stay in a natural environment as much as possible. I can't control her. They had that kind of thing happen. But under normal circumstances, Jiang Long has very good self-control. Susan would have thought of the idea of taking a bath together. By then, they were all naked. Jiang Long's self-control must have been greatly weakened. The chances of that happening to them must be very high. If Jiang Long still doesn't do anything to her, that doesn't matter. She could find another opportunity to drug Jiang Long. Anyway, she has two plans prepared. Look how smart she is. Suddenly, Susan was very angry. She just wanted to give her body to Jiang Long. Why is it so difficult? Other people's boyfriends are not like Jiang Long. Hearing that Shan Shan wanted to take a bath with him, Jiang Long was so excited. I'll go. This picture is so beautiful just thinking about it. Chapter 217. Wait for me at home. Jiang Long couldn't hide his excitement and pretended to be calm and said, Ning Ning, you want to take a bath with me? Do you have any intentions towards me? Hearing this, Susan's face turned even redder, and she felt a little flustered. Oops. Jiang Long really guessed it right. When she really wanted to take a bath with Jiang Long, those who have designs on Jiang Long. Susan blinked her big eyes, calmed herself down, and smiled at Jiang Long. He gently scratched Jiang Long's Adam's apple with his index finger and said, Baby, I just want to help you rub your body. Look how considerate my girlfriend is. Jiang Long's Adam's apple slid up and down unconsciously, and he swallowed. This Shan Shan. She's becoming more and more like a seductive little fairy. Jiang Long let out a soft sound from his throat. Su Shanshan was secretly delighted and leaned her little head towards Jiang Long. The soft little mouth was directly pressed against Jiang Long's mouth. The two lips pressed tightly together for 2 seconds, then separated. Susan was about to say something when her eyes accidentally caught sight of the bedroom door. Xiao Nuanyuan was leaning against the door frame, watching the show with her hands on her chest. Susan and Xiao Nuanyuan looked at each other, and she felt embarrassed. She quickly muttered to Jiang Long, Get out. Is this kiss enough? Jiang Long obviously didn't understand the situation and didn't know about Xiao Nuanyuan's existence. That's enough. Let's go. Susan reached out and pushed Jiang Long's arm. Jiang Long narrowed his eyes and then stood up. When Jiang Long turned around, he saw Xiao Nuanyuan leaning against the door watching the show. Jiang Long felt a little embarrassed. He walked to the door and asked Xiao Nuanyuan, Nuanyuan, are you having breakfast now? Xiao Nuanyuan shook her head and said no. After Jiang Long went out, Xiao Nuanyuan closed the bedroom door. Xiao Nuanyuan returned to the bed and joked to Susan. Ning Ning, you and Jiang Long are so annoying every day, aren't you? Hearing this, Su Shanshan quickly retorted, I'm not annoyed at all. Besides, Jiang Long and I are not that tired of each other. Xiao Nuanyuan curled her lips. These two wanted to stick together all the time, and they were not tired of each other. I'm afraid her Ning Ning has some misunderstanding about NIY. Come on, tell me, how many times do you and Jiang Long kiss in a day? After that, Susan began to calculate seriously. She and Jiang Long kiss many times every day. No way. She just really likes kissing Jiang Long. Susan, Stinky Nuanyuan, how can I remember how many times we kissed? Of course, we can kiss whenever we want. Jiang Long is hers. Jiang Long, and kiss him 24 hours a day. Suddenly, Susan felt so happy. She can kiss, hug, and lift Jiang Long up at any time. Xiao Nuanyuan, oh, look at you showing off. Susan, I'm not showing off, Nuanyuan. When you have a boyfriend, you can kiss him whenever you want. After that, Susan continued, you and Xiao Mingjia have done that twice, right? You must have kissed many times, hee. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, but Xiao Mingjia is not her boyfriend, and she can't kiss him whenever she wants. Did you become addicted after kissing Xiao Mingjia? Susan asked. Anyway, she was addicted to kissing Jiang Long. After hearing Susan's words, Xiao Nuanyuan recalled the scene of Xiao Mingjia hugging her and kissing her. Finished. Why does she want to kiss? Xiao Nuanyuan quickly shook her head and said to Susan, Ning Ning, let's stop chatting and go to bed. Susan was a little surprised. They were chatting happily, but why did Nuanyuan suddenly stop? But she didn't say anything else. Yeah, I'll take a nap too. In the study, Jiang Long was typing seriously. Suddenly, the cell phone on the table rang. Jiang Longmozi's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his mother calling. Jiang Long immediately answered the phone. Jiang Long called out to Jiang's mother on the other end of the phone. Mom, Jiang Long, are you at work? Jiang's mother asked on the other end of the phone. Jiang Long did not let his mom and dad know what happened between him and Ning Ning. So, my mother had no idea that Jiang Long was not working in the company now. Mom, is there something wrong? Well, Jiang Long, your second uncle is gone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Long sat quietly in the chair, feeling unhappy. My dad must be very sad that my second uncle is gone. After all, he is my dad's only brother. But compared to his father, Jiang Yin must be the one who suffers the most because his second uncle is gone. The second aunt passed away a few years ago, and now the second uncle is gone too. From now on, Jiang Yin has lost both his father and mother in this world. Alas! Jiang Long frowned and sighed heavily. Jiang Yin, this poor child. Jiang Long quickly turned off the computer and prepared to pack up and return home. He has to go back to deal with his second uncle's funeral. Jiang Long came to the bedroom door and knocked on it. Susan and Xiao Nuanyuan, who had just fallen asleep, were awakened by Jiang Long as knocking on the door. Ning Ning, what is your Jiang Long doing? He disturbed my sleep. Xiao Nuanyuan, who was woken up, complained somewhat dissatisfiedly. Nuanyuan, sorry, I'll go check it out. Susan sat up in a daze, yawned loudly, put on her slippers, went to the door, and opened it. When Jiang Long saw Shanshan, he quickly pulled her aside and closed the bedroom door. Jiang Long, what's wrong? Su Shanshan asked Jiang Long while tilting her head back. Ning Ning, I'm going back to my hometown for a few days. My second uncle is gone. Jiang Long looked at Shanshan seriously and said. Susan, who was in a daze, immediately became alert. She looked at Jiang Long steadily and said to him, Jiang Long, please accept my condolences. I will go back to my hometown with you. Jiang Long held Shanshan's shoulders with both hands. Look at her carefully. He understood Shanshan's intention. He and Shanshan are not married. His family's funeral. How could he let Shanshan participate? Ning Ning, I understand your feelings. Just wait for me at home. I will be back after I finish dealing with second uncle's funeral. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long and nodded heavily. Jiang Long simply packed his luggage and changed his shoes at the door with his backpack on. As soon as Jiang Long changed his shoes, Su Shanshan threw herself into his arms. Jiang Long tightly with her two little hands and put her little head on Jiang Long's chest. Jiang Long, don't worry, I will definitely wait for you to come back home. Jiang Long reached out and rubbed Shanshan's head. Well, wait for me. Chapter 2:18 Watching a Drama. It was already noon when Xiao Nuanyuan got up. She put on her slippers and walked out of the bedroom. She came to the living room and saw Susan sitting on the sofa, while Hua and Hua were lying beside Susan. At this time, Susan looked very worried, and I wonder what she was thinking about. Xiao Nuanyuan slowly walked to the sofa and sat down next to Susan. Xiao Nuanyuan held Hua on her lap and reached out to stroke Hua's cerebellum a few times. She said to Ning Ning, "Ning Ning, when did you wake up?" "I didn't sleep afterwards," Susan responded. Xiao Nuanyuan chuckled. "Could it be that you have been hanging out with Jiang Long?" Susan pouted. Jiang Long, his second uncle, passed away, and he went back to his hometown. Hearing this, Xiao Nuanyuan's expression immediately became serious. "Oh, so sudden." Susan nodded. "I wanted to go back with him, but he wouldn't let me. He told me to wait for him at home." Xiao Nuanyuan thought for a moment and said to Susan, "Ning Ning, I was originally planning to go back tomorrow, but since Jiang Long is not at home these days, I will not go back yet. I will stay here with you and wait for Jiang Long to come back before I leave." Hearing this, Susan smiled at Xiao Nuanyuan, pinched her index finger and thumb together, and made a heart shape to Xiao Nuanyuan. "My Nuanyuan, you are so nice." Jiang Long is not at home. If Nuanyuan is not at home either, she must be very lonely at home. Fortunately, Nuanyuan is there to keep her company. After Jiang Long arrived at his hometown, he immediately reported to Shanshan that he was safe. Jiang Long learned from his conversation with his mother that it rained heavily in his hometown last night. "My second uncle was drinking as usual. He drank too much and fell into a puddle, face down on the ground, and suffocated to death." Jiang Long had seen related reports about this cause of death in the news before, but he didn't expect it to happen to his second uncle. Jiang Long felt a little heavy. "So, you can drink alcohol, but it must be in moderation. A drunkard like Jiang Long's second uncle is in danger of his life at any time." Some time ago, Jiang Long saw a news report about a drunk man who took off all his clothes and froze to death in the snow. Although Uncle Jiang Long's character was not very good, he was still Jiang's father's brother. The death of Uncle Jiang Long was a certain blow to Jiang's father. Jiang Long went to the funeral home to take care of some things. After returning, he talked to Jiang Yin again. Jiang Long was relieved to see that Jiang Yin was in good spirits. When everything was done, it was already past 9 o'clock when Jiang Long returned to his room. Jiang Long picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and was about to send a video to Shanshan when he suddenly remembered that Shanshan was with Xiao Nuanyuan. For him to send videos to Shanshan, Jiang Long decisively gave up the idea of sending a video to Shanshan, and he sent her a message instead. In the study, Susan had just finished typing. She was holding her phone and clicked on a video that Xiao Nuanyuan had sent her. A man sat on the sofa. On the carpet, a busted beauty wearing a sexy nightgown. Half kneeling on, Susan saw the beautiful woman's actions in the video. The look of enjoyment on the man's face. Susan's face instantly turned red, biting her lips nervously. "Ah, this kind of thing? Is it so exciting?" Suddenly, Susan's cell phone rang. Susan was nervous. The little hand trembles. The phone in his hand fell directly to the ground. Susan quickly reached out and patted her heaving chest. After taking a breath, she bent down and picked up the phone. When Susan opened her phone, she saw the message from Jiang Long. "My boyfriend. Ning Ning, I just finished my work and am lying on the bed. What are you doing?" "What are you doing?" Susan's beautiful eyes stared at these words. She was watching the video that Wan sent her. She wants to learn. However, the scene in the video just now had a huge impact on Susan. "Jiang Long about this?" Susan lied. She tapped her fingers on the phone screen and sent a message. "Ning Ning, I'm watching a drama." After Jiang Long received Shanshan's message, he sent another message. "My boyfriend. I have nothing to do. That's fine. You and Nuanyuan can watch the show." "Ning Ning, Wan is not here. She went to eat with Daong and Lao Su." "My boyfriend, why didn't you go?" "Ning Ning, if you weren't here, I wouldn't have gone." Jiang Long immediately sat up from the bed and sent a video call to Shanshan. Seeing the video call from Jiang Long, Susan immediately clicked to answer it. Jiang Long looked at Shanshan in the video and frowned. He asked Shanshan, "Ning Ning, why is your face so red?" Susan was a little embarrassed when she heard this. In the video, her face did look quite red. Oops. Jiang Long discovered her abnormality. Susan held her phone in one hand and fanned her face gently with the other. Smiled at Jiang Long in the video. "I'm just a little hot. Aren't you watching a drama? You can be so excited about it," Jiang Long said. As soon as Jiang Long said this, Susan's face became even hotter. A little heart is beating fast. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Long was somewhat vague. She was not watching a drama just now. It's that kind of thing? Susan's mind turned for a moment, and she quickly said to Jiang Long, "The fighting scenes gave me an adrenaline rush. This explanation should be normal." "Oh, then drink some ice water to cool down," Jiang Long said. Susan nodded gently. "Well, I'll go in a moment." "Ning Ning, you are bored watching TV at home. You might as well go out for dinner with Nguyen, Daeong, and the others," Jiang Long said again. "If you're not here, I don't want to go. Besides, why should I join in the fun when the 3 Taoyuan brothers are having a party? Aren't they the 4 brothers of Taoyuan?" Nguyen was not nice enough for not bringing her brother Hua with her. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Hua is at home with his girlfriend and doesn't have time to party with those 3 single guys. Susan smiled. "Okay, then you can watch the show while waiting for Nguyen to come back. I'll feel more at ease knowing Nguyen is here to accompany you," Jiang Long said. To be honest, Jiang Long would be worried if Shan was alone at home. That time, Jiang Long's cousin got married, and he came back to his hometown alone. Shan was alone in the rental house. After he returned to his hometown, he always thought about Shan. Fortunately, Shan has Nguyen to keep her company. "Jiang Long, don't worry. I have Manhwa to accompany me, so don't worry about me." Jiang Long nodded and said, "Well, my second uncle's funeral will be held the day after tomorrow. I'll go back when I'm done with it." "Good." The two chatted for a while before hanging up the video. Chapter 219, A Questioning Tone. After hanging up the video with Jiang Long, Shan continued to watch the previous video. After reading it, Susan's whole body felt hot, and her face felt like it was on fire. She helped Jiang Long once. Jiang Long, who taught her that time. They are very simple. It's not like the big-breasted beauties in the video who have so many movements. Before she saw this video, she really didn't know. There will be so many actions. Susan bit it with her little mouth. Jiang Long must have seen the video just now. Is it really like what Wan said? Boys like that. So, Jiang Long also likes that? Apart from her, Jiang Long had never had a girlfriend before. Jiang Long must have never been treated like that by a girl. But when I think of the video, big tits beauties, silky movements, thinking of Jiang Long's, Susan's little mouth was almost broken. No, I can't let my imagination run wild anymore. Susan just watched a video that Nguyen sent her. She hasn't seen the others yet. Her little heart couldn't bear it anymore. Susan got up quickly and went to the bathroom to take a bath. The hot pink body. Immerse yourself completely in the warm water of the bathtub. Susan felt much more comfortable. After watching the video tonight, Susan's little head is always full of random thoughts. No wonder boys are so interested in that kind of thing. Even her Jiang Long is the same. To be honest, that kind of thing, there is indeed a hint of attraction. After soaking in the bathtub for a while, Susan couldn't help but pick up the phone beside her. She clicked on one of the videos Nguyen sent her. This video, from top to bottom, very complete. After a while, after Susan calmed down her fluctuating mood, thinking she and Jiang Long were like that. That should be it. But real. So shameful. Qing City, a private room of a high-end hotel. Xiao Nguyen, David, and Su Fei gathered together and exchanged a few words. Xiao Nguyen handed 2 gift bags, one to David and one to Su Fei. "Big brother, second brother, this is a gift for you too," Xiao Nguyen said. David and Su Fei looked at each other, both considering whether to accept Xiao Nguyen's gift. Seeing David and Su Fei were hesitating, Xiao Nguyen said quickly, "This is a little gift from Big Brother. You two should accept it quickly, okay?" Hearing what Xiao Nguyen said, David and Su Fei did not hesitate and accepted Xiao Nguyen's gift. Seeing David and Su Fei accepting the gifts, Xiao Nguyen smiled and said, "That's right. Thank you, Big Brother." "Thank you, brother," David and Su Fei said in unison. It's okay. You two open it and see if you like it," Xiao Nguyen said again. Hearing this, David and Su Fei took out the watch box from the gift bag at the same time. When they saw the brand of the watch, they were both stunned. David's inner thoughts. Damn, isn't this a watch from one of the world's top luxury brands? This brand is so expensive. David quickly opened the watch box. Su Fei was also exclaiming in his heart. This brand of watch is his dream watch. Damn, I didn't expect that thanks to my brother, I could wear such an expensive watch in this life. Su Fei couldn't wait to open the watch box. When David and Su Fei saw the watch, they were both excited. David only knew that watches of this brand were expensive, but he didn't know how much this watch would cost. Looking at the watch in front of him, David liked it very much. Su Fei had researched this brand of watches. He looked at the expensive watch in front of him and estimated that this watch would cost at least 300,000 yuan. He really liked this watch. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it, David and Su Fei said repeatedly. Seeing that her eldest and second brothers liked the gift she bought so much, Xiao Nuanyuan was very happy. Xiao Nuanyuan didn't usually give gifts to boys, and she didn't know what boys would like. She saw that her brother was interested in watches and cars. Usually when Xiao Nuanyuan gives gifts to her brother, she usually chooses watches. So when buying gifts for David and Su Fei, Xiao Nuanyuan chose watches. Xiao Nuanyuan bought for David, and Su Fei were different. She chose them based on the styles of the two people. David and Su Fei were very happy to receive Xiao Nuanyuan's gift. However, the gift that Xiao Nuanyuan gave them seemed too expensive to David and Su Fei. David and Su Fei felt somewhat uncomfortable. There is no way. The gap between the rich and the poor is so huge. Afterwards, Xiao Nuanyuan, David, and Su Fei chatted and drank. After a while, Xiao Nuanyuan went out to the bathroom. On the table, Xiao Nuanyuan's cell phone rang. "Brother, you didn't bring your cell phone," said David. Su Fei nodded. "Well, let's just ignore it and wait for it to automatically hang up." After Xiao Nuanyuan's phone rang many times, it finally hung up. "The person who called is really persistent," David complained. "Yes," Su Fei agreed. Just after the two of them complained for a few words, Xiao Nuanyuan's phone rang again. "Lao Su, why does this guy keep calling Big Brother? Is there something urgent?" David asked. "Or, you can answer it first." Su Fei thought for a while and said. David nodded, then picked up Xiao Nuanyuan's phone. "Nuanyuan, you are not in the imperial capital?" Xiao Mingjie's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Hello." She went to the bathroom. "Ask her to call you back when she comes back," David said to the man on the other end of the phone. When Xiao Mingjie heard that Nuan Wan's phone was picked up by a man, he immediately became nervous. The 5 fingers holding the phone tightened unconsciously, and he asked quickly, "Who are you? Why did you answer Nuan Wan's call?" David was a little embarrassed. The man on the phone had a questioning tone. "It seems like I have a special relationship with my eldest brother." David quickly said, "I'm her friend. I'm hanging up first." After saying that, David quickly hung up the phone. "Old Su, the man on the phone just now spoke to me in a questioning tone. Why do I feel that the man on the phone has a special relationship with my brother?" David said to Su Fei. "Probably my brother's suitor." Su Fei guessed. David nodded. Imperial capital. In a luxurious apartment. Xiao Mingjie paced in the living room with his cell phone in hand. Did Nuanyuan leave the capital just to see the man on the phone just now? Chapter 220. I don't understand, but I respect. After a while, Xiao Nuanyuan came back. David quickly said to Xiao Nuanyuan, "Brother, you got a call." It was from a man who kept calling. "Lao Su and I were afraid that he had something urgent to talk to you about, so we answered the call for you." "I see." As she spoke, Xiao Nuanyuan picked up her phone and looked at the call records. When she saw that it was Xiao Mingjie who called, she was a little surprised. Why did Xiao Mingjie call her? "Call him back. The man seems very anxious," David said again. "It's okay," Xiao Nuanyuan said. Snort. Xiao Mingjie was anxious to find her. She was going to call him back immediately? Who does he think he is? No reply, no reply. Just no reply. He is so mad. David and Su Fei looked at each other and said nothing more. Later, Xiao Nuanyuan, David, and Su Fei chatted and drank for a while. The three of them then walked out of the restaurant. David and Su Fei first sent Xiao Nuanyuan back to the community where Brother Long and his wife lived, and then they went home separately. Xiao Mingjie sat on the sofa in the living room with a serious expression. Originally, he still had some work to do. After he called Xiao Nuanyuan and a man answered the phone, Xiao Mingjie no longer had any desire to work. Xiao Mingjie raised his left hand and looked at the time on his wrist. More than an hour has passed. Why hasn't this little potato called him back yet? Has little potato always been with the man on the phone? Xiao Mingjie couldn't hold his temper anymore, so he picked up his phone and called Xiao Nuanyuan again. Xiao Nuanyuan just walked out of the elevator. Her cell phone started ringing. Xiao Nuanyuan picked up her phone and looked at the screen. She curled her lips, then slid her finger lightly across the phone screen and answered the call. Seeing the call was connected, Xiao Mingjie immediately called out into the phone, "Nuanyuan." Xiao Nuanyuan said lightly, I called you an hour ago, and a man answered the phone. Are you still with that man now? Xiao Mingjie asked. Xiao Nianyuan took a few steps forward and leaned against the wall. She did not directly answer Xiao Mingjie's question. What do you want from me? Seeing that Xiao Nianyuan did not answer his question, Xiao Mingjie felt a little uncomfortable. Is Xiao Nianyuan still with the man on the phone? Manhwa, you left the imperial capital just to see that man? Xiao Mingjie didn't even notice that his tone was clearly questioning. Hearing Xiao Mingjie's questioning tone, Xiao Nianyuan frowned unconsciously. Who I go to see or not has nothing to do with you. Xiao Nianyuan responded immediately. Hearing Xiao Nianyuan's words, Xiao Mingjie looked dejected. Xiao Nianyuan is right. She sees who she doesn't see. It has nothing to do with him. But when I think of Xiao Nianyuan being with other boys, he just couldn't stand it. Xiao Mingjie had to admit that Xiao Nianyuan's affairs would easily affect his emotions. He fell in love with Xiao Nianyuan. It's just that he is now married to Susan. He is not strong enough yet, and he cannot easily resist his father's decision. Xiao Mingjie held the phone tightly in one hand and clenched the other into a fist. He had no way to confess his feelings to Xiao Nianyuan at the moment, because now he can't even decide his own future. No one can understand this kind of pain. It was because Xiao Mingjie knew that he liked Xiao Nianyuan. He couldn't just watch Xiao Nianyuan being with another man. Xiao Mingjie's fist creaked. He gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Nianyuan on the other end of the phone, Nianyuan, I agree with your last proposal. When Xiao Nianyuan entered the room, Susan was watching TV on the sofa. While watching TV, Susan called out to Xiao Nianyuan, who was at the door. Nianyuan, you're back. Yeah. Xiao Nianyuan responded, changed into slippers, and sat down next to Susan. Are you having a good chat with Daong, Lao Su, and the others? Susan said to Xiao Nianyuan while rubbing Hua's little head. Xiao Nianyuan nodded and said, yeah, I'm very happy. Then, Xiao Nianyuan hugged Hua on her lap. Then, Xiao Nianyuan said to Susan, Ning, Xiao Mingjie called me. Why did he look for you? Susan looked at Xiao Nianyuan's big eyes and blinked, then asked. He agreed to my proposal. Xiao Nianyuan said, proposal? In a matter of seconds, Susan's expression changed from confusion to sudden realization. Susan's eyes widened. Nianyuan, you mean that Xiao Mingjie agrees to maintain a simple, intimate relationship with you, right? Xiao Nianyuan nodded slowly. Yes. Susan really didn't expect that Xiao Mingjie would agree to Xiao Nianyuan's absurd proposal. All right, although she didn't quite understand Wan and Xiao Mingjie's behavior, but she showed respect. After all, everyone has their own lifestyle. However, Xiao Mingjie said that since I'm with him, I can't have anything to do with other boys. Xiao Nianyuan said again, Nianyuan, do you still have the idea of maintaining such an intimate relationship with other boys at the same time? Susan asked in disbelief. Hearing this, Xiao Nianyuan reached out and patted Susan on the head. Ning, what are you thinking? How could I possibly have such an intimate relationship with different boys at the same time? I'm not that open, Xiao Nianyuan said quickly. Even though Xiao Mingjie didn't tell her, she didn't plan to maintain that kind of relationship with other boys. Like, only this object is Xiao Mingjie. She can accept it. Xiao Nianyuan felt that the current situation was pretty good. That's good, Susan said quickly. That kind of thing, she had just watched the entire process on video. That kind of intimate behavior, if it's not with the person you like, how is it possible to do this? That kind of thing, she can only do this with Jiang Long in her life. Thinking like this, Susan's little face blushed unconsciously. By the way, Ning, have you watched the video I sent you? Xiao Nianyuan suddenly asked. Hearing Xiao Nianyuan's question, Susan's blushing face turned even redder. I watched 2 videos. Susan answered Xiao Nianyuan truthfully. Hearing this, Xiao Nianyuan chuckled, raised her eyebrows and asked, Ning, how do you feel? It's quite interesting, isn't it? It's okay. Susan was a little embarrassed. Her adrenaline surged and her whole body became hot. That kind of thing, the impact on her was indeed huge. I have always loved watching, but watching and practicing are completely different. When you and Jiang Long practice it, you will know the feeling and you will become more and more addicted. Xiao Nianyuan said. This was the case with her herself. Chapter 221, I Want You to Like Me More. Susan thought for a moment and looked at Xiao Nianyuan and asked, So, after you and Xiao Mingjie had that, you became addicted? Xiao Nianyuan nodded. Okay, Susan said calmly. She had never experienced it, so she couldn't understand what Xiao Nianyuan meant by addiction. Xiao Nianyuan has made up her mind. When she returns to the capital, she will go to find Xiao Mingjie first. They had already reached an agreement, so she didn't want to waste it. The next day, when Jiang Long finished packing his things from his second uncle's house and came out of the community, a female voice suddenly sounded and called Jiang Long. Jiang Long. Jiang Long looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl not far away. The girl had long hair and wore a white shirt on her upper body and a knee-length khaki skirt on her lower body. At this moment, the girl was holding a few books in her hands. Jiang Long felt that this girl looked familiar. She should be someone he knew, but Jiang Long couldn't remember who she was at the moment. The girl walked slowly towards Jiang Long and stopped 1 meter away from Jiang Long. Jiang Long, long time no see, the girl said to Jiang Long with a smile. As the distance got closer, Jiang Long looked at the girl's face carefully. In a trance, Jiang Long's pupils dilated. Why did the girl in front of him look like his high school classmate? Jiang Long was still a little unsure. Who are you? Jiang Long. I'm Ma Junyuan. You don't recognize me. Ma Junyuan looked at Jiang Long. Jiang Long is still as sunny and handsome as he was in high school, but now Jiang Long looks a little more mature and more manly. Jiang Long quickly said, No, you have changed so much now that I didn't dare to recognize you. This cannot be blamed on Jiang Long. It is really that Ma Junyuan has changed so much now. He remembered that when Ma Junyuan was in high school, she wore a pair of large black-framed glasses and her clothes were not as fashionable as they are now. Just now, Jiang Long felt that the girl in front of him seemed to be Ma Junyuan, but he was not 100% sure. Ma Junyuan smiled softly and reached out to tuck the hair behind her ears. We haven't seen each other for many years. Jiang Long nodded. Yes. After graduating from high school and entering college, I kept in touch with my close high school classmates. I never contacted my classmates who were just average friends again. Life is like this. In a certain period of time, we will meet some people and get along with them. After this period of time, we will separate from the original group of people and meet a new group of people. After repeating this several times, the person who stays by your side will be your inseparable friend in this life. Jiang Long, are you back to develop? Ma Junyuan asked. Hearing this, Jiang Long shook his head and said, No, I came back to take care of some things. I'm working in a company in Qing City now. Ma Junyuan heard about Jiang Long's situation from her high school classmates. Oh, I came back some time ago, and now I'm a teacher at our town's middle school. My parents are old, and they want me to be with them, so I gave up my job in the big city and came back, said Ma Junyuan. Hearing that Ma Junyuan is now a teacher at the town middle school, Jiang Long hurriedly said, My brother is now in the 3rd grade of the town middle school. Really? What's your brother's name? Jiang Long and Ma Junyuan chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. After Jiang Long walked away, Ma Junyuan looked back at Jiang Long's receding back. There has always been a secret in her heart. That is, she once liked Jiang Long, and she had been secretly in love with Jiang Long during high school. Ma Junyuan was still a young girl in high school. She always wore a pair of large black-framed glasses. She didn't know how to dress up, and her clothes were very rustic. However, Jiang Long was sunny and handsome in high school, and Ma Junyuan was very inferior. She could only observe Jiang Long secretly at that time and never dared to reveal her feelings. On the day of the farewell dinner after high school graduation, Ma Junyuan made up her mind to confess her love to Jiang Long. She thought that after graduating from high school, everyone would go to different universities and go their separate ways. If she didn't confess her feelings to Jiang Long, she might never have another chance in the future. Regardless of whether Jiang Long accepts her or not, Ma Junyuan feels that she can accept it calmly. She just doesn't want to leave any regrets in her youth. As a result, as fate would have it, on the day of the farewell dinner, Jiang Long had to leave early due to family matters. From then on, Ma Junyuan failed to confess her love to Jiang Long. Now, seeing Jiang Long again, Ma Junyuan's youthful memories instantly came flooding back. The first time she fell in love when she was young, no matter how much time had passed, her heart would still beat faster when she saw Jiang Long again. A busy day passed quickly. In the evening, Jiang Long took a shower and lay on the bed and sent a message to Shan Shan. Susan, who was taking a bath in the bathtub, saw the message from Jiang Long and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She clicked on the message. My boyfriend Ning, what are you doing? Susan tapped the screen of her mobile phone and sent a message to Jiang Long. Ning, I'm taking a bath in the bathtub, followed by a shy emoticon. Jiang Long saw Shan Shan's message. A picture automatically appeared in his mind. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have sent a video call to Shan Shan. What if Shan Shan accidentally connected the video call? Isn't he blessed? Now that he sent a video call to Shan Shan, it seemed deliberate. Zhang Long had no choice but to give up this approach. He typed something on his phone screen and sent it to Shan Shan. My boyfriend took a milk bath again. Ning ning. No, it's a clean water bath. After Susan sent a message, she sent another one right after that. Ning ning, baby, do you like my milk bath? Followed by a smirking emoticon. Looking at this message, Jiang Long licked his lips unconsciously. Every time Shan Shan takes a milk bath, the whole body is filled with the fragrant milky aroma. Shan Shan, who had just finished taking a milk bath, he couldn't help but want to be on her, absorb the sweetness. But Shan Shan's body fragrance has a milky scent. It's just that Shan Shan took a milk bath. The milky aroma is stronger, whether it is a water bath or a milk bath. Shan Shan, after taking a bath, they are more watery and lively. The body is soft and tender. My boyfriend, I'm fine with either. It depends on what you like. Looking at the message sent by Jiang Long, Su Shan Shan typed on the phone screen with her fair and slender fingers. Sent it to Jiang Long. Ning ning. Oh, but you are my man. I wanted to like me more. After sending this message, Susan chuckled. We. Jiang Long saw her say this. My heart must be broken. Chapter 222, not only is there no door, there is no window either. Indeed, after Jiang Long saw the message from Shan Shan, the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. This Shan Shan is getting better and better at teasing him now. Jiang Long smiled foolishly and sent another message to Shan Shan. My boyfriend, you little rascal, when did you become so obedient to me? Ning ning. I have always been very well behaved and listened to the baby the most, followed by a kissing emoticon. Who do you listen to the most? Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. I didn't know who was always deceiving him before. Shan Shan now said this to him. Only a fool would believe that. My boyfriend, who listens to me the most? My boyfriend, don't you know how much truth there is in what you said? Looking at the two messages Jiang Long sent in succession, Susan stuck out her tongue in dissatisfaction at the phone screen. This stinky Jiang Long, how can you say that about her? Snort. Ning ning, stinky Jiang Long, since you said so, I won't listen to you anymore. Followed by an emoticon with a pouty mouth. Jiang Long held his phone in one hand and scratched the back of his head with the other. He quickly sent a message to Shan Shan. My boyfriend. No, my Ning Ning is so well behaved, of course she will listen to me in the future. Followed by a kiss emoji and a hug emoji. Susan pouted her lips. Ning Ning, stinky Jiang Long, don't you think it's too late for you to say this now? Seeing Shan Shan's message, Jiang Long hurriedly said, my boyfriend, it's not too late at all. My Ning Ning is such a considerate girl, right? Susan's beautiful eyes stared at the message sent by Jiang Long. She smiled softly. Ning Ning, okay. I am a super beautiful girl who is considerate, loved by everyone, and makes flowers bloom wherever I see them. I won't bother with you. Ning Ning, who told me to find a man like you? There's nothing I can do. Jiang Long's pupils narrowed slightly. Shan Shan, there is something else behind your words. Jiang Long sent two messages in succession. My boyfriend, a man like me? My boyfriend. Ning Ning, can you tell me in detail what kind of man I am? Ning Ning, don't you have any idea about this question? Followed by a sly, smiley emoticon. My boyfriend. I don't know. Followed by a pouty expression. Ning Ning. Oh, then you have no self-awareness at all. Followed by a laughing emoticon. My boyfriend. You little brat, you are showing off to me. I will punish you when I get home. Ning Ning. Humph, you can't possibly deal with me. After Susan sent this message, she immediately sent another message. Ning Ning, not only is there no door, there are no windows either. There are no windows. Jiang Long looked at these words and chuckled. Jiang Long sent Shan Shan a thumbs-up emoticon. My boyfriend. Awesome, your ability to irritate people is getting better and better. Ning Ning, baby, don't say that, I'll be proud. Followed by 3 laughing emoticons. Jiang Long was really defeated by Shan Shan. He shook his head gently. My boyfriend, little rascal, don't make me angry. In the bathtub, Susan's pair of white little feet tapped gently. Good ketone bodies, clearly visible in clear water. Susan blinked her long eyelashes gently and sent a voice message to Jiang Long. Jiang Long looked at the short voice message Shan Shan sent him. His eyebrows moved. Could this Shan Shan have some conspiracy? He thought unconsciously when Shan Shan once called him brother in a pinched voice. Could it be that Shan Shan called him brother in the voice message? Jiang Long clicked on the voice message with hesitation. Honey, I miss you. Shan Shan's soft and coquettish voice slowly floated into Jiang Long's ears. Jiang Long felt a buzzing in his head. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the phone. This Shan Shan always easily breaks down his psychological defenses. Jiang Long immediately sent a voice message back to Shan Shan. I miss you too, honey. Susan received the voice message from Jiang Long. I listened to it several times in my ears. She always had a sweet smile on her face. I like it very much. The word wife in Jiang Long's mouth. It really sounds good. So exciting. Jiang Long just left yesterday. Today is only the second night. She missed him so much. Susan patted her face with her hands, as if she had made a decision. The little face, which was originally rosy after taking a bath, became even redder in an instant. Susan operated her fingers on the screen of her mobile phone and made a video call to Jiang Long. Jiang Long heard the video call. He was in disbelief. Isn't Shan Shan taking a bath now? Why did she send him a video call? Could it be that Shan Shan wanted him to see? Jiang Long thought about it and quickly connected the video call on his mobile phone. Since Shan Shan insists on doing this, he couldn't force it, right? Once the video is connected, Shan Shan with a rosy face appeared on Jiang Long's mobile phone screen. Going down further, Jiang Long could only see Shan Shan's neck. There is nothing left to see. Jiang Long suddenly felt that his happiness was in vain. I thought I'd see something nice. Ning Ning, are you still taking a bath? Jiang Long said. Well, I want to soak for a while longer. Susan nodded at Jiang Long in the video on her mobile phone. If the water is cold, add some hot water. Jiang Long kindly reminded. It's okay now, it's warm, not cold. Susan said as she fluttered her little feet in the bathtub twice. In the video, Jiang Long only heard the sound of flapping. But I can't see any picture. This makes it easier to imagine. Jiang Long thinks that Shan Shan did this on purpose. I sent him a video while taking a bath. As a result, I posted a video. But he could only see Shan Shan's little head. I can't see anything else. This is not intentional. What is this? The two chatted for a while. Susan felt that Jiang Long was quite patient. Sent a video call to Jiang Long while taking a bath. Jiang Long did not make any other requests to her. Is Jiang Long really focused? Susan won't believe it. This stinky Jiang Long, it just covered up very well. Well, Jiang Long never mentioned it. Then she should take the initiative to speak. Who told her to be so considerate? The dear husband who doesn't pamper her. Who else can she favor? Susan cleared her throat and said to Jiang Long in the video, I'll give you a chance. I can satisfy you wherever you want to see. After saying that, Susan bit her lips shyly. Chapter 2, 23 Weird Ideas. When Shan Shan said this, Jiang Long became very excited. Shan Shan asked him where he wanted to see. Of course, he wanted to see everywhere. But Jiang Long was a little embarrassed to say this. He and Shan Shan are on video. The video is not safe. Some things are better seen with your own eyes. But I got the chance in vain. Jiang Long still didn't want to waste it. Jiang Long said to Shan Shan in the video, Then show me your feet. Hearing Jiang Long talking about feet, Susan was a little surprised. Jiang Long shouldn't like it. Her big white rabbit. Could it be that Jiang Long likes her feet more? Although Susan didn't understand, she still satisfied Jiang Long. Susan adjusted the camera on her phone, aiming at her little feet in the bathtub. In the video, Jiang Long saw Shan Shan's little feet swaying gently in the bathtub, splashing water. Very cute. Jiang Long, do my feet look good? Su Shan Shan asked. Jiang Long nodded. It looks good. Do you like my feet? Yeah. Jiang Long nodded again. Then your hobbies are quite unique. Susan giggled. Is there? Yes. You have lovely feet. You're the first one to say my feet are cute. Hearing Shan Shan's words, Jiang Long's brows moved slightly. What? Shan Shan also wants others to comment on it. That won't work. Absolutely not. Those jade feet. Just for him to see. Leave him alone. Ning Ning, you can only show your feet to me. Jiang Long said in a strong tone. It's just the feet. It's not private. Why is Jiang Long so possessive of it? I don't understand. I really don't understand. In warm water, those crystal clear toes moved playfully. Jiang Long looked at the video. I licked the corner of my mouth unconsciously. Okay, it's not enough to just show it to you. Susan smiled. Yeah. Jiang Long nodded with satisfaction. The two chatted for a while before ending the video chat. After Susan finished chatting with Jiang Long, she got out of the bathtub. She wiped her body, dried her hair, changed her clothes, and returned to the bedroom. Xianu Anyuan. Ningning, why did you take so long to take a shower today? If you didn't come out in another minute, I was going to go to the bathroom to look for you. Susan. Nuanyuan. I'm sorry for making you worry. Xianu Anyuan. I'm afraid you'll fall asleep in the bathtub and catch a cold. Jiang Long and I were chatting, so I stayed in the bathroom a little longer. Susan explained. Hearing this, Xianu Anyuan's eyes lit up for a moment, and she smiled. Ning Ning, you're not going to video chat with Jiang Long about you taking a bath, are you? Susan's face instantly turned red with shame, and she patted Xianu Anyuan's shoulder gently with her little hand. Stinky Nuanyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I video watch Jiang Long taking a bath? Oh, so you two were just chatting there? Xianu Anyuan's gossipy expression disappeared instantly. Not really. There was no video at the beginning. It was added later. Susan paused and continued. Show Jiang Long my feet in the video. Forehead. Xianu Anyuan's eyes rolled, and then she said, I didn't expect your Jiang Long to have this habit. TSK. Jiang Long just thinks my feet are cute. Su Shanshan said quickly. Silly Ning Ning, you can't guess the weird thoughts of boys. Xianu Anyuan pouted. Susan looked at Xianu Anyuan with confusion. A look of confusion. Seeing Ning Ning's puzzled expression, Xianu Anyuan said, Wait, I'll find you a video, and you'll understand after you watch it. Okay. Susan nodded at Xianu Anyuan. After some operation on her mobile phone, Xianu Anyuan finally found a suitable video and immediately sent it to Su Shanshan. At the same time, there was a ding-dong sound on Susan's cell phone. Ning Ning, I've sent you the video. Please take a look. Xianu Anyuan said. Okay. Su Shanshan responded and clicked on the video that Xianu Anyuan sent her. Soon, that sound was heard. Susan, with a red face, quickly turned off the sound. Su Shanshan lightly, and then her eyes fell on her phone again. That kind of video, she's seen too much. She was used to it. There is only Ning Ning, I just started watching it. Only then will we be careful. Making a fuss. Xianu Anyuan has already thought about it. She will later share what she saw in the video. Various experience it all with Xiao Mingjia. After watching the video, Susan's face was almost bleeding. Susan's eyes fell on her two little feet. So, Stinky River Dragon. That's what he thought in his heart. Snort. Big pervert Jiang Long. The next day, Jiang Long was busy with his second uncle's funeral. Jiang Long originally planned to return to Qing City that day. Later, due to some unfinished business, Jiang Long had no choice but to stay at home for another night and return to Qing City the next day. That evening, Jiang's mother came to Jiang Long's room. Jiang Long with a kind face. Jiang Long was basically responsible for his second uncle's affairs. He didn't expect that Jiang Long had become a man without realizing it. She used to treat Jiang Long as a child. After this incident, Jiang's mother no longer had such an opinion of Jiang Long. Jiang Long, have you visited Ning Ning's parents? Jiang's mother asked. Hearing what his mother said, Jiang Long frowned unconsciously. My parents are already exhausted from the matter of my second uncle. Shanshan's identity and Shanshan's father's opposition to him and Shanshan being together. Jiang Long really couldn't tell his mother, so he could put it off for as long as he could. It would be best if he could tell them after he had figured it out. But when can it be done? It is an unknown number. Mom, I haven't visited Ning Ning's parents yet, so don't worry about it. Jiang Long said. How can I not worry? Your father and I really like Ning Ning. You are not a child anymore. Your father and I hope that you and Ning Ning can get married soon. Jiang's mother said earnestly. Mom, Ning Ning and I are not planning to get married so soon. We want to enjoy our love life more. Jiang Long said. I don't know what you young people are thinking nowadays. How can you be in love for a lifetime? Jiang Long, you are 3 years older than Ning Ning. Ning Ning is young and not anxious, but you can't be calm. Ning Ning is such a good girl. There must be a lot of guys who are interested in her. You should marry her home as soon as possible. Jiang Long's heart sank. Mom is right. Shanshan has a marriage partner now. Why doesn't he want to marry Shanshan? However, he couldn't marry Shanshan home now. Chapter 2:24 No need to please him. Mom, don't worry. Ning Ning and I have a good relationship. There's no need to wait until this moment to get married. Jiang Long said, Child, why don't you understand what I'm saying? Now that you two are married and have a marriage certificate, that's what really makes me feel relieved. Jiang's mother said, Mom, I know my limits. Ning Ning will become your daughter-in-law sooner or later. Ningning will definitely become his bride. It's just a matter of time. Qing City, inside the apartment. Xiao Nuanyuan and Su Shanshan were counting their spoils of the day on the sofa in the living room. Susan looked at the black suit on the sofa with a sweet smile on her face. Wan, you see, my Jiang Long must look really handsome in this suit. Xiao Nuanyuan held Hua in her arms, sat in a corner of the sofa, nodded slowly, and said very cooperatively, "Well, your Jiang Long will look so handsome and cool in this suit. He Nuanyuan, you have good taste. You are worthy of being my best sister," Susan said with a smile. Xiao Nuanyuan's hand rubbed Hua's body again and again. She discovered it. Her lemon. Whenever Jiang Long is mentioned, her Ning Ning is like a nympho. This child, I guess I'll be eaten alive by Jiang Long for the rest of my life. Susan took out another set of pajamas for Jiang Long. Xiao Nuanyuan commented as she watched Susan tidy up. Ning Ning, you really look like a good wife and mother now. Really? I think so too. Hee. After Susan tidied Jiang Long's new pajamas, she also sorted out the new underwear, socks, etc. that she bought for Jiang Long. After Susan finished tidying up Jiang Long, she found that the two bags placed beside him looked unfamiliar. Nuanyuan, did you buy these two bags? Susan pointed to the two bags beside her and asked Xiao Nuanyuan. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, I bought it while you were choosing shoes for your Jiang Long. Open them and see. One is for me and one is for you. Hearing this, Susan picked up one of the bags and reached into it. Then, slender white fingers came out of the bag. A white lace border, smooth and delicate fabric. Susan spread out the smooth cloth with her little hands. This time I could see clearly what the thing in front of me was a belly band. Ning Ning, this is for you. You will look great in it, Xiao Nuanyuan said from the side. Nuanyuan, there is so little fabric? Susan said shyly. So why should you be embarrassed to wear it for your Jiang Long? Besides, you want to capture Jiang Long, so this is more useful. Xiao Nuanyuan paused and continued. There's also the lower half of the body in the bag. Take a look. Hearing this, Susan took out the remaining things in the bag. Her beautiful eyes fell on the small panties in her hand that matched the belly band. Wearing such a suit, Jiang Long, that big pervert, must like it very much. Susan thought so. I still feel a little shy inside. No matter. Wait for Jiang Long to come back and wear it for him to see. Susan folded the small set of clothes and placed it on Jiang Long's underwear. He spoke to Xiao Nuanyuan. Wan, is your bag also in that suit? Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, I bought the pink suit. Did you buy that to wear it for Xiao Mingjie to see? Susan asked. It depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll wear it for him to see. If I'm not in a good mood, I'll just enjoy it myself, Xiao Nuanyuan said lightly. She just reached an intimate relationship with Xiao Mingjie. She doesn't need to try to please him. Suddenly, a cell phone notification sounded. Susan picked up her phone and saw the message from Jiang Long. After reading the message, Susan said to Xiao Nuanyuan, Nuanyuan, Jiang Long's mother wants to video chat with me. I'm going to the bedroom first. Your mother-in-law wants to see you, so go and video chat with her as soon as possible. Xiao Nuanyuan teased. Stinky Nuanyuan, stop teasing me. As she spoke, Susan walked towards the bedroom with her cell phone in hand. At this moment, Xiao Nuanyuan's cell phone dinged. When Xiao Nuanyuan turned on her phone, Xiao Mingjie's WeChat message immediately popped up. Xiao Mingjie. Wan, have you returned to the capital? Xiao Nuanyuan typed on the phone screen and sent it to Xiao Mingjie. Wan, no. Xiao Mingjie. When will you return to the capital? Wan, what's up? After Xiao Nuanyuan sent this message, she immediately sent another message. Wan, you are here for that kind of thing. I will contact you when I get back. Xiao Mingjie, sitting in front of his desk, stared at the last message Xiao Nuanyuan sent. His whole face darkened. This little potato, did she think that he was looking for her, just for that matter? At this time, Xiao Mingjie was full of anger, but he had no place to vent. Good. Very good. When we meet, see if he doesn't take her. In the bedroom, Susan was happily chatting with Zhang's mother. After they chatted for a while, Zhang's mother left Jiang Long's room. Left are Jiang Long and Shan Shan's video. Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan in the video and said with a smile, Mom is happy to see you. Susan giggled and said, I'm so happy to see Annie too. Well, it seems that when we get married in the future, we don't have to worry about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Jiang Long said, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has always been a big problem since ancient times. Jiang Long is naturally happy that his mother and Shan Shan get along so well. Of course, Annie is such a good person, and I am such an extremely cute girl. Annie and I are both such good people. Of course, the relationship will get better and better. So how can there be any conflicts in the future? Susan said babble. Jiang Long chuckled. Ning Ning is right. It must be right. Susan raised the corners of her mouth sweetly. I'll be home by noon tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for you. I missed you so much. I miss you as well. Chapter 2, 25 Can't Wait. After Susan finished chatting with Jiang Long, she walked from the bedroom to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Have you finished talking to your mother-in-law? Xiao Nuanyuan asked Su Shanshan. Susan smiled and nodded, then said to Xiao Nuanyuan, Jiang Long will be back tomorrow. I'm so happy. Oh. Your Jiang Long has only been gone for a few days, and you're so impatient to see him. Xiao Nuanyuan curled her lips. Jiang Long will be away for 3 nights, so of course I can't wait to see him. Susan Shan defended. You are so anxious because I can't see your Jiang Long for just 3 nights. If I can't see your Jiang Long for a long time, won't you become sick with longing? After Xiao Nuanyuan finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that when Ning Ning returned to the Su family manor, she and Jiang Long had lost contact for a long time. During that time, Ning Ning couldn't see her husband Jiang Long, so she must have been very sad. At the same time, Susan also thought about that period. In the days without Jiang Long, she spent every day in agony. Every day she lived in agony. Susan didn't dare to think about that painful time anymore. That kind of torment, pain, despair, collapse. Susan doesn't want to experience this again in her life. Jiang Long even more. But Susan knew clearly that she and Jiang Long may face more difficulties in the future. But anyway, she will never be separated from Jiang Long again. They will never be separated again. Nuanyuan, I can't live without Jiang Long. I will die. Su Shanshan looked at Xiao Nuanyuan seriously and said. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. I understand your relationship with Jiang Long. I've been a witness to it all the way. Just now, it was because she brought the topic to such a heavy tone. Xiao Nuanyuan didn't want to make Ning Ning feel depressed, so she immediately changed the topic. Ning Ning, guess who sent me a message just now? Susan's beautiful eyes turned around, and she asked, Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, he contacted me. What does Xiao Mingjie want to see you for? Su Shanshan asked afterwards. Xiao Nuanyuan shrugged. He asked me when I would return to the capital, and I told him that if it was for that kind of thing, I would contact him when I got back. After hearing what Xiao Nuanyuan said, Susan exclaimed, Wan, you're too direct. Xiao Ming didn't mean that when he asked you. Did he? Who knows what Xiao Mingjie means? But haven't he and I reached an intimate relationship? If it's not for that kind of thing, why did he contact me? Xiao Nuanyuan said slowly. Susan disagreed. Anyway, I don't think Xiao Mingjie contacted you for that reason. Maybe he just wanted to contact you and ask about your situation. I don't need him to know about my situation. Xiao Nuanyuan said with a proud look on her face. Susan smiled to herself. You two are quite interesting. I'm the more interesting person. A sharp-tongued guy like Xiao Mingjie is not an interesting person. He is simply the most boring person in the world. Oh, Susan said softly. I think he's boring, but you still want to maintain that kind of relationship with him. Do you think I will believe you? Ning Ning, is your elbow bent outward? Xiao Nuanyuan said. Susan grabbed her chest. Susan screamed and quickly covered her chest. Stinky Nuanyuan, why are you grabbing my chest? What's wrong with catching him? It's not like we haven't caught him before. Or is it that only your Jiang Long is allowed to catch them now, and I'm not allowed to catch them? Oh, how sad. Xiao Nuanyuan pretended to be sad. Oh, Nuanyuan, that's not what I meant. Susan said quickly. Oh, that's good enough. Xiao Nuanyuan grabbed Susan's chest again. Then he commented, Ning Ning, I didn't feel it carefully just now, but now I find that there are changes. After hearing what Xiao Nuanyuan said, Susan reached out and, on the white rabbit, touched it. She didn't feel any changes. It's still the same size as before. Nuanyuan, I don't feel any changes. Susan said to Xiao Nuanyuan. Not to mention, Jiang Long never said. What changes have occurred in her white rabbit? Ning Ning, there really are changes. I didn't lie to you, Xiao Nuanyuan said, then paused. He smiled evilly and said, It seems that your Jiang Long is quite hard-working. Smelly Nuanyuan, stop talking nonsense. Susan's little face flushed unconsciously, because she thought of Jiang Long's. Her white rabbit. The picture of doing whatever you want. The more I think about it, Susan's face became even hotter. It's over. So embarrassing. Why does she keep thinking about that scene? I'm not talking nonsense. He's not hardworking. How can yours change anything? Xianu Anyuan's voice rang out. Susan quickly shook her head. Quickly interrupt the picture in the little head. If Manhwa knew that she had been thinking about Jiang Long just now, she would be laughed to death by Nu Anyuan. Cho Nu Anyuan, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower, Susan said as she got up from the sofa. After Susan left, Xianu Anyuan sat on the sofa, thinking about things. Jiang Long will come back tomorrow. After she safely hands Ning Ning to Jiang Long, she left Qing City and returned to the imperial capital. Ning Ning and Jiang Long, the young couple, must have missed each other very much after not seeing each other for a few days. There is a saying that goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. If she stayed here, Ning Ning and Jiang Long would definitely be wary. Besides, isn't Ning Ning going to implement her plan to have a baby with Jiang Long? So, when Jiang Long came back, she slipped away. Xianu Anyuan nodded slowly. I hope Ning Ning's plan to have a baby will be successful. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Jiang Long finished his breakfast and got into the car with his mother's instructions. Every time we say goodbye, we face such a scene. Jiang Long waved goodbye to his parents and started the business car. Jiang Long looked at his parents' increasingly smaller figures in the rearview mirror and felt a surge of sadness in his heart. Jiang Long drove on the highway for 3 hours straight. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. As a result, a serious traffic accident occurred ahead on the road near Qingshi. There was a serious traffic jam on the road. For more than 20 minutes, the vehicles on this section of road were stuck in place and did not move an inch. Many people in the car couldn't sit still anymore. Some got off to get some fresh air, some got off to stroll, and some got off to smoke. Jiang Long frowned and sent a message to Shanshan. When Susan heard the notification sound on her phone, she immediately picked up the phone and clicked on the message from Jiang Long. My boyfriend, Ning Ning, there was a serious traffic accident on the highway. I have been stuck on the road for more than 20 minutes. I don't know when I can leave. Seeing Jiang Long, this news, the joy on Susan's face immediately disappeared. Jiang Long in about 40 minutes. Unexpectedly, Jiang Long was stuck in traffic. Jiang Long would definitely not be able to return home in more than 40 minutes. Susan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, the most important thing when driving is safety first. It doesn't matter if Jiang Long comes home late, as long as he can get home safely. Susan tapped her fingers on the screen of her mobile phone and sent a message to Jiang Long. Ning Ning, baby, don't worry as long as you are safe. Followed by a hug emoticon. My boyfriend also posted a hug emoticon after his post. Yeah, I'm afraid you'll be worried. Ning Ning, I'm a little anxious to see you soon, but safety is the most important. After Susan sent this message, she immediately sent another one. Ning Ning, what about you? Are you anxious to see me? Followed by a smirking emoticon. Jiang Long looked at the message sent by Shanshan and smiled. It's Shanshan. How could he not miss her? My boyfriend, of course. I can't wait to see you. Susan covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, it turns out that Jiang Long was also so eager to see her. Chapter 226, He is the One Who Suffers. At this moment, Xianu Anyuan, who came out of the bathroom, happened to see Su Shanshan sitting on the sofa and smiling silly with her mobile phone in her hand. Xianu Anyuan quickly asked, Ning Ning, what are you grinning about? I'm chatting with Jiang Long, Susan said with a smile. You two lovers, I really don't know how you have so much to talk about every day. What are you talking about that can make you laugh so hard now? Wow. Xianu Anyuan smacked her lips. There's a traffic jam on Jianglong Road, Susan said. Su Shanshan with some surprise. I don't understand what Ning Ning's train of thought is. No, Jianglong said he can't wait to see me. Susan laughed. So, she and Jianglong couldn't wait to see each other as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xianu Anyuan sneered. Haha. It turns out that the clown is actually herself. You continue chatting with your Jianglong. I'm going back to my room to lie down and watch TV series. After saying that, Xianu Anyuan walked towards the bedroom. Nu Anyuan, after I finish talking to Jianglong, I will go back to accompany you. Su Shanshan said towards Xianu Anyuan's back. After Xianu Anyuan returned to the bedroom, Susan sent another message to Jianglong. Ning Ning, it turns out my baby misses me so much. I'm so happy. Followed by an emoticon of a little man spinning in circles. Jianglong, mood improved unconsciously after chatting with Shan Shan during the originally annoying traffic jam. Shan Shan is really his happy pill. After Jiang Long received Shan Shan's message, he typed something on his phone and sent it to Shan Shan. Yeah, I miss you so much, Ning Ning. Jiang Long was about to click send when he suddenly deleted Ning Ning and the other two. Changed to wife. My boyfriend. Yeah, I miss you so much, wife. After seeing Jiang Long's message, Susan couldn't help but giggle. Ah, so exciting. In the past, she would always call Jiang Long husband first. Jiang Long would respond to his wife. This was the first time Jiang Long took the initiative to call her his wife. Susan was so happy. He happily spun in circles on the ground. Su Shanshan quickly sent a message to Jiang Long. Ning Ning, I miss you too, husband he. After posting this, Susan blinked her big eyes and immediately sent another message. Ning Ning, husband, I want to hear your voice. Jiang Long stared at the last message Shanshan sent. He pondered. Suddenly, I understood what Shanshan meant. Jiang Long cleared his throat, paused, and sent a voice message to Shanshan. After Susan received a few seconds of voice message from my boyfriend, Susan happily clicked on the voice message and put it close to her little ear. My boyfriend. Honey, I miss you so much. Jiang Long called his wife in a deep and slightly magnetic voice. I said to her, I miss her so much. It's really beautiful. This moving voice went straight to Susan's heart. Wow, wow, wow. I still want to listen. What to do? Susan sent another message to Jiang Long. Ning Ning, hubby, I want to hear more, please. Jiang Long chuckled, pressed the speak button, and sent a voice message. My boyfriend. Honey, I miss you. Hearing Jiang Long's heartbeat, Susan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. After Susan calmed down, a pair of beautiful eyes turned slowly. As if he had thought of something, afterwards, Susan also sent a voice message to Jiang Long. After receiving Shan Shan's voice message, Jiang Long immediately opened it and put it to his ear. Brother, I miss you too. Elder brother? Listening to Shan Shan calling him brother in a pinched voice, Jiang Long suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He licked his lips subconsciously. Jiang Long originally thought Shan Shan would call him husband. Who would have thought that Shan Shan would surprise me? Call him brother. Elder brother. Don't mention it. I haven't heard these two words from Shan Shan for a long time. Jiang Long actually felt something different. Jiang Long chuckled, typed, and sent a message. My boyfriend, don't call me husband. Are you trying to roleplay with me, sister? Followed by a sly, smiley emoticon. When I saw the words role-playing, Susan's face flushed. She subconsciously thought of the video she watched. When those two people were doing this and that. That is, brother, brother. Sister, sister. That's called Ning Ning Stinky Jiang Long. Who wants to play role-playing games with you? I just want to call you brother and tease you. Followed by an emoticon of sticking out tongue. My boyfriend. How dare you tease me, you little brat. Followed by a mocking emoticon. Su Shanshan was not willing to be outdone. She held her voice and sent several voice messages to Jiang Long. Ning Ning, brother. Ning Ning, brother. Ning Ning, brother he. Ning Ning, brother I miss you. Ning Ning, brother, I really miss you. Listening to Shan Shan's voice messages one after another, Jiang Long's whole body was tense. Oh shit, I should have known not to mess with Shan Shan. This sound is unbearable. In the end, he was the one who suffered. Why should he do that? Chapter 227, Warm Eyes. Seeing that Jiang Long didn't reply to her message for a while, Susan knew that the messages she had just sent out would have a very good effect. Stinky River Dragon. She is not that easy to deal with. Susan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were particularly bright. Her fingers typed on the phone screen and sent it to Jiang Long. Ning Ning, brother, I sent you so many voice messages. Why didn't you reply? Followed by an aggrieved emoticon. Jiang Long saw the message from Shan Shan, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He took a deep breath and typed and sent the message. My boyfriend, talk more normally from now on or I'll spank you. Is followed by a grinning emoji. Stinky River Dragon. I want to spank her. Snort. Susan pouted her lips and typed quickly on the phone screen. Ning Ning, I just want to talk like that. What's wrong? You want to spank me? No way. It is said on the internet that boys like girls who speak in a coquettish way. I really don't understand. Stinky River Dragon. Why don't you like it? Jiang Long scratched the back of his head while reading the news. My boyfriend. At this moment, A beautiful woman in a nanny car in front of her left put down her cell phone and glanced out the window diagonally behind her. I inadvertently noticed Jiang Long sitting in the driver's seat of the business car. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up instantly, and then she curled her lips. He whispered to himself, "Oh no, the last time Xiaoyan and I went to visit him to express our gratitude. I secretly took a photo of him. I've been so busy lately that I forgot about it." After more than 40 minutes, traffic gradually returned to normal. When Jiang Long's car drove into Qing City, it was already drizzling and the rain was gradually getting heavier. Susan looked out the window at the heavy rain with a worried look on her face. Is there an umbrella in Jiang Long's car? If you don't have an umbrella, the distance from Jiang Long getting off the bus to entering the apartment building is. What if he gets wet? No. She had to take an umbrella to pick up Jiang Long. Thinking of this, Susan hurried back to the bedroom. At this time, Xiao Nuanyuan was lying on the bed playing games. After hearing the noise, she raised her eyes from her phone and saw Susan opening the closet door. Then, Xiao Nuanyuan's eyes quickly fell on the phone again. Xiao Nuanyuan asked, "Ningning, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Susan turned around to look at Xiao Nuanyuan, who was playing games on the bed, and responded, "It's raining outside. Jiang Long will be back soon. I'm afraid he'll get wet if he gets off the car without an umbrella. I'll change my clothes and pick him up later." It was raining outside, and I didn't even notice. Xiao Nuanyuan kept her eyes on the phone without even lifting her eyelids. "You are playing games and are too focused." Susan smiled. "Well, but you were too nice to Jiang Long. You even go to pick him up?" Xiao Nuanyuan said casually. "Jiang Long is also very nice to me." After a while, Susan changed into a pair of jeans and a tight, long-sleeved white t-shirt. Jiang Long for a few days. Susan originally wanted to dress up a little prettier to pick him up. It's raining outside now, and it's a little cold. So, Susan gave up the idea of wearing black stockings and JK suits. After changing her clothes, Susan went to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror again and again. The white tight long t-shirt perfectly shows her slender waist. Puffy chest. It towers proudly. Susan took the wooden comb Jiang Long gave her and combed her long black hair. I applied some shiny lip gloss on my lips. She smiled into the mirror. Perfect. It is said that women dress up to please themselves. Of course, Susan wanted to show her best side to Jiang Long the moment he saw her. Susan came out of the bathroom and checked the time. You can go downstairs to pick up Jiang Long now," Susan explained to Xiao Nuanyuan. Before leaving, he informed Hua and Hua again. "Your dad is coming back. I'm going to pick him up. You two must miss him a lot, hee." Hua and Hua called out meow and meow at the same time, as if to say, well, they thought about it. "You two are so great. Mom and Dad's love for you is not in vain." Susan had a sweet smile on her face. After saying that, Susan changed her shoes and went out with a black umbrella. Susan came to the door of the unit holding a black umbrella, her beautiful eyes staring into the distance, searching for the shadow of Jiang Long's commercial vehicle. About 10 minutes later, Susan saw a familiar business car in the distance, and the corners of her mouth raised in a beautiful arc. Her Jiang Long is back. So happy. Susan quickly opened her umbrella and walked towards the place where Jiang Long always parked his car. The rain washed the car windows wantonly. The wipers were swaying back and forth across the windshield. Jiang Long's attention was focused on the windshield, and he didn't notice a beautiful figure holding a black umbrella in the distance. Jiang Long parked the car and was about to get out. He heard someone knocking on the car window beside him. Jiang Long tilted his head, and through the misty rain on the car window, he immediately saw Shanshan's smiling face. Jiang Long quickly opened the car door, looked at Shanshan with surprise and asked, "Ningning, why are you here?" Su Shanshan smiled sweetly at Jiang Long and said happily, "Of course I'm here to pick you up." It was raining heavily, and Shanshan came down to pick him up. Don't mention it, Jiang Long was quite touched. He wanted to hug Shanshan and kiss her immediately. Jiang Long unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the driver's seat. Susan quickly held the umbrella over Jiang Long's head. After Jiang Long closed the car door, for a moment, the two people stood face to face under the umbrella. Jiang Long stared at Shanshan in front of him. At this time, Susan blinked her big eyes and smiled at Jiang Long. "Jiang Long, let's go home." Jiang Long took Shanshan's umbrella, and their fingers brushed against each other gently. Jiang Long felt the coolness on Shanshan's fingers, and he subconsciously frowned. He said to her, "I'll be back later." Jiang Long opened the back door and said, "Ning Ning, get in." Susan sat in the back seat with a bewildered look on her face. Jiang Long then sat in. He folded up his umbrella and shook off the water. Then I put the umbrella in the car and closed the back door. The moment the car door closed, Jiang Long's dark eyes were fixed on Shan Shan. Susan could certainly feel Jiang Long's unusually passionate gaze. Jiang Long put his hands on Shan Shan's waist and pulled her onto his lap. Facing Jiang Long's sudden action, Su Shan Shan was completely unprepared. She subconsciously exclaimed, "Ah." Chapter 228, The Temperature Inside the Car. Jiang Long put one hand through Shan Shan's waist, pressing Shan Shan's body against himself. Two big hands held Shan Shan's two small hands tightly in their palms. The warmth from his hands slowly passed to Shan Shan, including the warmth on Jiang Long's body. "Little fool, your body is so cold. Have you been standing outside waiting for me for a long time?" Susan sat sideways on Jiang Long's thighs. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Jiang Long. She shook her head gently and smiled at Jiang Long. "It hasn't been long. I'm not cold at all. It doesn't matter how long you wait for the one you love. Even if her body is cold, her heart is always warm." Susan's two small hands slipped between the fingers of Jiang Long's two big hands, fit together tightly. Her furry little head rubbed Jiang Long's cheek, and her face blushed unconsciously. The soft and sticky sound floated into Jiang Long's ears. "I miss you so much." These few words from Shan Shan's mouth went straight to Jiang Long's heart. Jiang Long's breathing unconsciously became heavier. He pulled his big hand out from Shan Shan's fingers. Holding Shan Shan's little hand, she put it into his clothes. "Put it here and cover it." Jiang Long put his big hand on Shan Shan's waist and hugged her tightly. Susan's two little hands slowly climbed up Jiang Long's chest, playfully scratched it. I haven't touched it for several days. I really want to." Shan Shan's little hands were playing tricks on his body. At this moment, Jiang Long felt very tortured. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Shan Shan's waist. For a moment, Shan Shan's body pressed even closer to him. Susan also realized the strength of Jiang Long's hand. Her eyes moved from Jiang Long's chest to his face. The two looked at each other. It was as if sparks were bursting and crackling. Susan bit her lower lip. The body moved. She directly sat on Jiang Long's legs. Her plump breasts were pressed against Jiang Long's body. Two small hands tightly hooked Jiang Long's neck. A pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Jiang Long. "Stinky river dragon. I obviously want to kiss her. Why hasn't he made any move yet?" "I'm pretty calm." Jiang Long stared at Shan Shan's lips, his eyes sparkling. With a moist luster, like a tempting jelly, his Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously. Swallowed a mouthful. At the same time, Jiang Long's big hands were groping on Shan Shan's slender waist. The waist is still so thin, he could hold it with one hand. Shan Shan's waist should be the A4 waist that he saw on a certain audio platform. Although Shan Shan has a thin waist, but that chest, that ass, very meaty. Oh my. Susan couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Long still doesn't take action. Then she should take action first. Thinking like this, Susan moved her little mouth forward, kissed Jiang Long's lips directly. "Missing you after not seeing you for a few days." At this moment, it burst out completely. The two are inseparable. Wantonly entanglement. Enjoy exchanging saliva in each other's mouths. Jiang Long finally swallowed the delicious jelly. Jiang Long's hands unconsciously moved upwards. "That cute white rabbit." Susan's cheeks flushed. A moving melody unconsciously emanated from my throat. "Ah, such a sound." Jiang Long was very excited. His breathing became more and more rapid. Not past, deleted some. Heavy rains swept across the city. In a corner of the neighborhood, inside a business car in the misty rain, a boy hugged a girl and kissed her passionately. Until a long time, a silver thread broke through the air. This kiss finally ended. Susan's face was flushed and her body was limp. Panting, she lay on Jiang Long's body. Jiang Long slowly calmed down his rapid breathing. After a while, the two people's fluctuating heartbeats finally stabilized. Breathing also returned to normal frequency. Jiang Long helped Susan button her bra. His fingers inadvertently slid across Shan Shan's smooth back. Feeling the delicate and smooth touch. Very good, but it feels very different from before. Jiang Long buttoned up Shan Shan's underwear while reminiscing about it. Then, He helped Shan to tidy up her white long t-shirt. Susan pursed her lips shyly. Deleted some more? She thought of the video she saw. Those pictures of this and that. More shy. At the same time, she became more curious. Like this? That way? That way? What will happen? Ning Ning, what are you thinking about? Zhang Long asked when he saw Shan in a daze. Susan quickly shook her head. No, I didn't think about anything. She didn't want to tell Jiang Long. What was she thinking just now? That's too shameful. Susan paused, then continued. Let's go back quickly. I told Nguyen Yuan that I would come out to pick you up. If I don't go back for such a long time, Nguyen Yuan will make wild guesses. Although, she and Jiang Long were indeed in the car. Yeah, Jiang Long responded. Su Shanshan suddenly stood up from Jiang Long's legs, and her little head hit the roof of the car. She groaned in pain. Jiang Long quickly got Shan to sit on his lap again. He reached out and gently rubbed Shan's little head that had just been bumped. You little fool, you forgot it in the car? Jiang Long looked at Shan lovingly. Su Shanshan stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long and said unhappily, It's all because of you. Susan swallowed the rest of her words halfway through. Jiang Long licked his lips unconsciously and chuckled. Then he nodded and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Well, blame me. Jiang Long paused deliberately and continued. My lemon is so beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Move your mouth. Another move. Susan's face was flushed. She clenched her fist and punched Jiang Long's chest twice. She said coquettishly, Stinky Jiang Long, you are becoming more and more dishonest. No way. Saying you are too beautiful isn't decent? Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Snort. Susan pouted her lips. Jiang Long didn't mean what he said literally. This stinky Jiang Long, I was just about to take him home. He asked her to go to the back seat. So, he is so impatient. Thinking like this, Susan suddenly laughed. Jiang Long was very puzzled when he saw Shan suddenly smile. She had been pouting just now, but suddenly she smiled. This Shan, he really couldn't understand her. If you don't leave yet, aren't you afraid that Nguyen Yuan will have too many thoughts? Jiang Long reminded. Let's go, let's go. Susan said quickly. Jiang Long opened the car door, opened his umbrella, and got out of the car. As soon as he got off the car, Jiang Long's shoes were soaked in rain. I didn't expect this moment. The rain was falling so heavily. Why didn't he notice it just now? He was so focused just now. Chapter 229, it would be nice if I could clone myself. At this time, Susan moved her, but to the door, and was about to get out of the car. Jiang Long leaned down with his back to Shan. Ning Ning, come up. I'll carry you. Jiang Long's voice mixed with the sound of rain floated into Shan's ears. Susan noticed Jiang Long's shoes soaked in the rain. So Jiang Long was afraid that her shoes would get wet. Her Jiang Long is very good. She quickly climbed onto Jiang Long's back, hooked her hands around Jiang Long's neck, and took the umbrella from him. Jiang Long held Shan's thighs with his hands, stood up, and closed the car door. In the rain and fog, under a black umbrella, Jiang Long stepped in the rain step by step. Carrying his beloved girl on his back, he walked towards their home. Susan had a sweet smile on her face. She put her lips to the boy's left ear, gently exhaling hot air. I love you. Jiang Long heard these 3 words mixed with the sound of rain. He heard it clearly. Jiang Long paused and tilted his head. He moved his lips and said, I love you too. Susan laughed softly, and her bell-like laughter sounded like the most beautiful music in the world. Jiang Long raised the corner of his mouth, and he lifted Shan up on his back. Carrying her on my back, I continued walking. Not long after, the two returned home. Xianu Anyuan, who was lying on the bed in the bedroom, playing games before, has now moved to the sofa. Xianu Anyuan heard the door open and shouted towards the door while playing games. Ning Ning, what took you two so long to come back? Su Shanshan was changing her shoes. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she shouted loudly in response to Xianu Anyuan. Nguyen, it's raining outside. Jiang Long is driving very slowly, so he was delayed. After saying that, Su Shanshan glanced at Jiang Long with a guilty look. At this time, Jiang Long had put away his umbrella and was looking at Shan leisurely. The moment their eyes met, Susan stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and whispered, You little liar. You are getting better and better at lying now. Susan muttered softly, Then go and tell Nguyen the truth. Jiang Long's mouth twitched. What Shanshan's train of thought? He has nothing to do but talk about that. I surrender to you. Jianglong took off his shoes and his wet socks. Put on slippers. Suddenly, Susan squatted down. Two small hands attached to Jianglong's two insteps and ankles. Jianglong was obviously stunned. I never expected Shanshan to do this. Shanshan beneath him. Susan tilted her head back and looked at Jianglong with her big, sparkling eyes. He whispered, "Warm them up." There was silence for 2 seconds, and Jianglong said quickly, "Get up, Ning Ning. It'll stay warm for a while longer." Susan shook her little head at Jianglong. Jianglong quickly squatted down, held Shanshan's two little hands, and pulled her up. "Don't be like this," Jianglong said. Susan quickly retorted, "When my feet are cold, you will warm them for me. And when your feet are cold, I will also warm them for you. You're a girl. So what if you're a boy? Who says only girls need care? Boys need the same care, too." Susan looked at Jianglong with a firm look in her eyes. Jianglong was shocked by Shanshan's words. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. "You are my boy, and I want to give you all my love, just as you give me." Hearing this, Jianglong hugged Shanshan in his arms. Speaking of this, what else does the author want to say? When boys are young, most of their parents' education methods are, if you are a boy, you should let the girl. If you are a boy, you should know how to endure hardships. If you are a boy, you should be responsible. I've heard too many things like you're a boy, and you'll have to shoulder certain responsibilities when you grow up. When a man gets married, no matter his parents or others, they will say, "You are a man, you have to support the family. You are a man, you have to take good care of your wife and children. You are a man, you have to respect your parents," and so on. However, few people say that you are a boy and you should love yourself well. So, whether it is a boy or a girl, the most important thing is to learn to love yourself first. Soon, Jianglong and Su Shanshan walked hand in hand from the door to the living room. Xiao Nuanyuan had just finished her game, and when she looked up, she saw two people holding hands. Xiao Nuanyuan put down her phone, smacked her lips, and couldn't help but teasing. It's true that a short separation makes a new marriage better. You two are so affectionate as soon as you meet. Smelly Nuanyuan, Jianglong, and I get sick of holding hands. Su Shanshan said quickly. Don't you know how much it hurts me, a single guy, when you two walk around holding hands in front of me? Xiao Nuanyuan joked. When Xiao Nuanyuan said this, Jianglong and Su Shanshan laughed at the same time. Susan quickly pulled her hand out of Jianglong's palm. Then he distanced himself from Jianglong and stood 1 meter away from him. Looking at Shanshan's series of actions, Jianglong frowned. Susan looked at Xiao Nuanyuan, who was sitting on the sofa, and spoke again. Manhwa, look, Jianglong and I are not holding hands anymore, and we are still so far away. Is this okay now? Xiao Nuanyuan nodded, expressing her satisfaction. That's good enough. Ning Ning, come here quickly. I need a loving hug. As she said that, Xiao Nuanyuan opened her arms towards Susan. Then she gave Jianglong a provocative look. Receiving Xiao Nuanyuan's provocative look, Jianglong's mouth twitched. How come? Like he and Xiao Nuanyuan are fighting over Shanshan? Susan quickly came to Xiao Nuanyuan and gave her a big hug. She patted Xiao Nuanyuan's back gently with her little hand and said with a smile, Xiongwanwan, hold me as long as you want. Well, that's about right, Xiao Nuanyuan responded. Jianglong looked at the two women hugging each other in front of the sofa. Why does he feel like he is redundant? Obviously, he is Shanshan's boyfriend. Jianglong cleared his throat and said, Well, you two continue to hug. I'm going back to the study first. Goodbye. I won't see you off. After Xiao Nuanyuan said this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Life is boring, but making fun of the couple Ning Ning and Jianglong is quite interesting. Su Shanshan quickly turned around and saw Jianglong walking towards the study. Why does the back look a little lonely? Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness cannot be achieved at the same time. At this moment, Susan suddenly felt that she couldn't have both a man and a sister. If only she could clone herself. Chapter 230 was suddenly interrupted. It must be. After Jianglong left, Xiao Nuanyuan let Su Shanshan go. She was originally teasing Ning Ning and Jianglong. Ning Ning, Jianglong is back. I will be going back to the capital soon. Hearing Xiao Nuanyuan say this, Susan felt a little uncomfortable, and she quickly said, Nuanyuan, don't leave today, okay? Jianglong was away for a few days, thanks to Nuan, who stayed with her all the time. Susan is really reluctant to let Nuanyuan leave. I've been in Qing City for several days, and it's time to return to the imperial capital. Xiao Nuanyuan said. After Xiao Nuanyuan said this, Su Shanshan didn't know what to say. Manhwa, it's raining heavily outside. Can you leave tomorrow? Susan understood that her best friend would eventually leave, but it was raining heavily outside, and she didn't want Nuanyuan to leave in the rain. Xiao Nuanyuan. Okay then, I'll leave tomorrow. I thought Jiang Long had just come back, so I wanted to give you two some private space. This way you can't blame me. Susan laughed. So this is what Wan thought. He really thinks about her and Jiang Long in every way. Susan. How can I blame you? Jiang Long and I are always together, so it doesn't matter if we are together for a while. Xiao Nuanyuan. Jiang Long just came back. You two must have missed each other after not seeing each other for a few days. I am afraid that I will delay your intimacy. Susan pouted. Stinky Nuanyuan. You think a lot. Xiao Nuanyuan raised her eyebrows. That's right, okay. I'll go back to the bedroom to continue playing games. You go find your Jiang Long and make out. Having said that, Xiao Nuanyuan stood up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Susan blushed. Actually, she and Jiang Long had been intimate in the car just now. After Xiao Nuanyuan left, Susan went to the kitchen. It was already past 11 when she and Wan finished their breakfast. They were not hungry at all. Jiang Long drove for such a long time. He must be hungry now. Susan decided to give the following to Jiang Long. It will be very fast down there, so Jiang Long doesn't have to wait too long. Thinking of this, Susan tied on her apron and started busying herself in the kitchen. After a while, a big bowl of fragrant tomato and egg noodles came out of the pot. Susan sniffed it with her little nose and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, it smells so good. Jiang Long must love it, he. After Susan placed the tomato and egg noodles on the table, she walked towards the study happily. Susan gently opened the door and was about to walk in. As a result, after seeing the scene in front of the desk, her eyes widened with shock. From Susan's perspective, Jiang Long was sitting at his computer desk wearing a t-shirt with his elbows swinging. What about the lower body? Susan could only see Jiang Long's legs without pants. For a time, Susan's head buzzed. Could it be? Could it be that Jiang Long is DIY? After having this idea, Susan's heart was beating fast and her face was flushed. I encountered this kind of thing. What should I do? Jiang Long must be very embarrassed when he suddenly sees her. She should be the only one who is embarrassed. Susan bit her lip and took a step back. When we retreat further, because of nervousness, she stepped one foot on top of the other and almost fell down. Susan screamed in fear. Hearing the scream, Jiang Long quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Shanshan shaking at the door. Jiang Long quickly stood up and walked toward Shanshan. Susan finally stabilized her shaking body. At this time, Jiang Long also came to Shanshan. Susan's round chest rose and fell violently. Her eyes fell on Jiang Long's underwear. My breathing became tense unconsciously. That shadow is out of place compared to other places. So, Susan knew exactly what it was. She had helped Jiang Long before. Only, why hasn't there been any change? Jiang Long quickly asked. Ningning, are you okay? Susan waved her hands repeatedly. It's okay, it's okay. You go ahead and do your work. We'll go eat noodles when you're done. That kind of thing. It must be uncomfortable to be interrupted by her suddenly. But Jiang Long was quite calm. In other words, he wasn't embarrassed at all. Snort. This guy is really thick-skinned. Jiang Long was confused. What is he busy with first? What is he busy with? Jiang Long noticed that Shanshan's eyes seemed to be looking somewhere from time to time. Jiang Long looked down. Oh shit, Shanshan must have misunderstood. Susan said, turning around and leaving. Jiang Long grabbed Shanshan's arm, pulled her into the study, and closed the door. Susan's heart was beating like thunder. What does Jiang Long mean? How did he drag her in? Could it be that Jiang Long wanted her to help? At this moment, Susan's little brain was working rapidly. I think it must be like this. Jiang Long wanted her to help. It's not impossible. Jiang Long wants. She will agree. But Wan is still here. It's safer to lock the door. I can help you, but Ningning, you misunderstood. The two spoke in unison. Halfway through their conversation, they both stopped talking at the same time. The two looked into each other's eyes. Each other's reflection filled their eyes. So Shanshan thought, and wanted her to help him. Jiang Long put his hands on Shanshan's shoulders and quickly explained. Ningning, listen to me first. Susan bit her lip lightly, nodded, and waited quietly for Jiang Long's next words. That was water accidentally spilled, Jiang Long explained. Water? Not that kind of thing? But in broad daylight, Jiang Long was only wearing a pair of underwear. The underwear is still the same. It's really suspicious. Seeing Shan Shan's suspicious look, Jiang Long had to explain again. Don't overthink it. It was really an accidental spill. If you don't believe me, just... Jiang Long didn't say the last word. He was afraid that he would say the last word. Shan Shan will feel that he is more and more indecent. Jiang Long simply swallowed the last word into his stomach. Although Jiang Long did not say the last word, Susan still knew clearly what it was. Susan really wanted to identify it herself. After all, water and that are easy to distinguish. But how could she feel good about it? That time I helped Jiang Long, but it was done after they kissed and were in high spirits. Jiang Long taught her step by step. Now, how could she go by herself? That's too shameful. Chapter 231, I like you kissing me. I like it so much, I like it so much. Susan blushed and asked the question in her mind. Why are you only wearing underwear in your room? Are you really not doing that kind of thing? Although Jiang Long explained it repeatedly, Susan was still skeptical. The legs of my pants were wet, so I took them off. Look, they are hanging on the folding bed. Susan's eyes instantly moved to the folding bed, and sure enough, she saw the pants hanging on the bed. She first came home and warmed Jiang Long's feet. She did notice that Jiang Long's trouser legs were a little wet. Jiang Long then continued. The phone rang, and I went to the table to answer it before I had time to change my pants. That's when I accidentally spilled some water on my underwear. Only after hearing the whole story did Susan believe it. Oh, so that's how it is. However, Susan still has a doubt. Although she felt embarrassed, she still asked the question. Otherwise, she would have been entangled in this issue. Then you, move your elbow there. What are you thinking about? Let me see if it's too wet and whether I need to change a new one. As he said that, Jiang Long reached out and rubbed Shan Shan's furry little head. Susan bit her lip, nodded, and then said, Of course I have to change it to another one. Otherwise it will be very uncomfortable to wear. It's not very wet, so you don't need to change it. Jiang Long said, No, change it to a new pair of underwear quickly. It is so uncomfortable to wear wet underwear. This stinky Jiang Long is really unrefined. Oh, I understand. I'll change. Seeing that Shan Shan insisted, he decided to change. Then change into your underwear and pants and go eat. I'll be out first. Wait a moment. We'll go together after I change. Jiang Long said hurriedly. Hearing this, Susan's face flushed, and she said oh lightly. Jiang Long let go of Shan Shan and searched the closet for a pair of underwear and pants. Jiang Long came to the folding bed and sat down, and the bed creaked. Jiang Long glanced at Shan Shan at the door. At this moment, Susan was staring at Jiang Long. The two people's eyes suddenly intertwined. Susan was a little embarrassed. She kept staring at Jiang Long. It doesn't seem very good, but it was Jiang Long who told her to wait for him. Then her eyes can't help but want to see. Uncontrollable, Jiang Long retracted his gaze, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He quickly took off his underwear. Susan's eyes were fixed there. The two cute little ears have turned red. That, she had seen, touched, although it has not been used yet. But that will always be hers. Thinking like this, Susan's heartbeat became unstable again. Ah, how shameful. Why does she always think about such strange questions? Could it be? After watching the video that Nguyen sent her, I can't help but think of those. Jiang Long changed into new underwear and put on his pants before walking toward Shan Shan. When I got to Shan Shan, I looked at her rosy little face, her wet eyes, and her crystal clear red earlobes. Jiang Long couldn't help it. He hugged Shan Shan and kissed her little ears again and again. Susan gently pushed Jiang Long's chest. Stop kissing me. You're not hungry. Don't say anything. Kiss Shan Shan. Jiang Long really didn't feel hungry. Kiss for a while longer. Jiang Long whispered. Susan's small hands tightly grasped Jiang Long's clothes on his chest. There was a hint of forbearance on his face. Ah, bad Jiang Long, don't kiss me anymore. Ah, my ears are itchy, but it's really comfortable. Fortunately, Jiang Long didn't kiss for too long. Otherwise, she would really collapse in Jiang Long's arms. When I was in the car, Jiang Long had kissed her for a long time. I don't know why Jiang Long still wants to kiss her so much. Susan suddenly smiled. Her heart is full of sweetness. Her Jiang Long must love her very much, just like she loves him very much. Jiang Long licked his lips, exhaled deeply, and asked, Ning Ning, why are you laughing? Susan's little hand touched Jiang Long's cheek, and her soft voice floated into Jiang Long's ears. I like you kissing me. I like it very much. I like it very much. Jiang Long stared at Shanshan's face with his dark eyes, lowered his head, and kissed Shanshan on the lips. After a while, do you want to kiss me again? Jiang Long asked, his forehead against Shanshan's. No, go eat your noodles now. They're probably clumping up already. You really don't want to kiss me anymore? Jiang Long asked again. Susan shook her head and said, no, although she really liked Jiang Long kissing her. But I kissed too many times today. Let's kiss tomorrow. Let's kiss again tomorrow. Susan said immediately. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Okay, I just don't know if Shanshan can wait until tomorrow to kiss again. Soon they came to the dining table. Susan looked at the tomato and egg noodles that had already clumped up on the table and curled her lips. Jiang Long, the dough has lumped up and is inedible. I'll make another one. As she said this, Susan was about to pick up the bowl and pour out the noodles. Jiang Long quickly stopped him. No need to throw it away. You can still eat it. The noodles looked very good when they were just out of the pot. How can we eat them like this now? I'll make them again, and they'll be ready soon. Susan said, although she was very happy when making this bowl of noodles, and it would be a pity to throw it away. She wanted Jiang Long to eat delicious noodles instead of clumpy noodles. Susan immediately remembered that when she first cooked, the eggs were black and tasted terrible. In order not to make her feel uncomfortable, Jiang Long forced himself to eat a piece. So, she knew very well, this bowl of clumpy noodles doesn't look good, and it doesn't taste good either. Jiang Long will definitely eat it, because he has always been like this. Always consider her emotions. Jiang Long indeed thought so. Shanshan worked hard to make noodles for him. Even if it was a pile, he didn't want to waste it. Susan held her hands on the bowl. Jiang Long held Susan's hands. The two were in a stalemate. Ning Ning, let go. This bowl is still edible. There's no need to redo it. Throwing it away will be a waste of food. Jiang Long insisted. This stinky Jiang Long is sometimes quite stubborn. Use the excuse of throwing away food to educate her. But she only wastes a little bit occasionally. I hope the food god won't blame her. She just didn't want Jiang Long to eat the messy noodles. Jiang Long, I just want you to eat noodles that look good and taste good. I don't want you to always put yourself in a difficult position. Hearing this, Jiang Long's eyes narrowed. Let's each take a bite of this bowl of noodles, then throw it away, and I'll make it for you again, Susan said immediately. There was silence in the air for 2 seconds. Jiang Long nodded. Okay. Chapter 232, Acting According to Plan. Jiang Long released his hands that were holding Shanshan. Susan's hands also left the bowl. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up the noodles that had fallen off the bowl, put them in her mouth, and chewed them. At the same time, her brows were furrowed. The clumping noodles didn't taste good at all. Since she said this to Jiang Long, she had no choice but to do as she had just said. Susan picked up a bite and fed it to Jiang Long. After Jiang Long finished eating, he commented, "It tastes good." For a moment, Susan didn't know whether she wanted to cry or laugh. You stinky Jiang Long, the noodles are obviously not tasty anymore, but you still say they're delicious. You always say I'm a little liar, but I think you're the biggest liar. Susan pouted at Jiang Long. Ning, I didn't lie to you. It tastes really good. Jiang Long said. Su Shanshan glared at Jiang Long fiercely, then picked up the big bowl and poured out the remaining noodles. Afterwards, Susan put on an apron and started making tomato and egg noodles for Jiang Long again. Jiang Long sat on the chair, quietly watching Shan busying herself. For a moment, there was a feeling of peace and tranquility. It's like he's a husband who's back from an away trip. He has a wife at home who is waiting for his return. Seeing her husband coming back, the wife happily cooked for him. Jiang Long looked at Shanshan's busy figure, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Soon, Susan made a new bowl of tomato and egg noodles and brought it to Jiang Long. Su Shanshan's eyebrows curved, and she smiled brightly. Jiang Long, eat quickly. Well, thank you, Ning Ning. Jiang Long stretched out his finger and gently scratched Shanshan's nose. Susan smiled happily. You're welcome. Eat quickly. Cooking for her dear husband is the happiest thing for her. Jiang Long responded. Then he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food, and put it directly into his mouth. The freshly made tomato and egg noodles are a little hot. Jiang Long's mouth was so hot that he let out a hiss. Seeing that Jiang Long was so anxious eating noodles that his mouth got burned, Su Shanshan quickly came over and blew air into Jiang Long's mouth. She said in a somewhat annoyed tone, You are a child. You are eating in such a hurry that you burn your mouth. Jiang Long chuckled after being lectured by Shan Shan. Well, I'll eat slowly later. That's good. Susan stretched out her little hand and touched Jiang Long's head. Next, Jiang Long was eating noodles there, while Su Shanshan rested her elbows on the table with her hands on her chin, watching Jiang Long eat noodles. Ning Ning, do you want to eat something? No, I'm not hungry. Susan shook her head. Really not eating? Real. You keep staring at me, and I always feel like you want to eat. I just want to watch you eat, hee hee. Su Mingsheng, who was far away in Country M, attended the funeral and then boarded a plane to the imperial capital. The heavy rain has been falling, and there seems to be no sign of stopping. When Susan returned to the bedroom, Xiao Anyuan had just hung up the phone. Ninning, my father just called me. He met Uncle Su at the airport in Country M. Uncle Su is about to fly back to the capital, Xiao Anyuan said to Su Shanshan. Hearing this, Susan's heart skipped a beat. His father flew back to the capital from Country M. So, her story with Jiang Long. Xiao Anyuan knew that Ningning would feel uncomfortable if she told her the news, but she still wanted Ningning to be mentally prepared. Ningning, you and Jiang Long should be mentally prepared. I think Uncle Su will let you return to the Su family soon. Xiao Anyuan continued. Susan nodded. Anyuan, I understand. Su Shanshan knew that the happy and comfortable time she and Jiang Long were enjoying in Qing City would only be short-lived. She and Jiang Long will have to face everything that comes next. Seeing Ning Ning's serious expression, Xian Wanwan also felt a little anxious. Ning Ning, have you discussed this with Jiang Long before? Susan shook her head gently. No. She and Jiang Long returned to Qing City. She couldn't speak at the time, and Jiang Long stayed with her all the time. Later, she recovered and was able to speak. Jiang Long never talked to her about her father asking her to return to the Su family. To be honest, Susan didn't know what Jiang Long was thinking. But Susan was very sure that Jiang Long will never separate from her. Ningning, from my perspective as an outsider, Jiang Long has deep feelings for you. No matter what decision Uncle Su makes, Jiang Long will never separate from you. Xiao Anyuan looked at Su Shanshan and said seriously. Susan nodded. She was of course convinced of Jiang Long's feelings for her, but she didn't know what her father was thinking. So, she decided to go ahead with the plan. Anyuan, don't worry. No matter what decision my father makes, Jiang Long and I will not separate. I will act according to the plan first. Su Shanshan said. Ningning, you have to hurry up and try to get pregnant with Jiang Long in one go. I'm afraid Uncle Su will ask you to go back to the Su family soon. Xiao Anyuan said. Yes, I know. Ningning, why don't you take action tonight? After saying that, Xiao Anyuan immediately said, I'm here, and I guess it's not convenient for you to move around, so I'll go upstairs and stay in a hotel tonight. Chengwanwan, what hotel are you staying in? My plan doesn't need one more night. Su Shanshan said quickly, and after a pause, she continued. I see you're more nervous than I am. Don't worry. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan, Xiao Anyuan left Qing City. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan were the only ones left in the apartment, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Imperial Capital, a little after 7 in the evening. In a luxury hotel suite, a man and a woman kissed passionately. From the sofa, to the bed, to the bathroom, and back to the bed, wherever they went, there were traces of their battles. Finally, Xiao Anyuan fell asleep due to being overwhelmed. Xiao Mingjia looked at Xiao Anyuan, who had fainted on the bed. He pulled the quilt over her and covered her up. I stared at Xiao Anyuan's little face quietly for a while. Xiao Mingjia immediately stood up and put on his clothes. He stood in front of the French window. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled. The smoke slowly dispersed, blurring his face. Xiao Mingjia puffed on the cigarette in his hand. My eyes were fixed on the flashing neon lights outside the window, and I didn't know what I was thinking. Not long after, the cigarette burned out quickly. Xiao Mingjia twisted the cigarette, but in the ashtray, and the scarlet color of the cigarette, but was completely extinguished. Xiao Mingjia looked back at Xiao Anyuan, who was sleeping on the bed, then stood up and left. Chapter 233, Life and Death. In the evening, Jiang Long cooked Shanshan's favorite braised pork and stir-fried some vegetables. At the dinner table, Susan was eating the braised pork made by Jiang Long and was very happy. Seeing Shanshan eating so happily, Jiang Long was also very happy. Jiang Long, The braised pork you make is the most delicious braised pork in the world. Susan praised Jiang Long while eating. As long as you like it, Jiang Long said with a smile. I love to eat. I feel like I can never eat enough in my life. Then I will do it for you forever. Susan smiled happily, her lips glistening with oil. Every time Shan Shan eats braised pork, the little mouth is greasy. Jiang Long looked at the greasy little mouth and thought it was very cute. Well, my own wife. It's so rare no matter how you look at it. Jiang Long, do you think people have an afterlife? Su Shanshan finished chewing the braised pork in her mouth, swallowed it, and licked the corner of her mouth with her clever little tongue again. As for this question, from a scientific point of view, we humans do not have an afterlife, but I hope there will be one, Jiang Long said, looking at Shanshan. Why do you hope there will be a next life? Susan asked Jiang Long, blinking her big eyes. Hee hee, Jiang Long must be hoping to meet her again in the next life and fall in love with her, right? That's definitely the case. Stinky Jiang Long, please tell me. She was waiting to hear it. Seeing Shanshan's expectant look, Jiang Long wanted to tease her. Of course I want to see this world again and see who I can meet in my next life. Hearing this, Susan's face tensed up. She put down her chopsticks and looked at Jiang Long seriously. Stinky Jiang Long, what do you mean? Tell me who you want to meet in your next life. Let me think about it carefully. You need to think about it. Don't you want to meet me in your next life? Susan's eyes became red as she spoke. Jiang Long was a little flustered. He quickly held Su Shanshan on his lap, holding her waist with one hand and rubbing her little head with the other. Little fool, why are you so weak that you want to cry? I'm just teasing you. Can't you see? Su Shanshan glared at Jiang Long fiercely, then opened her little mouth and bit Jiang Long's lips hard. Jiang Long let out a painful hiss but did not resist. After Susan opened her mouth, she saw blood on Jiang Long's lips. Susan immediately became nervous. How could she bite Jiang Long so badly? She just wanted to punish Jiang Long for his foul mouth. It was because of that stinky mouth that he just said something that made her so sad. Susan quickly apologized to Jiang Long. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to bite you. As she spoke, Susan held up Jiang Long's face, putting his lips close to Jiang Long's. Swallowed the blood drop from Jiang Long's mouth. The smell of blood instantly filled Susan's entire mouth, until Susan felt the bloody taste in her mouth fade away little by little. Susan left Jiang Long's lips and only felt relieved when she saw that Jiang Long's lips were no longer bleeding. But Jiang Long's lip was damaged. He will probably feel pain when I kiss him again. It's my fault. I should bite my mouth, Jiang Long said to Shanshan. It was wrong of me to bite you, but Susan paused and continued. Jiang Long, if there's a next life, I still want to meet you, and I still want to be with you. If there's a next life, you must also meet me and be with me, okay? Jiang Long nodded, hugged Shanshan tightly in his arms, and stroked the back of Shanshan's head with his big hands again and again. Whether it's the next life, or the next life, I want to meet you and be with you. Susan raised a sweet smile, and her gentle voice rang in Jiang Long's ears. Jiang Long, let's agree to be together for the rest of our lives, okay? Okay. Jiang Long nodded vigorously, with a firm look in his eyes. Although Jiang Long doesn't know if there is a next life, a next life, or a next life. But he hoped there was. Shanshan is such a good girl. He wanted to meet her in every life and be with her. Then let's make a pinky promise, Susan said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Long let go of Shanshan's hand. The other 4 fingers were clenched together, and the little finger was stretched out and hooked with Shanshan's little finger. Pin it up and never change it for the rest of your life. Pin it up and never change it for the rest of your life. On this ordinary night, a boy and a girl made a wish to be together for the rest of their lives. Ning Ning, eat some more braised pork, Jiang Long said. Yes, I want you to feed me. Susan sat on Jiang Long's thighs with her little mouth slightly open, waiting for Jiang Long to feed her. Jiang Long put his left hand around Shanshan's waist, picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks in his right hand, and handed it to Shanshan's mouth. Eat it. Susan took the braised pork in her mouth and held it in her mouth, chewing it carefully. Jiang Long, if our appearances change in the next life and we can't recognize each other right away, you must remember to make this braised pork. As long as I eat the braised pork you make, I will recognize you the first time, Susan said with a smile. Jiang Long nodded, as if he had thought of something, and said, Ning Ning, what if I become ugly in my next life? Will you dislike me? Susan looked at Jiang Long seriously and pinched his cheeks with her two little hands. Don't worry, Jiang Long. No matter how ugly you become, I will never despise you. Susan paused and continued. You are the man I have chosen, no matter what happens in your next life, the next life, or the next life. No matter what shape or face you have, as long as you are me, I will be with you forever and ever. Seeing Shan Shan's serious expression, Jiang Long smiled. How come Shan Shan is so cute? Jiang Long lowered his head and kissed Shan Shan on the lips. Hiss. Because of Shan Shan's bite, Jiang Long couldn't help but make a sound. Hearing the hiss sound of Jiang Long, Susan quickly pulled away and looked at her bitten lip with a worried look on her face. Baby, it's all my fault. Let's kiss again when your mouth is better. Although she really wanted to continue kissing Jiang Long, she didn't want to hurt Jiang Long even more. Suddenly, Susan felt so regretful. She bites Jiang Long somewhere else. It was so painful for her not to be able to kiss. Chapter 234. Well, what a good wife. After the two of them finished their meal, Susan suggested going out for a walk, and Jiang Long nodded in agreement. Soon Susan came out in a white dress. She looked at the clothes Jiang Long was still wearing. Suddenly, thinking of something, she hurriedly dragged Jiang Long to the bedroom and pushed Jiang Long to sit on the bed. Jiang Long was dragged to sit on the bed by Shan Shan, looking confused. Didn't Shan Shan say she wanted to go out for a walk with him? Why did she bring him to bed? Could it be that Shan Shan changed her mind and wanted to spend time with him in bed? That's right, Xiao Nuanyuan was with him before, but later he went back to his hometown. These days, Shan Shan and he have not slept in the same bed. I guess Shan Shan can't wait. Just as Jiang Long was having wild thoughts in his mind, Susan took out a black suit and a white shirt from the closet and threw them next to Jiang Long. Jiang Long, this suit and white shirt were bought for you by Nuan and I when we were shopping. Put them on before we go out. Forehead. Misunderstood. It turns out that Shan Shan wanted him to change his clothes. Jiang Long looked at the black suit and white shirt beside him. It's good, but it's not too late to dress so formally. Jiang Long always felt something was weird. Ning Ning, it's late at night, I won't change, just go out in what I'm wearing. Shan Shan would change her clothes and dress up every time she went out. Jiang Long understood that girls love beauty. He himself is not that particular about what he wears. As long as his clothes are not dirty and are clean, he will not change them deliberately. Susan also knew Jiang Long's habits, but she wanted to see Jiang Long wearing this suit and going out tonight. Susan hugged Jiang Long's arm and shook him, acting coquettishly. Baby, just change. I want to see you in a suit. You must look really handsome. Seeing Shan Shan looking at him eagerly, Jiang Long was very happy and proud. That's right, he will look very handsome in a suit. Just as Jiang Long was about to speak, Susan continued. If you don't change, I'll go to TikTok to watch those handsome guys in suits. As she spoke, Su Shan Shan sticking out her tongue at Jiang Long mischievously and letting go of Jiang Long's arm. I'll change. Jiang Long said quickly, and then after a pause. I haven't even had a chance to say anything yet, and you're already so anxious to go to that handsome guy on YouTube. I think you deserve to be punished. After saying that, Jiang Long pulled Shan Shan onto his lap. Shan Shan lay prone on Jiang Long's legs. Smelly Jiang Long. What are you doing? Susan screamed and struggled to get up. Jiang Long held Shan Shan's body firmly with one hand. The other big hand slapped Shan Shan's little but twice. Susan's face flushed, and she moved her body. Softness on the chest. On Jiang Long's thighs. Rub it. Tell me, do you still look at the men on TikTok? Jiang Long said. Susan quickly shook her head and said, No, I'm only looking at my baby. That's more like it. Let me go, my skirt will get wrinkled soon, Susan complained. Hearing this, Jiang Long released his big hand that was holding Shan Shan. Susan, who had regained her freedom, used all her strength to throw Jiang Long onto the bed. She also took the opportunity to ride on Jiang Long's body. Jiang Long, lying on the bed, was a little dazed when he saw Shan Shan riding on him. Something is wrong. How did the situation turn around in an instant? Unwise. Wrong decision. Ning Ning, aren't you afraid that your skirt will get wrinkled? Come on down quickly. Jiang Long said. Susan blinked her beautiful eyes and raised a smug smile. Then, she pulled up her skirt from under her buttocks. The skirt regained its freedom and fell directly onto Jiang Long's body. The skirt is fine this time, Susan said with a smile. Shan Shan's skirt is fine. However, Jiang Long felt his lower abdomen getting hotter and hotter. Didn't you ask me to change into a suit? Why aren't you getting up yet? Jiang Long said as he looked at Shan Shan, who was riding on him from above. It won't take long. After saying that, Jiang Long saw Shan Shan as two little claws slowly reaching towards his armpits. Grass. Shan Shan had grasped his weakness. He was rubbing his head hard. Finally, Jiang Long almost became a maggot in bed. Susan was willing to let him go. Susan, who had gotten off Jiang Long, kept giggling. It's really fun to tickle Jiang Long. Stinky Jiang Long, who is more powerful, you or me? Su Shan Shan asked with a smile. You are awesome. You are the best. After being beaten by Shan Shan, Jiang Long felt uncomfortable all over his body, and he quickly gave in. After all, Jiang Long didn't want to go through what happened just now again. At this moment, Jiang Long also slowly sat up. In fact, with Jiang Long's strength, I really want to resist. How could Shan Shan be his opponent? He could easily get Shan Shan off him. There is a huge disparity in the strength between men and women. However, Shan Shan is his woman. My own woman. He can only indulge and pamper her. What else can I do? Susan laughed and said, Yes, you stinky Jiang Long. Hurry up and change your clothes. As he spoke, Jiang Long quickly took off his clothes. Then put on your suit pants first. He put on the white shirt again. He was just about to button his shirt. Su Shan Shan suddenly took a step forward and came in front of Jiang Long. Her eyes smiled brightly, as if filled with stars. Let me help you tie it. Okay. Jiang Long stopped what he was doing. Since Shan Shan wanted to serve him, of course he was willing. Susan started buttoning Jiang Long's white shirt from the bottom. She buttoned her clothes carefully, and Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan quietly. After Susan buttoned up a button, she looked at Jiang Long with a smile and asked, Do I look like a virtuous wife? Jiang Long twitched the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and rubbed Shan Shan's little head. Well, what a good wife. Susan was very happy to receive the compliment. She rubbed her little head against Jiang Long's palm. As she buttoned up the remaining buttons on Jiang Long's shirt, she said, I've seen many scenes in TV dramas where wives button up their husband's shirts. When I watched it, I felt very warm. As expected, I was very happy when I buttoned your shirt. Looking at Shan Shan's silly look, Jiang Long's eyes were full of doting. Soon Susan buttoned up the second button of her shirt collar. Susan left the top button undone. She thought that since Jiang Long didn't need to wear a tie, he didn't need to wear one. At this moment, Susan's eyes stayed on Jiang Long's collar. She looked at Jiang Long's protruding Adam's apple. I unconsciously stretched out my finger and touched it lightly. Why Shan Shan like this? Jiang Long. As Adam's apple moved unconsciously. Chapter 235, Walking towards the bathroom with trepidation. Jiang Long, neatly dressed, stood on the ground. Susan walked around him and nodded with satisfaction. Baby, you are so handsome. Such a handsome man as mine, I'm so happy. Susan praised him one sentence after another. Of course, my good looks are there. Shan Shan praised him a few times, and Jiang Long even got proud of himself. At this moment, he looked very smug. Oh, you're dressed so handsomely when you go out. What if other girls keep peeking at you? Suddenly, Susan became distressed again. She doesn't want other girls to keep peeking at her Jiang Long. It's late at night, and I can't even see people clearly from a distance. Who would dare to peek at me? Jiang Long said. After a pause, he continued, Besides, we can control other people's eyes when we are walking on the street. If there is a girl who keeps peeking at me, you are by my side, right? Hearing this, Susan's eyes rolled. Yes. If another girl kept peeking at her Jiang Long, she would exercise her rights as Jiang Long's girlfriend in front of that girl. I guess the girl was too embarrassed to keep peeking. Well, it was happily decided. The two reached the door, and Susan was just about to bend down to change her shoes. Jiang Long squatted down first. Jiang Long grabbed one of Shan Shan's ankles and pulled her little foot out of the slippers. Susan was a little stunned. Jiang Long, what are you doing? I'll put your shoes on for you. Jiang Long said as he put Shan Shan's little feet in her little white shoes and tied the shoelaces. Susan watched Jiang Long's movements with a sweet smile on her face. My dear husband, he helped her put on her shoes. She was so happy. Soon, Jiang Long put on Shan Shan's other shoe. Jiang Long changed his shoes and was about to open the door. Susan kissed Jiang Long on the cheek and said softly, Baby, you are so nice, I love you. Jiang Long smiled. After a while, Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan walked out of the community hand in hand. The two were strolling on the streets surrounding the community. There weren't many people on this street at night, but seeing Jiang Long in a suit and Susan in a white dress, others can't help but take a look. After all, handsome men and beautiful women are eye-catching in themselves, and their clothes are particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, Susan noticed that a girl was peeking at Jiang Long. Susan quickly hugged Jiang Long's arms tightly, as if asserting his sovereignty to the girl. The girl looked at Susan and then quickly looked away. Susan looked very proud. It seems that declaring sovereignty is still very useful. Jiang Long was still wondering why Shan Shan suddenly hugged his arms so tightly. As the two were walking on the street, they suddenly ran into an acquaintance. For a moment, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Cousin. Su Shan Shan widened her eyes and called out to Lin Tiange, who was not far away. Mr. Lin. Jiang Long also spoke after seeing Lin Tiange. Lin Tiange's eyes fell on Su Shan Shan's arms tightly hugging Jiang Long, and soon her gaze fell on Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan's faces. After a while, the three appeared in a nearby cafe. Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan sat on one side, and Lin Tiange sat opposite them. Jiang Long was wearing a suit today, looking really handsome. It was the first time that Lin Tiange saw Jiang Long dress like this. Lin Tiange could see that Jiang Long was very happy when he was with Su Shan Shan. That was something she had never seen when Jiang Long was by her side. Similarly, Lin Tiange also saw that Susan looked very happy. Jiang Long, Ning Ning, congratulations on being together. Lin Tiange's gaze slowly moved from Jiang Long's face to Su Shan Shan's face. Thanks. Thanks. Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan said in unison. Susan knew that Lin Tiange liked Jiang Long at first. Therefore, Susan noticed that when Lin Tiange looked at Jiang Long, she felt a little uncomfortable. It's been so long, my cousin should no longer have those feelings for Jiang Long. I hope so, Susan thought to herself. Jiang Long was not surprised to see Lin Tiange again. To Jiang Long, Lin Tiange is just as superior. The three of them tacitly agreed not to mention what happened before, and just briefly chatted about some other topics. Before they parted, Lin Tiange said to Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan seriously, Jiang Long, Ning Ning, I hope you can always be together happily. I stand by you. After a short time together, Lin Tiange could feel the love between Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan. In addition, I have heard about what Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan had experienced before. Lin Tiange now sincerely hopes that Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan can be happy. After the three of them separated, Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan walked home hand in hand. Susan was thinking about what her cousin said in the coffee shop. So, probably has no idea about Jiang Long now. The cousin also stood on her and Jiang Long's side. Susan was really happy. Whether it was Nuan Nuan or her cousin, now even her cousin was on her and Jiang Long's side. That's great. Jiang Long was surprised, but also felt it made sense for what Lin Tiange said to him and Shan Shan. Shan Shan and Lin Tiange are cousins. Lin Tiange was interested in him at first. Shan Shan is his girlfriend now. Fortunately, the relationship between the three of them is normal now. Back home, the two sat on the sofa. Jiang Long logged into the tomato novel author backstage and took a look. WTF? The number of fans increased by 99 plus. Since this book became a hit, his fans have been increasing rapidly, like a rocket. If the previous book gained more than 10 or 20 fans a day, Jiang Long can be happy for half a day just by showing his big teeth. Now the number of fans is basically increasing by 99 plus every day. So, people should always hold on to their dreams. What if it takes off someday? Su Shan Shan was browsing her phone beside Jiang Long. And what was she thinking about? Ning Ning, why don't you take a shower? Jiang Long asked Shan Shan after leaving the backstage of the tomato novel author. Shan Shan usually wanted to take a shower first, so Jiang Long would ask her, Jiang Long, go take a shower first. I'll play with my phone for a while. Su Shan Shan replied. Okay, I'll go take a shower first. Jiang Long stood up, took his bathing stuff, and walked towards the bathroom. When Susan saw Jiang Long enter the bathroom, she quickly got up and went to the bedroom. After some trouble, Susan looked down at herself. Her face was blushing, and she walked towards the bathroom with trepidation. Chapter 236 Shan Shan Flowers Bloom. Susan gently opened the bathroom door and poked her little head inside. When Susan's beautiful eyes saw Jiang Long standing under the shower not far away, her heart started pounding. The already blushing face became even hotter. The picture is so beautiful. Susan bit her lips and walked in slowly. When Jiang Long heard the noise and looked towards the door, he was startled. When I was taking a shower, Shan Shan suddenly came in. This was indeed something Jiang Long had not expected. Although Shan Shan had mentioned before that she wanted to take a bath with him. But this is a surprise attack. Jiang Long was really not mentally prepared at all. After Susan came in completely and closed the door, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. She's dressed like this. She has made such a great decision. Jiang Long won't reject her again, right? They should be reaching the final step soon. Oh, I feel nervous just thinking about it. Will it be painful? She was so afraid of pain. Jiang Longding stared at Shan Shan, with his eyes fixed on her. He licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. The white belly band was worn in front of Shan Shan. A thin ribbon was tied around Shan Shan's neck. Delicate clavicle, rounded shoulders, her round chest stood tall, and the looming, further down, back. Then, the slender, white, straight legs. Jiang Long swallowed his saliva again. My body feels restless for no apparent reason. Jiang Long took a step forward and left the shower. He shook his hair. Countless water drops slowly slide down. Jiang Long's Adam's apple moved, and he spoke. Ning Ning, why did you come in? Susan's little toes in her slippers curled up nervously. She bit her lip and took small steps towards Jiang Long. Close proximity. The atmosphere between the two became more ambiguous. Susan looked at Jiang Long with her wet eyes, and her soft voice sounded. I want to take a bath with you. As she spoke, Susan stretched out her arms and hugged Jiang Long's waist. The hot little face pressed against Jiang Long's chest, which was covered with water droplets. Jiang Long's heart was beating fast. Shan Shan was attracted to him. He knew it all too well. He thought that if he really took a bath with Shan Shan, some things may gradually get out of control. However, they have not yet received the approval of Shan Shan's family. This is what Jiang Long has been struggling with. Every time he endured it, it was very hard. While his mind was still clear, he can't do this. Jiang Long took a deep breath and said, Ning Ning, you go out first. Hearing Jiang Long's words, Susan bit her lip hard. She looked up at Jiang Long. His eyes were filled with determination. Susan tried hard. I pushed hard. Jiang Long staggered back a step. In a moment, under the shower, the warm water washed over the two people who were pressed together. The night is cool, and the shadows of the trees outside the window are swaying. In the bathroom, the sound of water gurgling. The flowers are blooming. The garden is full of spring colors. A long time later, Jiang Long carried Shan Shan to the bed and wrapped her in a quilt. After Jiang Long put on his clothes, he put clothes on Shan Shan. Su Shan Shan's face was full of shyness, and she let Jiang Long do what he wanted. Soon Jiang Long put clothes on Su Shan Shan. Ning Ning, sit down first. After hearing Jiang Long's words, Su Shan Shan sat down obediently. After a while, Jiang Long took out the hairdryer. He inserted his fingers into Shan Shan's hair and blew it gently. The half-dry hair was quickly blown dry by Jiang Long. This time, they lay on the bed. Jiang Long stretched out his arm for Shan Shan to rest her head on. The two looked into each other's eyes. There was no talking for a while. Jiang Long reached out and gently stroked Shan Shan's little head. Originally, he wanted to wait until Shan Shan's family approved of him before, but he still touched her. Jiang Long couldn't help but feel a little regretful. His defense was so fragile in front of Shan Shan. Susan noticed Jiang Long's mood change, and she hugged him tightly. My voice is a little hoarse when I open my mouth. Jiang Long, I have always wanted to be your woman. Tonight I am very happy. I finally become your woman. Her initiative, her tight entanglement. Jiang Long will then let down his last psychological defense. After everything that just happened, Susan completely transformed from a girl into a woman. Despite this process, pleasure mixed with pain, but it's all worth it. She finally gave herself to the man she loved. Little fool. Jiang Long kissed Shan Shan on the forehead. Then he asked softly, does it still hurt? These three words slowly drifted into Susan's ears. Her little heart was beating fast again. Susan nodded first, then shook her head, and then whispered, it hurt then, but it doesn't hurt now. Sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan with a distressed look on his face and apologized. Susan quickly reached out and covered Jiang Long's mouth to stop him from saying anything else. It's not that you're not good. It's that I'm willing to do this, no matter how painful it is. She just wanted to be Jiang Long's woman. Now, she and Jiang Long have finally become one. She changed from a girl to a real woman. Similarly, Jianglong also grew from a boy into a real man, her man. Thinking of this, Susan felt very happy. Jianglong kissed Shanshan's palm, looking at his silly little girl. Jianglong felt that he was so lucky. In the vast sea of people, I met a girl who was full of him. Jianglong, are you happy? Became her man. Jianglong, are you happy? Susan looked at Jianglong eagerly, with a blush on her little face. Jianglong nodded and responded, happy. The two looked at each other quietly for a while. Suddenly, Susan spoke again. Jianglong, do you like it? What does Shanshan mean by like? It goes without saying. Jianglong nodded again and whispered, I like it. Susan uttered a soft oh. As if thinking of something, she bit her lower lip lightly, and her pink lips opened. If you still want, I can. When Shanshan said this, Jianglong felt a heat in his lower abdomen. This sentence is quite lethal. Just thinking of Shanshan humming. Stop daydreaming and go to sleep, Jianglong said. I heard from others that it won't hurt so much afterwards. Susan whispered. She felt that Jianglong probably didn't have enough fun before. Sleep, sleep. Oh. Chapter 237. Treat others in their own way. The two people hugged each other and closed their eyes at the same time. However, neither of them fell asleep. Susan was thinking, fortunately, I didn't have to use that kind of medicine. Otherwise, she would really doubt her own charm. Thinking back to what happened in the bathroom, Susan was delighted. On this ordinary night, she and Jianglong finally became one. Jianglong suddenly thought of an important thing. At that time, no t-shirt. I was a little nervous the first time. He didn't think about that thing at all. Now he remembered this. Grass. Jianglong grabbed his hair hard. Susan suddenly opened her eyes. And in the night, she met Jianglong's bright eyes. Jianglong was stunned for a moment. Shanshan hasn't fallen asleep yet? Ning Ning, are you awake? Jianglong asked. Susan shook her head. I can't sleep. What's wrong? You weren't asleep either. The two looked at each other, and Susan asked again, what are you thinking about? Ning Ning, I wasn't wearing a t-shirt at that time. Jianglong said. Hearing this, Susan blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Jianglong. Jianglong, if I get pregnant, we can give birth to the baby, okay? It was his and Shanshan's child. So Jianglong wanted it, of course. But when I think about not getting the approval of Shanshan's family, Jianglong, this mood was a little complicated. Susan shook Jianglong's arm, her face full of nervousness. Jianglong, don't you want our child? Jianglong said quickly. Why wouldn't I want our child? It's just... Susan immediately knew what Jianglong was worried about. Jianglong, hand tightly. If we really have a child, it must be a gift from God. Jianglong, don't think too much, okay? Jianglong stared at Shanshan and nodded heavily. Okay. Susan hoped that this time, she could get pregnant with Jianglong as child. I just don't know if it will be what she wants. The next day, the sun shines through the window onto the big bed. Xiao Nuanyuan slowly woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. She looked around but didn't see Xiao Mingjie. When did Xiao Mingjie leave? Xiao Nuanyuan didn't have any impression at all. When I think of Xiao Mingjie's madness last night, Xiao Nuanyuan is very angry. Did that guy take the wrong medicine last night? How come you have so much strength? Later, Xiao Nuanyuan really had no strength left. I have already begged for mercy from Xiao Mingjie. Xiao Mingjie still refused to let her go. Hateful. It's just too abominable. Thinking that she was under Xiao Mingjie. Poor begging for mercy. Xiao Nuanyuan was in a very bad mood. When has she ever begged anyone like this? Especially at that time. That guy Xiao Mingjie. Last night was crazy. Damn it. Did that guy really take medicine last night? Otherwise, why so crazy? Obviously, that guy wasn't like that before. Have questions? There is definitely a problem. Xiao Nuanyuan's mind was working rapidly. Thinking back to the whole story, it seemed that last night, as soon as she entered the door, Xiao Mingjie's condition is not normal. At this moment, Xiao Nuanyuan's brain is also working better. I thought about the strangeness of the matter. Xiao Nuanyuan clenched her fists tightly, and all she could think about was Xiao Mingjie's awful face. They just have a mutually satisfying relationship. Why did he ignore her wishes? You must do whatever you want to her. Bad review. Absolutely bad review. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Xiao Nuanyuan decided to settle the score with Xiao Mingjie. Just as she was about to get out of bed, Xiao Nuanyuan almost fell to the ground. Her whole body seemed to be falling apart. My whole body aches. Last night, how many rounds did they go on? Xiao Nuanyuan really can't remember. How did she fall asleep afterwards? She doesn't remember. The annoying Xiao Mingjie. She developed an intimate relationship with him. She wanted to be comfortable and happy. She didn't want to be tortured to death by him. Suddenly, Xiao Nuanyuan thought of Xiao Mingjie. It is indeed very unusual. So, it's not for nothing that Xiao Mingjie is so tall. Finished. Xiao Nuanyuan wanted to go and settle the score with Xiao Mingjie later. But she was too tired to move. If she hadn't had to go to the toilet, Xiao Nuanyuan would have decided to stay in bed. In the bathroom, Xiao Nuanyuan saw several red marks on her neck in the mirror, and she was furious. Xiao Mingjie, who deserves a beating, when did her neck become like this? How can she face people in this state? Xiao Nuanyuan untied her bathrobe and saw the marks all over her body. Xiao Nuanyuan was so angry that she wanted to cut off Xiao Mingjie's thing. After Xiao Nuanyuan took a comfortable hot bath in the bathtub, she felt better all over. But looking at the marks on his body, she was in a bad mood again. After taking a bath, Xiao Nuanyuan walked out of the bathroom, picked up her cell phone, and called Xiao Mingjie. Xiao Mingjie was holding a meeting in the student union meeting room of Imperial University. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Xiao Mingjie suddenly stopped, looked at the two words on the phone screen, then slid his finger upwards and hung up the phone. Then continued the meeting with everyone. Xiao Nuanyuan, whose phone was hung up by Xiao Mingjie, was immediately furious. This guy, Xiao Mingjie, actually dared to hang up her phone. This wasn't the time she called him yesterday and asked him to go to the hotel. This guy has two faces before and after the event. She was really pissed off. Xiao Nuanyuan held the phone, furious. Xiao Nuanyuan was unwilling to give up and called Xiao Mingjie again. The meeting in the student union conference room of Imperial Capital University was interrupted again because of Xiao Nuanyuan's phone call. Xiao Mingjie said something to everyone and left the meeting room with his cell phone. After Xiao Mingjie left the meeting room, everyone started talking. Is this the first time the president has gone out to answer a phone call during a meeting? Said A. Unimportant minor character, no name given. Yeah, I never thought that the day would come when the president's principles would be broken, said Mr. B. Anyone who can break the president's principles must be extraordinary, said Mr. C. There used to be a girl hanging around our president all day long. Why haven't we seen that girl recently? Said Mr. D. Who knows? Said Mr. C again. As soon as Xiao Mingjie answered the phone, Xiao Nuanyuan's machine, gun-like firing sound, came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Mingjie, what do you mean? Why'd you hang up on me? I'm in a meeting right now, so I don't have time to do that with you. We can do it in the evening. After Xiao Mingjie said this, Xiao Nuanyuan almost lost her dignity. Xiao Mingjie, are you sick? Who said I called you just to do that with you? Oh, it's not about that. Then why did you call me? Xiao Nuanyuan clutched her phone tightly, her chest heaving violently. What a good way to treat others in their own way. Chapter 238, I Don't Care About Anything. In the morning, in the study, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan were writing novels. Susan finally wrote the ending of her novel. The little fairy comes to Earth to punish evil and promote good, and uploaded the last 2 chapters on the Tomato Novel Author Backstage. From then on, Susan's debut work was completely completed. She stretched her body and looked at Jiang Long. At this moment, Jiang Long is typing seriously. Susan did not disturb Jiang Long. She pushed the laptop in front of her toward the front of the table. Jiang Long quietly. After Jiang Long finished typing this chapter, he relaxed and noticed Shanshan was looking at him. The two looked at each other, and Susan smiled sweetly at Jiang Long. Jiang Long also curled his lips and asked, Have you finished writing the ending? Susan raised her little head from her arms and nodded. I've finished writing it. I've uploaded the ending to the Tomato Novel website. Congratulations to Ningning on completing her first novel, Jiang Long said with a smile. Susan smiled and stood up, walked to Jiang Long, and sat on his lap. The two little hands hooked Jiang Long's neck and looked straight at Jiang Long. Jiang Long took the opportunity to hug Shanshan's waist and looked at Shanshan in front of him. Jiang Long, I'm very happy that this novel is finished. I feel so accomplished. Jiang Long reached out and rubbed Shanshan's little head. My Ningning is super awesome. Hearing this, Susan laughed so hard that her body shook. Jiang Long, I feel like your compliments are weird. Is there? Yes, I have. Susan laughed. Then, he gently touched the place on Jiang Long's lips that she had bitten. Asked softly, Jiang Long, does it still hurt here? It doesn't hurt. Jiang Long shook his head. Oh, then I'll kiss you. Susan's fingers left Jiang Long's lips. She leaned forward with her pink lips and kissed Jiang Long gently on his lips. Jiang Long was clearly not satisfied with this kiss. He hugged Shan Shan to him. Shan Shan's head with his big hand and kissed her. Will you kiss me so hard? Your mouth doesn't hurt. Susan's voice drifted into Jiang Long's ears intermittently. It doesn't hurt. After a kiss, Susan's face flushed as she lay in Jiang Long's arms, panting, because she felt that Jiang Long's thing was more restless than usual. I really don't understand. Why is this thing always like this? Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Jiang Long frowned and listened carefully again. Ning Ning, it seems like someone is knocking on the door. I'll go check it out. The two were in the study at the moment, so they couldn't hear the knock on the door clearly. I heard Jiang Long say someone was knocking on the door. Susan became nervous. Jiang Long's closed tightly. There seemed to be some guess in his mind. Ning Ning, get up first. Seeing that Shan Shan seemed not to hear him, Jiang Long reminded her again. Ah! Su Shan Shan responded and got up from Jiang Long's body in a panic. Jiang Long stood up and walked out of the study. Su Shan Shan calmed herself down, paused for a moment, and followed Jiang Long out of the study. Jiang Long walked to the door, opened it, and when he saw the middle-aged man standing at the door, his expression was obviously stunned. The middle-aged man standing at the door was Su Mingqing's secretary, He Qingshu. He was the person Su Mingqing sent last time to write him a check. How could Jiang Long not recognize it? Jiang Long imagined the scenario where Su Mingqing would come in person. However, Su Mingqing sent his secretary, He Qingshu, over again. It is obvious that, until now, Su Mingqing didn't want to see him either, let alone take him seriously. Jiang Long clenched his fists tightly, feeling very uncomfortable. Susan, who arrived later, immediately became serious when she saw He Qingshu at the door. In the living room, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan sat together, and He Qingshu sat opposite them. Mississippi. He Qingshu smiled at Su Shanshan. Uncle He. Susan responded politely to He Qingshu. He Qingshu has been with his father for many years and can be said to be his father's confidant. Although Susan didn't have much contact with He Qingshu, she knew that her father valued He Qingshu very much. He Qingshu's eyes were deep behind his glasses. He was concerned about the situation of the eldest lady and Jiang Long in Qing City. They have always known that. Xiao Nuanyuan came to Qing City, Jiang Long returned to his hometown, and the eldest lady recovered. If President Su had not been handling matters in Country M, he would have asked him to come to him long ago. Mr. Jiang, I am here today specifically to convey President Su's intentions. He Qingshu said. Mr. He, please speak. Jiang Long looked at He Qingshu expressionlessly and spoke. Shan Shan, who was beside Jiang Long, was right next to him. She grabbed one of Jiang Long's hands and placed it on her thigh, holding it tightly. Jiang Long glanced at Shan Shan, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then I'll get straight to the point. The eldest daughter will inherit the family business sooner or later, and I'm sure Mr. Jiang is very clear about this. He Qingshu said. Jiang Long nodded at He Qingshu. Of course he knew. If Shan Shan was not this kind of person, there will be no obstruction between them from the Su family. It's just a matter of origin. No one can decide. With his current ability, although he cannot give Shan Shan a luxurious life, but the living standards of most people, it must be achievable. But Shan Shan was born into a noble family. It is estimated that this is a height that he will never be able to reach in his lifetime. Just calm down and think about it. Jiang Long felt very uncomfortable. But when I saw Shan Shan's face, his heart was beating violently. Is Shan Shan, this girl whose heart and eyes are filled with him. Of course he would hold her tightly. They once made a promise to each other for life. So, no matter what you face in the future, he and his Shan Shan will never be separated. He Qingshu smiled and continued. Boss Su is very familiar with the relationship between the eldest lady and Mr. Jiang. But you, Mr. Jiang, also know that there is still a certain gap between your status and that of the eldest lady. If a young lady like her were to marry Mr. Jiang, the entire Su family would probably become the topic of conversation among the people in the imperial capital. I guess Mr. Jiang doesn't want the eldest lady, including the entire Su family, to suffer from such rumors. Jiang Long, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Su Mingqing meant, he knew it all too well. Think about it carefully. There is nothing wrong with Su Mingqing thinking this way. At this time, Susan suddenly said, I don't care about anything. She doesn't care what others think of them. She doesn't care about anything. As long as she and Jiang Long are together, it's fine. Chapter 239, Retreat to Advance. Ning Ning, Mr. He is right. Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan with a serious expression. Jiang Long, what do you mean? Do you want to break up with me? In an instant, Susan's eyes turned red. Jiang Long quickly comforted her. No. Why would I separate from you? Susan's heart was lifted up, but in an instant it settled back down into her stomach. Ning Ning, let's listen to what Mr. He has to say. He Qingshu smiled and continued. Mr. Su means? Half an hour later, He Qingshu walked out of Jiang Long and Su Shanshan's house. His eyes sparkled behind the lenses, and the corners of his mouth were curled with a smile. Mr. Su's move of retreating to advance was indeed brilliant. Jiang Long and the eldest lady are still too young. Ginger is still spicy when it is old. How can they defeat President Su? Living room on the sofa. Jiang Long sat there with a sad face, thinking about what Yi Qingshu had just conveyed. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long quietly, feeling very anxious. For them, the words that their father conveyed through uncle he were already a compromise. So, what does Jiang Long want? The two sat on the sofa for a long time. Neither of them made a sound, and remained silent. Hua and Hua were strolling leisurely on the ground. I have no idea why their daddy and mommy are worried. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Long raised his eyes, looked at Shan Shan, and asked, Ning Ning, what do you want me to do? In the imperial capital, inside a luxurious hotel, Xiaonuanyuan was eating in the room. Suddenly, the door opened. After hearing the noise, Xiaonuanyuan, with food in her mouth, stared at the door in panic with her big eyes. At this time, Xiao Mingjie walked in swaggeringly with two large bags in his hands. Seeing Xiaonuanyuan's puffy mouth, Xiao Mingjie's serious face relaxed a little, and then he put a food bag on the coffee table in front of Xiaonuanyuan. A bag filled with clothes was placed on the sofa next to Xiaonuanyuan. Xiaonuanyuan quickly chewed the food in her mouth and swallowed it, then asked Xiao Mingjie, Xiao Mingjie, how did you get in? I arrived first last night, Xiao Mingjie said as he sat down next to Xiaonuanyuan. Xiaonuanyuan glanced at Xiao Mingjie with disdain, picked up a bottle of water, and was about to unscrew the cap. Xiao Mingjie took the lead and snatched the water bottle from Xiaonuanyuan's hand. Gently twist the bottle cap with your finger. The bottle cap was unscrewed. Xiao Mingjie handed the open bottle of water to Xiaonuanyuan and said, Here. Xiaonuanyuan raised her eyebrows and took it without saying anything. Xiaonuanyuan's small mouth directly holds the bottle mouth. Slurp, slurp, send water into your mouth. Xiao Mingjie looked at Xiaonuanyuan's small mouth holding the bottle. One move at a time, he felt his lower abdomen tighten for no apparent reason. The mouth of this little potato looks very small. It's actually quite big. Xiao Mingjie quickly moved his eyes away from Xiaonuanyuan's mouth holding the bottle. Look further. After Xiaonuanyuan took several sips of water, she put down the bottle contentedly. Xiaonuanyuan looked at the food Xiao Mingjie brought, thinking in my heart, could it be that Xiao Mingjie was afraid that she would be hungry, so he sent it to her specially? There is also a bag on the sofa, which is a bag from a certain luxury women's clothing brand. So, this guy Xiao Mingjie bought her clothes specially? Xiaonuanyuan looked at Xiao Mingjie suspiciously and pointed at the food he brought. You bought it for me? Xiao Mingjie nodded. Well, didn't you say you were at the hotel when you called just now? I didn't go out of the hotel because of you, Xiaonuanyuan said quickly. Xiao Mingjie knew he was in the wrong, so he did not refute. Weren't you in a meeting just now? You finished so quickly. Xiaonuanyuan continued to ask. Yeah. Xiao Mingjie responded softly. In fact, after receiving Xiaonuanyuan's call and listening to her roar on the phone, Xiao Mingjie ended the student union meeting early. He first ordered food, then went to the mall to buy a set of clothes for Xiaonuanyuan, and then hurried over. After all, what he did to Xiaonuanyuan last night was indeed a bit too much. Xiao Mingjie saw Xiaonuanyuan's eyes glanced at the clothes bag beside him. He spoke first, the clothes I bought for you can cover your neck. Hearing this, Xiaonuanyuan glared at Xiao Mingjie fiercely. He even had the nerve to mention it. So, everything he did last night was intentional. Xiaonuanyuan suppressed her anger. Take the clothes out of the bag. Nice style? It's her favorite style. I didn't expect Xiao Mingjie to have such good taste. The size is just right. How do you know what size I wear? Xiaonuanyuan asked casually. Xiao Mingjie touched his nose. They have had so many in-depth conversations. Is this question even worth asking? What do you think? Xiao Mingjie looked at Xiaonuanyuan and asked back. Xiaonuanyuan regretted it immediately. What a stupid question she just asked. Like, what size underwear does Xiao Mingjie wear? She knew it without asking. Xiaonuanyuan glanced at Xiao Mingjie and continued eating. Xiao Mingjie opened the food he bought and said to Xianu Anyuan, "Try these." Xiao Mingjie asked her to taste it, so she did. "She won't taste it." Xianu Anyuan immediately turned into a rebellious child. He said coldly, "No, I order my own meal, so I won't eat yours." Xiao Mingjie saw that Xianu Anyuan didn't even take a bite of the food he brought. He took a deep breath. His eyes were fixed on Xianu Anyuan. After a pause, Xiao Mingjie spoke again. "If you don't eat the food I brought, then you probably won't wear the clothes I bought for you. In that case, I'll take the clothes away in a while." As he said this, Xiao Mingjie pretended to go get the bag of clothes. When Xianu Anyuan heard this, she quickly snatched the bag of clothes and hugged it tightly to her chest. "Xiao Mingjie, why are you so stingy? When did I say I didn't want the clothes?" Xianu Anyuan said hurriedly. If it weren't for the clothes Xiao Mingjie bought to cover up the marks on her neck, she doesn't want the clothes this guy bought. "I'll transfer you the money you spent on the clothes." As she said that, Xianu Anyuan picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and swiped to find Xiao Mingjie's dialogue box. Xiao Mingjie was almost pissed off by this little potato. He snatched Xianu Anyuan's phone and threw it aside. "Xianu Anyuan, don't deliberately make me angry. I'm mad at you? Huh?" Xianu Anyuan sneered and continued. "It was you who said you wanted to take the clothes away first." After a moment of silence, Xiao Mingjie suddenly said, "Nu Anyuan, I'm sorry." Xianu Anyuan. Chapter 240. It is estimated that the audience is relatively wide. At noon, in the kitchen, Susan's petite figure was swaying inside, but she looked absent-minded. Suddenly, Susan felt a pain in her fingers, and she subconsciously screamed. Ah! Zhang Long, who was sitting on the sofa, was instantly pulled back to his senses when he heard Shanshan's scream. He quickly got up from the sofa and rushed to the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Zhang Long saw blood on Shanshan's index finger. Zhang Long quickly held Shanshan's bleeding fingers. "Open your mouth and put it directly in your mouth." The smell of blood instantly filled Zhang Long's entire mouth. Susan felt warm in her heart when she saw Zhang Long was so nervous. After a while, Zhang Long's mouth left Shanshan's fingers. Seeing that there was no blood on Shanshan's finger and it was just a shallow cut, he felt relieved. "Does it hurt?" Susan shook her head gently. "It doesn't hurt." Zhang Long looked at the half-cut tomato on the chopping board and said to Shan, "Ning Ning, go back and wait. I'll cook. I want to watch here." Susan said, "Okay." Zhang Long nodded and started cooking. After a while, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of stir-fried meat with green peppers were ready and brought to the table by Zhang Long. At noon, Susan didn't want Zhang Long to go hungry, so she originally wanted to cook for Zhang Long, but in the end, Zhang Long cooked the meal. Afterwards, the two sat at the table to eat. Zhang Long really had no appetite, so he put down his chopsticks after only a few bites. Seeing that Zhang Long barely touched his chopsticks, Susan was very worried. She put down her chopsticks after eating a few bites. Zhang Long saw Shanshan eating so little. He quickly asked, "Ning Ning, why are you eating so little?" Susan muttered quietly, "I can't eat anymore." "You didn't eat much either." Zhang Long didn't say anything else. He looked at Shanshan deeply for a few times, then stood up, picked up the dishes on the table, and went to the sink to wash them. Zhang Long had just put the washed dishes aside, and his hands were still wet with water. Zhang Long only felt that his body was suddenly hugged by a soft body. Su Shanshan hugged Zhang Long's waist tightly with her hands and her little head pressed against Zhang Long's back. "Zhang Long, I know you are very distressed. I know your worries." Susan's gentle voice slowly entered Zhang Long's ears. "We made a promise that we would never separate no matter what. You must not break your promise. Without you, I really can't live. Without you, I think I will die." Susan continued. Zhang Long quickly turned around and held Shan tightly in his arms. The still, wet hand pressed tightly against Shanshan's back. "Ning Ning, don't worry. I will never break my promise." Susan raised her head and looked at Zhang Long. "Whatever you want, I will listen to you." Susan knew that Zhang Long was so distressed now. He must not want to accept his father's proposal. Of course, she wanted Zhang Long to accept his father's arrangement. But now she couldn't understand her father's true intention. He had clearly been strongly against her being with Zhang Long. How could he suddenly change his attitude? Is it really because her father saw the sincere feelings between Zhang Long and her? Susan certainly hopes that this is what her father intended. Zhang Long's eyes were deep, and he held Shan tighter in his arms. What was Su Mingqing thinking? Jiang Long seemed to have understood. He knew that his current status was no match for Shan Shan. But, one way or another, he will never let go of his Shan Shan. At night, in a private room of a hotel, when Jiang Long and Su Shan Shan arrived, Su Fei and David had already arrived. At the dinner table, the three brothers toasted each other. Susan listened to the three people chatting and occasionally took a sip of drink. "Tell Brother Long and sister-in-law about your story," David said with a wicked grin. Hearing this, Su Fei looked a little embarrassed. He glared at David and then said, "Brother Long's sister-in-law, don't listen to Dayong's nonsense, it's nothing." Jiang Long obviously didn't believe Su Fei's words. Something must have happened to this kid during this period. Jiang Long moved closer to Su Fei and patted his shoulder with his big hand. "Lao Su, please speak quickly and stop hiding it." Su Fei glanced at Su Shan Shan and hesitated. Jiang Long saw that this guy was worried about Shan Shan's presence. "Okay." He didn't make things difficult for old Su. "I suddenly want to go to the bathroom. Do you want to come with me, Lao Su?" Jiang Long said immediately. "Together," Su Fei said. As they spoke, Jiang Long and Su Fei stood up from their chairs at the same time. Seeing this, David quickly stood up from his chair and said to Jiang Long and Su Fei, "I'll go too." Soon, Jiang Long, Su Fei, and David left the box. Susan pouted her lips. These three people, she could see clearly what the intention was. "I just don't want her to hear it." Snort. Su Fei Yue was very secretive. Susan's curiosity grew. "Wait and see. She will definitely get it out of Jiang Long." Susan's little head was guessing wildly. Something unusual must have happened to Su Fei. Unusual? Did a boy confess his love to Su Fei? Susan nodded slowly, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. A boy like Su Fei, who looks gentle and refined. It is estimated that the audience is quite wide. In the toilet, David lit a cigarette and started smoking. Susan was in the box, so David didn't feel comfortable smoking. After Jiang Long finished draining the water, he pulled up his pants. I happened to see my buddy next to me. After draining the water, he took out a tissue from his trouser pocket and wiped it. He was very meticulous and only left after he was done. WTF? Jiang Long was stunned by the guy's amazing move. Grow up this big? It was the first time he saw someone wiping the toilet after draining the water. Su Fei was on Jiang Long's side, and he didn't notice what happened to that guy just now. Wait until that guy leaves. Jiang Long quickly brought Su Fei and David together and whispered to them what the guy had just done. David chuckled and said, "Fuck, that guy is really living an exquisite life." After saying that, he took a deep puff of his cigarette. Su Fei expressed a little regret and didn't notice it. After talking about the buddy just now, Jiang Long raised his eyebrows at Su Fei. "Tell the truth this time. It's that Xiaoya. She comes to see me all the time recently and occasionally sends me messages to harass me." Su Fei said. "Lao Su, get to the point," David reminded. "She means that she wants to continue sleeping with me," Su Fei continued. Jiang Long stroked his fingers and said, "Xiaoya broke up with her ex-boyfriend, and now she wants to get back together with you?" Su Fei shook his head no. Jiang Long was confused. After talking about Su Fei, David finally said to Jiang Long, "Brother Long, you and your sister-in-law are quite fierce. The mouth is biting." Su Fei looked at the damaged part on Jiang Long's mouth and smiled. "My sister-in-law seems to be quite gentle, but I didn't expect her to be quite wild." Jiang Long touched his nose and said, "Your sister-in-law is usually very gentle, but she sometimes has a little temper." He was trying to save face for Shan Shan in front of David and Su Fei. That was quite considerate. "Sister-in-law, didn't you bite anywhere else?" David said with a wicked smile. His eyes glanced at Jiang Long's crotch. "Fuck, you deserve a kick." Jiang Long kicked David on the butt. David quickly reached out and rubbed his buttocks. "Brother Long, this was just a joke. Why are you making personal attacks?" Su Fei laughed loudly on the side. Chapter 241, Empty Room. Back home, Susan, with a flushed face after drinking, sat astride Jiang Long's legs, hooked her hands around Jiang Long's neck, and kept asking Jiang Long about Su Fei. Jiang Long was so annoyed by Shan Shan that he had no choice but to tell everyone about Su Fei. After hearing what Jiang Long said, Su Shan Shan couldn't help but giggle. "I thought Su Fei was liked by other boys before?" "Ning Ning, why do you have such an idea?" Jiang Long looked at Shan Shan with some surprise. Shan Shan's little head always has strange ideas. Jiang Long reached out and rubbed Shan Shan's little head. Mr. Su looks gentle, and I think some boys would like him, Susan said with a smile. The corners of Jiang Long's mouth twitched. If Lao Su knew what Shan Shan thought, he would be speechless. Ning Ning, your idea is quite strange. Don't think about it next time, Jiang Long said. Hearing this, Susan stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long. Her idea was obviously very good. When Wan Wan was around a few days ago, she and Wan Wan watched 2 gay dramas. She's a bit into men now. She originally wanted to eat Su Fei's melon, but it turned out not to be what she expected. Men are pretty good too, Susan muttered softly. Jiang Long's eyebrows immediately stood up. Shan Shan's ideas are becoming more and more bizarre. No. He had to quickly change Shan Shan's mind. Ning Ning, can you please stop having random thoughts for today? In this world, the only right way is to balance yin and yang, Jiang Long said to Shan Shan seriously. Male male, female female kind. To be honest, Jiang Long couldn't accept it. But there are still quite a few novels of that kind on the Tomato Novel website. There are also short dramas remade on the website. Jiang Long couldn't understand. Who on earth liked these things? He won't like it anyway. So people's preferences are really different. I'm just here to watch the fun. There's no need for you to be so nervous. Susan blinked her big eyes. I'm afraid your ideas will become more and more bizarre in the future, Jiang Long said. Susan laughed. Her eyes were gentle as water, and her rosy face was particularly cute. Baby, don't worry. I have a normal sexual orientation, and I only like you. As she said that, Su Shanshan moved closer to Jiang Long and kissed him on the lips. It was a brief kiss, and they soon broke apart. Susan seemed to have thought of something. She smiled and said, Lao Su's previous girlfriend was really weird. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Indeed. There must be something wrong with that woman's brain. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Jiang Long was really worried for Lao Su. It must be really frustrating that he is always harassed by that woman. It seems that Lao Su is more capable than his ex-girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. So his ex-girlfriend has been thinking about him all the time and even took the initiative to come to Lao Su's house. Su Shanshan analyzed. Jiang Long gently scratched Shanshan's nose with his finger. You are still analyzing here. Susan chuckled and said, You must tell Lao Su to protect himself. Jiang Long nodded. Don't worry. Lao Su knows what to do. The two chatted for a while. Su Shanshan stared at Jiang Long's lips and suddenly kissed him. The kiss just now was not satisfying to either of them. This time, both of them were immersed in the kiss. The two hugged each other tightly and kissed passionately. After a while, Susan threw Jiang Long down. The whole person pressed on him. The two men's chests rose and fell violently, gazing at each other affectionately. Soon, there were a few scattered clothes on the ground. On the sofa, two figures overlapped. The moving notes echoed throughout the living room. After a long time, Jiang Long carried Shan Shan back to the bedroom. Susan's legs were wrapped around Jiang Long's waist without loosening, staring straight at Jiang Long. Jiang Long was worried that Shan Shan would not be able to handle the pain, so he looked at her with some concern. Just as he was about to say something, Susan's lips swelled slightly, and she uttered a few words. It has to continue. Hearing this, Jiang Long's eyes moved slightly, and he leaned down. This night is destined to be a long, sleepless night. The next day, Susan reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Long and got into the car that came to pick her up. Susan looked out the car window and saw Jiang Long's figure getting smaller and smaller. Her nose felt sour, and she couldn't help crying. Jiang Long said that he would go to the imperial capital soon. Susan couldn't help crying. She really didn't want to be separated from Jiang Long for even a moment. But it couldn't be as she wished. She has her own problems to face, and so does Jiang Long. Look at Hua and Hua, who were curled up together and sleeping on the chair. Susan didn't know what she was thinking. Her eyes were full of determination. Jiang Long didn't return to the apartment until Shan Shan's car disappeared without a trace. Jiang Long the only one left. Jiang Long sat on the sofa and sat quietly for a while. He then tidied up the things in the room, packed his backpack, and went out. Jiang Long drove directly to his hometown. She was shocked to see Jiang Long suddenly appear at home. Jiang Long, why did you come back suddenly? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Jiang's mother said, Mom, my dad will be back soon. Jiang Long looked at Jiang's mother and asked. Jiang's mother nodded to Jiang Long and said, Your father will be home in about an hour. Okay, I'll go back to my room first. After saying that, Jiang Long walked towards his room. Jiang's mother frowned. Jiang Long came back suddenly, and the child looked unhappy. Jiang's mother thought there must be something wrong. Did Jiang Long and Ning Ning have a conflict? Could it be that these two kids broke up? Thinking of this, Jiang's mother's heart rose to her throat. Ning Ning is such a good girl. Jiang Long, please don't lose it. Chapter 242, Go all out to run towards her. Jiang Long returned to the room, took out his laptop, and placed it on the table. He turned on the computer, opened the typing software, stared at the computer screen, and started typing with his fingers flying. Jiang Long didn't leave the room until his mother knocked on the door and asked him to go for dinner. Jiang Long greeted his father, then sat on a chair, picked up his bowl, and started eating. Jiang's father and mother looked at each other, and Jiang's mother looked at Jiang Long and said, Jiang Long, what happened to you? Hearing this, Jiang Long's fingers holding the chopsticks suddenly tightened. Jiang Long looked up at his mother and father and said to them, Mom, Dad, I'll tell you after dinner. If I talk about these things at the dinner table, my parents won't be able to eat. Let's talk about it after we finish eating. Okay. Jiang's mother looked at Jiang Long deeply and did not continue asking questions at the dinner table. However, she had already guessed that it must be something serious. Jiang's father and mother looked at each other and said nothing. The three of them spent the meal in silence. After dinner, Jiang Long cleared the dishes and washed the bowls. Returned to the living room. Jiang's father and mother were sitting on the sofa. Jiang Long sat on a stool nearby and took a deep breath. Then he said to Jiang's father and mother, Dad, Mom, let me tell you about Ning Ning and me. Jiang's mother frowned, thinking that her guess was right. Something happened between Jiang Long and Ning Ning, and it was serious. There was no change on Jiang's father's face, which was his usual style. Jiang Long paused and continued to say to his parents, Ning Ning is not the daughter of an ordinary family. Her father is Su Mingcheng. Jiang Long told Shanshan's story and Su Mingcheng's attitude towards him in one breath. Of course, he didn't mention the details that made Jiang's father and mother feel uncomfortable. For example, Su Mingcheng asked He Qingshu to write him a check and what happened during the time when he and Ning Ning separated. If Jiang Long said everything to his father and mother, Jiang Long felt that they must be feeling very upset. He's already such a big man. Whatever he does not only do it for himself, but also for his family. When he was a child, his parents were his shoulders to lean on. Now that his parents are getting older, he has become a man of integrity, and he wants to be a shoulder for his parents to lean on. Regarding his relationship with Shanshan, he must let his parents know the truth. But at the same time, Jiang Long didn't want to make them worry too much. Father Jiang, who was usually calm, could no longer remain calm after hearing what Jiang Long said. Jiang's mother's expression immediately turned ugly. Jiang's father and mother didn't expect Ning Ning to have such an identity. Jiang Long and Ning Ning in their family is completely different. There is also Su Mingcheng's attitude. Jiang's father and mother are also parents, so they can understand it if they think about it carefully. For a moment, the atmosphere among the three people in the living room was a little depressing. After a while, it was Jiang's father who spoke first. Jiang Long, our family is just ordinary people, which is very different from Ning Ning's family. I can understand Ning Ning's father's attitude from his perspective. Jiang's father didn't say anything else, and Jiang Long also understood what his father meant. Yes, from an objective point of view, there is nothing wrong with what my father said. Only, he and Shanshan truly love each other, and neither of them intends to give up on each other. At the beginning, love may be just a matter between two people. Later, it gradually evolved into a matter between two families. This was an inevitable trend. That's why it becomes difficult. Jiang Long's head drooped, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. At this time, Jiang's mother also spoke up. Jiang Long, your father is right. To be honest, your father and I really like Ning Ning, but Mother Jiang paused and sighed heavily. Jiang Long felt distressed when he heard Jiang's mother's hesitation to speak. It would be nice if Ning Ning was just an ordinary girl, but there is no if. In the living room, the three of them fell into a brief silence again. Jiang's mother suddenly spoke again. She looked at Jiang Long and said earnestly, Jiang Long, why don't you just let go? They really like Ning Ning, but Ning Ning is not the daughter of an ordinary family. This is what Jiang's mother said out of necessity. She did this for Jiang Long's own good. The biggest wish of her and Jiang Long's father is for Jiang Long to live a peaceful and trouble-free life. Jiang Long raised his head again, looked at his mother with a firm gaze, and said, Mom, I can't let go. Ning Ning is my woman now. How can I let her go? Jiang Long has already made the decision so that Shan Shan can return to the capital with peace of mind. You and Ning Ning have reached the final step? Jiang's mother asked Jiang Long in disbelief. Jiang Long nodded and admitted the truth. Jiang Long, didn't mom tell you not to touch other girls before marriage? Why didn't you listen? Jiang's mother has always been old-fashioned. When I heard that Jiang Long and Ning Ning had become a real couple, what else can she say? She could only blame her son silently in her heart for sleeping with the girl before getting married. I originally wanted to separate Jiang Long and Ning Ning, but now I don't know what to do. It's all my fault, Jiang Long said. Father Jiang sighed heavily and said nothing. Dad, Mom, I decided to go to the capital. Jiang Long looked at his father and mother and said solemnly. In the past, Jiang Long thought that according to his current job in part-time novel writing, the monthly income was pretty good. Rise slowly and steadily, and life will be satisfactory. But on that rainy night, he and Shan Shan met. Later they slowly fell in love. In the few short months that I have known Shan Shan, even more exciting than his past 20 years. Life is so unpredictable. At this moment, Shan Shan's smiling face appeared in Jiang Long's mind. For the silly little girl whose eyes and heart were filled with him. Of course he would go all out to run towards her. In order to match Shan Shan's status and gain the full recognition of the Su family, he must work hard to reach a level that matches Shan Shan. Although Jiang Long felt that all this might be difficult, very difficult, he also has to work hard for it and try to stand by her side. Jiang Long then told his father and mother about his plan and returned to his room. Chapter 243. I'm 18. How about you? On the sofa, Jiang's father and mother were silent for a long time. Suddenly, Jiang's mother spoke. Old Jiang, I didn't expect Jiang Long to be such a smart kid. This kid's idea is good, but it's still too difficult for him to reach the level of the Su family. Father Jiang nodded solemnly. I originally thought I'd just let these two kids go, but I didn't expect the relationship between them to be so deep. Mother Jiang paused, as if she had thought of something, and whispered to Father Jiang. If. In the room, Jiang Long was racking his brains in front of the computer, thinking about the plot and typing. He had to finish writing these 100,000 words as soon as possible so that the contract for the short play adaptation could be completed as soon as possible. The editor told him that it could also be adapted into an audiobook, comics, etc. Overall, the benefits of this book are still very objective. When he was in college, Jiang Long studied computer science in order to find a better job. After graduation, he found his dream job as he wished. I didn't expect that today's side job would bring such a lucrative income. This was something Jiang Long had never expected at the beginning. Jiang Long calmed down and typed 6,000 words in one breath. He picked up his phone and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Long was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. A lot of things are on my mind. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong sound from the cell phone next to Jiang Long. Jiang Long picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and immediately saw the friend request message that popped up. Jiang Long looked at the two familiar cats in the avatar. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he accepted the request to add a friend. Soon, a friend named LC on WeChat sent a message. LC, excuse me, are you a little brother? A big question mark appeared in Jiang Long's mind. He couldn't help but doubt his previous judgment. Jiang Long clicked on this WeChat profile picture and looked carefully at the two little cats in the picture. That's right, it's Hua and Hua. Jiang Long clicked into the other person's circle of friends again and found that it was empty. TSK, it's clean enough. Jiang Long sent a direct message. Dragon? Jiang Long narrowed his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and continued to stare at the dialogue box with LC. Soon, LC sent another message. LC, I am a girl. Are you a boy? Is followed by a cute expression pack of a little girl blinking her big eyes. Jiang Long typed on the phone screen and sent a message. Long. Yeah, what do you want? LC, how old are you this year? Followed by a shy emoticon. Jiang Long looked at the phone screen and laughed, then dialed the number. I'm 18. How about you? Susan looked at Jiang Long's 18-year-old self and pouted as she held the phone. This stinky Jiang Long. She is obviously old, but she still says she is 18 years old. He is really thick-skinned. Susan tapped her fingers lightly on the phone screen and quickly sent the message. LC, I am 19 years old, so you are younger. I am older than you. You are not the little brother. You are the little brother. Followed by a laughing emoticon. Small? Younger brother? Little brother? Jiang Long read these words, the more irritating they became. Jiang Long scratched the back of his head, then sat up from the bed and leaned his back against the headboard. Dragon, I'm not small. Followed by a fire-breathing emoticon. This Shan Shan. He's not small. Doesn't she have any idea in her mind? Susan could imagine how stinky Jiang Long's face must be at this moment. But who made him say he was 18 years old? Then he is the little brother. Eh? LC, you're 18 years old, but I am 19 years old. I'm 1 year older than you, so you are the younger one. Jiang Long originally wanted to tease Shan Shan, but he found himself digging a hole and jumped into it. At this time, LC sent another message. LC, so, don't argue that you were little, followed by an emoticon of a little person happily spinning in circles. Still saying he is small? This Shan Shan really deserves a beating. If she were next to him now, he would definitely slap Shan Shan on the buttocks twice. Jiang Long quickly sent a message and sent 3 messages in a row. Dragon, I am not small. Dragon, I am not small. Dragon, I am not small. Of course, important things should be said 3 times. Su Shanshan looked at the 3 messages Jiang Long sent her in a row and couldn't help but giggle. Oh, it seems that Cho Jiang Long is quite concerned about this. To see Jiang Long's dark face now. But she can't see it with her own eyes now. Susan felt lost for a moment. Then, Susan tapped her fingers on the phone screen. LC, I just meant that you were young, nothing else. Followed by a pouting emoticon. Dragon? LC, I am 1 year older than you, so it is not too much for you to call me sister. Dragon, are you familiar with each other? LC, how come we are not familiar with each other? We already know each other. After Susan sent this message, she immediately sent another message. LC, so, why don't you just call me sister? Dragon, if you want me to call you, then I will. I won't call you. Susan pouted and typed a message to Jiang Long. LC, just call me. I can buy you something delicious. Susan decided to tempt Jiang Long with delicious food. However, Jiang Long would never bow down for a mere delicious food. This is underestimating him. No, definitely not calling. Call the little girl sister. Jiang Long couldn't imagine how strange such a scene would be. Dragon, I don't want delicious food. LC, then I'll buy you something delicious to drink. After a while, Su Shanshan saw that Jiang Long had not sent a message yet. Does Jiang Long want something delicious to drink? Elsie, whatever you want to drink, I can buy it for you. Jiang Long had no other intentions. He just thought of the unusual descriptions of some authors in some novels. As expected, this part-time novelist is too knowledgeable. Jiang Long shook his head quickly. No, he is a serious online writer, and he is definitely different from some online writers. Self-positioning must be accurate. Dragon, don't drink it. LC, what do you want me to do in exchange for you calling me sister? Followed by an expression of someone who is about to cry out of grievance. This stinky Jiang Long is so difficult to deal with. Dragon, just don't bark, is followed by a tsundere emoticon. Elsie, woo, if you don't tell me to cry, I'll cry for you. Seeing Shan Shan's threat, Jiang Long held his forehead. By the way, is there a sister like this? Threatening people all the time and crying. Jiang Long thought maybe he could just call out once. It would be bad if Shan Shan really started crying. After all, I'm just typing, not really shouting. It's nothing. Jiang Long was preparing himself mentally and completely forgot that he had just vowed to not scream. Jiang Long typed and sent the message. Dragon Sister. Chapter 244, I Will Never Be a Mistress. The word sister sent by Jiang Long in the dialogue box. Susan's eyebrows curved and she smiled brightly. The stinky Jiang Long actually called her sister. I thought Cho Jiang Long's position was so firm. I didn't expect you to surrender so quickly. Susan looked at the word sister in the dialogue box on her phone. The more I watch, the happier I feel. If I could hear Jiang Long call her sister in person. Susan fantasized about Jiang Long calling her sister. It must be very interesting. Susan tapped her fingers on the phone screen and sent a message. LC, since you call me sister, then I will accept you as my brother. Followed by a laughing emoticon. Jiang Long held the phone in one hand and touched his nose with the other. This Shan Shan, I haven't played enough with him yet. Okay. Since Shan Shan wanted to play, he would continue to play with her. Jiang Long typed in the dialogue box and sent a message. Long, well, I've never called anyone sister before. You're the first one. Followed by a tsundere emoticon. LC, oh, it's really my honor. He, followed by an emoticon of a little man happily spinning in circles. Dragon. That's right. LC. Actually, I want to say that you are also the first brother I recognized. Dragon, why don't I believe it? Jiang Long sent 2 messages in succession. LC, why don't you believe it? Is followed by a cute expression pack of a little girl blinking her eyes. Long, I feel like you are quite experienced in this kind of thing. Was followed by a sly, smiley emoticon. Susan stared at the WeChat dialog box, her lips slightly pouted. This stinky Jiang Long say that about her? This was obviously the first time she did something like this. Susan typed in the dialog box and quickly sent it to Jiang Long. LC, I'm not experienced. This is my first time doing this. Maybe I have more potential. Jiang Long looked at the message and chuckled. Potential? I didn't expect that one day these 2 words would be used here. Dragon, sister is awesome, is followed by a thumbs up emoticon. Susan's beautiful eyes turned around. This stinky Jiang Long. I'm addicted to calling her sister. Fun. LC, brother, I want to ask you a personal question. Do you have a girlfriend? Dragon no da. Jiang Long answered simply, it's just about playing with Shan Shan anyway. No. You stinky Jiang Long, you actually answered no. LC, I'll give you another chance to answer seriously. Are you sure you have a girlfriend? At this time, Jiang Long had already thought of Shan Shan's angry expression when she said this. Dragon, so, am I there or not? Shan Shan is like a little ancestor, so he should ask for her opinion. Suddenly, Jiang Long thought of some scenes from a classic skit. He laughed. Shan Shan would not answer. That's fine. Then they exchanged secret codes. Jiang Long nodded slowly. Soon, news about Susan came in. LC, ask yourself. Don't ask me. TSK. The code didn't match. Have to. Jiang Long quickly sent another message. Dragon. I have it. LC, you just said no, and now you say yes. How can you contradict yourself? Followed by a pouting emoticon. Dragon, not contradictory. It didn't exist just now, but it exists now. Is followed by a sly, smiley emoticon. LC. Susan's brows were furrowed. What does Jiang Long mean by this? What does it mean that it wasn't there just now, but is there now? LC. What do you mean? Dragon, aren't you? Followed by a hug emoticon. LC. What's wrong with you? We just met. How come I'm your girlfriend? Jiang Long narrowed his eyes slightly, typed a message, and sent it to Shan Shan. Long, my sister and I get along so well, so I want her to be my girlfriend. Is that okay with you? LC. No, I'm not that casual. Long. You mean I am casual? LC. I didn't say that. Followed by a pouting emoticon. Long. That's good. I am telling you very seriously and responsibly that I am not a casual man. I'm serious. I want you to be my girlfriend. LC. Oh, let me think about it. Jiang Long quietly looked at the dialog box on his phone, waiting for Shan Shan's next message. LC, I thought about it carefully, and I don't think it's a good idea. Dragon, why? LC. You are younger than me. Long. I'm just 1 year younger than you. Is that so important? I don't think this can be an obstacle between us. LC. What you said makes sense. Long. How about you consider being my girlfriend? Followed by a kissing emoticon. LC. Since you are so serious, I will go and discuss it with you. Followed by a smirking emoticon. Dragon, discuss? Dragon, what do you mean? Who should I discuss this with? LC. I'll talk to my husband about it. If he agrees, I'll agree to your request. Followed by a laughing emoticon. Jiang Long saw the message from Shan Shan and grabbed his hair hard. This Shan Shan. It's very punishing. Long, you already have a husband and you still want to be my girlfriend. Okay, really great, was followed by an emoticon with a thumbs up. LC, I'll just take it as a compliment. At this moment, Jiang Long's forehead was throbbing. Long, I am a principled person. I will never be a mistress. LC, don't worry. I will definitely not marry you if my husband doesn't agree. Followed by an emoticon with a tongue sticking out. Jiang Long looked at the dialog box, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He really couldn't play with Shan Shan anymore. I'm really afraid that Shan Shan will get so angry that she'll have a heart attack. Jiang Long gave up the idea of sending a message to Shan Shan and directly sent a video call to her. Just before the video call was about to automatically hang up, it was suddenly connected. Jiang Long was about to speak. After seeing the people in the video, he was totally confused. A strange woman appeared in the video. Why not Shan Shan? Who is the woman in the video? Jiang Long looked a little unnatural. Could it be that the person he was chatting with on WeChat just now was not Shan Shan? WTF? Could it be that something went wrong? Wasn't he just chatting with Shan Shan? Was he chatting with a stranger? Jiang Long quickly said to the beautiful woman in the video, sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. Before the woman in the video could speak, Jiang Long hurriedly hung up the video call. After hanging up the video, Jiang Long felt panicky. Could it be that I was talking to the wrong person just now? Chapter 245, the bottom line, is completely gone. Jiang Long had just been chatting with the other person as Shan Shan. As a result, after watching the video, I found that the person on the other side was actually a strange woman. Tell me, is this scary? Jiang Long clicked on LC's WeChat profile picture again and looked at it carefully. No matter how he looked at it, he could tell that the people in the picture were Hua Hua and Hua Hua. Could it be that these two cats just look like his cats Hua Hua and Hua Hua? Jiang Long couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Suddenly, Jiang Long's cell phone dinged. Then I saw LC send me another message. Jiang Long clicked on the message. LC, I haven't said anything yet. Why did you hang up the video? Followed by an aggrieved emoticon. Jiang Long's expression was not very good at the moment. He thought about it carefully and sent a message to LC. Long, excuse me. I just thought the person I was chatting with was my girlfriend, sorry. After Jiang Long apologized, he sent another message. Long, I deleted WeChat. Seeing Jiang Long say that, Susan felt very safe. Susan was afraid that Jiang Long would delete her WeChat account. She quickly sent a message. LC. LC means I love dragons. You are such a fool. Followed by an emoji with a tongue sticking out. After seeing this message, Jiang Long's frown suddenly relaxed. He thought he had made a mistake just now. It turned out to be Shan Shan's trap. This Shan Shan really deserves a beating. When we meet, I will punish her severely. Jiang Long secretly decided. At this time, Shan Shan's video call came in. Jiang Long moved his fingers lightly on the mobile phone screen and pressed the answer button. This time, Shan Shan's little face appeared on Jiang Long's mobile phone screen as expected. Susan smiled brightly at Jiang Long on the phone screen. She opened her pink lips slightly and called out, "Big idiot Jiang Long." "Little rascal." Jiang Long replied. Susan laughed and said, "I was just teasing you. I made a note of this. I'll teach you a lesson when we meet." Listening to Jiang Long's threats, Susan stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long in the video. She was not afraid of Jiang Long's threats. "You dare? You'll see if I dare when the time comes." Jiang Long said. "Humph, bad Jiang Long. I'm gonna bite you." Susan opened her little mouth towards Jiang Long on the phone screen. Jiang Long was amused by Shan Shan's actions. "Stop biting. I'm seeing your throat," Jiang Long said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Long's words, Su Shanshan's defense was instantly broken. "Stinky Jiang Long, you are so annoying." Jiang Long smiled and said, "To be honest, I won't let you go." Susan on the phone screen glared at Jiang Long fiercely. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows, pretending to be serious, and said, "To be honest, the tongue is really beautiful." Hearing this, Susan's face instantly turned red. She thought of her tongue with Jiang Long. "It's time to get entangled with each other." Su Shanshan said coquettishly, "Stinky Jiang Long, you are shameless." Tisk. I praised you and you scolded me. How unreasonable are you?" Jiang Long smacked his lips. "Are you praising me? You know best what you are thinking." Susan raised her little neck. She was too embarrassed to expose Jiang Long's thoughts. "Well, how did you know that when I was thinking about kissing you, your tongue was quite flexible?" Listening to Jiang Long's arrogant words, Susan's face turned red and her fists clenched tightly. "Aw, this stinky Jiang Long. I'm really letting myself go more and more." She really wanted to punch Jiang Long in the chest. "I am an honest person," Jiang Long added. "I know, please stop talking." "Okay, I'll listen to you and stop talking." Jiang Long held back his laughter. "This is a good baby." Susan suddenly thought of something and laughed. Then she spoke again. "Good baby, call me sister." Jiang Long's mouth twitched, and he immediately refused. "You wish." The result of pampering Shan Shan is that the bottom line is lowered again and again. No. This time, Jiang Long decided to stick to his bottom line and never compromise. "Baby, you just called me sister, and it sounded very natural. Why don't you call me that in person now?" Susan blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke coquettishly to Jiang Long in a gentle tone. "No, definitely not shouting." Jiang Long's attitude was firm. Susan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. How could she miss such a great opportunity? Today, she must hear Jiang Long call her sister in person. "Baby, please, just scream and let me hear you." To be honest, once Shan Shan started to act like a spoiled brat, Jiang Long's resistance would instantly drop. But this time, Jiang Long was determined to stick to his bottom line. He said that nothing would change his attitude. "Baby, good baby. Brother, please." At this moment, Jiang is still struggling. Husband, dear husband. Jiang Long was already sweating profusely, and his psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. Jiang Long was very glad that it was in the video. If Shan acted like this in front of him and called him, Jiang Long felt that he must have surrendered long ago. Horrible. Women are such scary creatures. It would really wear down his will easily. Susan saw that Jiang Long was still indifferent. She pouted in dissatisfaction. Stinky Jiang Long, why is it so difficult to deal with? Susan's big eyes rolled around slowly. As if thinking of something, the corners of her mouth curled up. Stinky river dragon. Look, I can't easily control you. Oh, I was thinking about buying a few more nice stockings. I thought to myself that maybe someone didn't like it, so well, I guess I'd better not buy it. Bye. Jiang Long said quickly. Susan stuck out her tongue. This stinky Jiang Long. I didn't say a word just now. I heard about the stockings. He spoke immediately. Snort. As expected, Cho Jiang Long is an out-and-out pervert. But I don't want to buy it. I don't want to wear it in front of someone, Susan said with a proud expression. Jiang Long gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and called to Shan in a deep voice, sister. Oh shit, his bottom line is completely gone. Well, a long sigh from the depths of the soul. Chapter 246, Tenacity in Each Other's Eyes. Susan in the video giggled. She heard Jiang Long calling her sister with her own ears. So interesting. Jiang Long saw Shan in the video bucket laughing so hard that she was shaking with laughter. His face looked a little uncomfortable. Damn it, he was severely mocked by Shan. Well, this is the consequence of not keeping the bottom line. But being laughed at by your own wife is nothing, right? Jiang Long is building himself up in his heart. Shan in the video, still smiling. Jiang Long cleared his throat and said, Ning, stop laughing. Susan shook her head gently and playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long. Jiang Long looked at Shan, who looked very proud in the video. He has the will, but not the strength. Who told him he had no bottom line. After all, black silk, white silk, whatever silk, it's too tempting for him. At this moment, he could only let Shan laugh at him. After Su Shan finished laughing, she finally spoke. Jiang Longzi, call me again and let me hear it. Jiang Longzi? Hearing this, Jiang Long's eyebrows stood up. What kind of name is this? Why does it sound so awkward? Jiang Long immediately thought of a certain group of people. What kind of weird name is that? Don't call me that anymore. Jiang Long quickly stopped him. Why? Doesn't it sound good? Susan blinked her big eyes. It sounds like a ghost. Are you so repulsive? Just don't scream if you don't want to. Susan pouted. Two people looked at each other through the video. After a few seconds of silence, Su Shan suddenly said, Jiang Long, I miss you so much now. Hearing Shan's soft and tender voice, Jiang Long felt his heart soften instantly. Jiang Long opened his mouth and said, Be good, I will go to the imperial capital soon. Susan nodded at Jiang Long in the video and said softly, Yeah, just thinking about what they promised their father. Susan was in a complicated mood. However, this is the best choice for her and Jiang Long. So, for her and Jiang Long's future, she has to work hard too. Jiang Long, I will go to Imperial Capital University tomorrow. Jiang Long also nodded. Well, Ning, you need to work harder. Let's do our best together. The two looked into each other's eyes and saw the tenacity in each other's eyes. That is, their strong and firm belief in the future that belongs to them. It's getting late. Ning, go to bed early. Jiang Long said. After all, Shan is going to Imperial University tomorrow. He didn't want this lazy little pig to be unable to get out of bed. You should go to bed early too, Susan instructed. Yeah, Jiang Long nodded. After the two reluctantly hung up the video call, Jiang Long went out of the room to find some water to drink. As soon as I went out, I ran into Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin was the first to speak and called Jiang Long, brother. Jiang Long nodded at Jiang Yin. Yeah. After the two of them greeted each other, Jiang Yin returned to his room. Jiang Yin has been studying very hard, and Jiang Long has seen it all. Imperial Capital University is the best university in the country. I believe every student wants to be admitted to Imperial Capital University, and Jiang Yin is no exception. The teaching level and teaching staff in small towns are still far behind those in big cities. Therefore, it would be more difficult for Jiang Yin to get into Daida University. If Jiang Yin went to high school in the imperial capital, his chances of getting into Imperial Capital University would increase greatly. Jiang Long was drinking water and thinking. Afterwards, Jiang Long returned to his room. He returned to the computer desk again, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, his fingers typing on the keyboard. The next day, in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Jiang Long got up from the bed and yawned loudly. After getting off the bed, Jiang Long left the room. When Jiang's mother came out, she saw that Jiang Long had already prepared breakfast. Jiang's mother. Jiang Long, why did you make breakfast? Jiang Long, I got up early and did it when I had nothing to do. Jiang's mother. Why don't you get some more sleep, kid? Jiang Long smiled and said, I can't sleep. In the past, it was his parents who worked hard for him. While he was at his hometown, Jiang Long thought about doing something for his parents. After finishing his meal, Jiang Long simply cleaned up the house. He went back to his room to write. This novel needs to be finished as soon as possible. Jiang Long spent the entire day typing in his room. In the evening, Jiang Long cooked dinner for his family. After dinner, Jiang Long went back to his room to type. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Long got up and opened the door and saw his mother standing at the door. Jiang Long called out, Mom. Jiang's mother responded, yes, and walked in. Then, Jiang's mother saw a bank card in her hand. Jiang's mother handed the bank card in her hand to Jiang Long. Jiang Long, take this card. When Jiang Long saw the bank card in front of him, his pupils widened instantly. He immediately understood what his mother meant and quickly refused. Mom, I don't want it. You kid, just take it if you're told to. This money was originally intended for you to marry a wife. I don't think you'll need it for a while. You're going to the capital to develop. Even though this money isn't much, you can take it with you to do something with confidence. As she said that, Jiang's mother forcefully stuffed the bank card in her hand into Jiang Long's hand. Jiang Long refused. Mom, I have money here. I don't want it. Dad and Mom don't earn much every month, but they have been taking care of Jiang Yin all these years. The money in this card is probably all saved by the two of them through their frugal living. Jiang's mother hurriedly stopped him. Child, take it quickly. Do you hear me? After some evasion, the mother and son. Jiang Long had no choice but to accept the bank card. After Jiang's mother left, Jiang Long looked at the bank card in his hand and felt it was extremely hot. 2 days later, Jiang Long left his hometown and returned to Qing City. Jiang Long went to the company to resign and happened to meet Lin Tiange. The two had a brief conversation and then left. As for Lin Yuxuan, Jiang Long didn't see him. I guess Lin Yuxuan went somewhere again. That night, Jiang Long, David, and Su Fei gathered in a restaurant to drink. Jiang Long resigned and was going to the capital. The three brothers wouldn't be able to meet often in the future. David and Su Fei were both in a bad mood. During the last meal, Jiang Long had not mentioned his decision to go to the capital. This time, Jiang Long couldn't delay any longer. The three brothers drank a lot during this meal. After all, they didn't know when they would meet again. Jiang Long sent the drunk Daong home, and it was almost 12 o'clock when they returned to the apartment. Jiang Long picked up his phone and hesitated whether to send a video to Shan Shan. At this moment, Jiang Long's cell phone suddenly dinged. Jiang Long quickly opened his phone and saw the message from Shan Shan. LC Jiang Long, you haven't returned home yet? Jiang Long quickly typed on his phone and sent it. Long, Ningning, I just got home. Jiang Long had just sent the message when Shan Shan called him via video.